Innovation drives progress, and progress shapes the future of the nations. With that spirit of innovation and collaboration, we gather here today to celebrate ideas, technology, and the vision of a stronger and better connected India. Good morning, everyone. Innovation drives progress, and progress shapes the future of the nations. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, faculty members, industry experts, and our dear students. It is my great privilege to welcome you all to Epitome 2026, our annual Tech Fest of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Proudly supported by our gold sponsor, Airbus, and our silver sponsors, Concor, Alstom, and Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. Epitome is more than just a technical festival. It is a platform where innovation meets curiosity, ideas meet expertise, and young minds engage with leaders from industry and academia. Each year, this event brings together professionals, researchers, and students to exchange ideas and explore the technologies that will shape the future of transportation and logistics. This year's theme, Transportation and Logistics for Viksit Bharat 2047, reflects India's ambitious vision of becoming a developed nation by 2047. Achieving this vision will require strong infrastructure, advanced technologies, efficient supply chains, and collaborative efforts from institutions like ours. As the famous management thinker Peter Drucker once said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. And through platforms like Epitome, we take a step forward to creating that future and by bringing together knowledge, innovation, and leadership. It is truly an honor for Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya to host such an inspiring gathering of distinguished experts and enthusiastic young minds. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the inaugural session of Epitome 2026.
Before we begin, I request everyone to kindly switch their mobile phones to silent mode so that we may fully engage in today's proceedings. In case of emergencies, we have 3 exit doors to assemble in the open area. Ladies and gentlemen, every significant journey begins with a moment of inspiration. In Indian tradition, we begin auspicious occasions with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, symbolizing the removal of darkness and the spread of knowledge, wisdom, and positivity. To formally inaugurate Epitome 2026, we will now proceed with the lamp lighting ceremony. I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, and our esteemed guests to kindly come forward and light the ceremonial lamp, signifying the commencement of Epitome 2026.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा
Thank you, respected dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to welcome the distinguished leaders who have joined us today. To express our sincere appreciation for their presence and their invaluable contributions to their respective fields, we will now proceed with the felicitation of our distinguished guests. I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, to kindly felicitate our esteemed guests with bouquets. Shri Mrityunjay Pratap Singh, Director, Operations, Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. Shri Ajit Singh, Principal Executive Director, RVNL. Shri Baldev Ram, Chief Project Manager, Ahmedabad, RVNL. Shri Rakesh G, Services Development Director, Alstom, India. Dr. Abhay A. Pashilkar, Director, CSIR, National Aerospace Laboratories, Bengaluru. Professor Arnab Mehti, Associate Professor, Department of Aerospace Engineering, IIT Bombay Lead National Drone Mission Head, IIT Bombay Drone Center. Shri Dimitri Praikin, Chief Operating Officer, Kinet Railway Solutions, India. Shri Shekhar Mehta, Technical Director, Transportation, Transit, ACOM. Srimati Hiral Rajput, Head of People Function, GPPL, APMT, Maersk. Shri PRS Mani, Executive Director, Aerospace India Association. We are deeply honored by your presence and grateful for the time that you have taken to inspire and guide the next generation of transportation professionals. We kindly request our Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, Shri Mrityunjay Pratap Singh, Shri Rakesh Ji, and Dr. Abhay A. Pashilkar to take their seat on the dais.
To formally welcome our esteemed guests and set the tone for this two-day event, it is my honor to introduce the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary. Professor Choudhary has been instrumental in shaping the vision of GSV as a premier institution dedicated to transportation and logistics education. Under his leadership, the university continues to strengthen its mission of integrating academic excellence, industry collaboration, and skill development, preparing future professionals who will drive India's transportation and infrastructure sectors. May I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. As the anchor in the morning talked about a quotation by Peter Drucker, I was also reminded of a quotation by Peter Drucker, and I think that signifies what we should become. And the quotation that I remember from Peter Drucker is about culture. He says, culture eats strategy for a breakfast. What that means is that you can prepare any strategy, you can try to do any goal, you can have any vision, but if the culture is not right, there is nothing that is possible. Basically, as a management guru, he focuses on the right culture. And I am very, very happy that irrespective of what all we are doing today, GSV has a great culture. And that culture will enable us to achieve anything that we want to desire, that we want to dream. So thank you to all the students, to all the faculty members, to all the staff for a great culture in GSV. And I'm pretty sure all the distinguished guests today shall experience that culture of GSV, a culture where you see everybody is looking for relentless pursuit of excellence, and that is the motto of GSV. Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I am so delighted that today at the 4th edition of Epitome, which is being held in 2026, we became a central university in December 22, and within 4 months of our operationalization, we had the first Epitome in March of 2023. So 23, 24, 25, today is the 4th edition of annual technical festival Epitome. We are so privileged to have with us today distinguished people. To begin with it all, Dr. Abhay, the Director of National Aerospace Laboratory of the CSIR. Thank you so much for joining us. Sri MP Singh ji from RVNL, thank you for joining us. Rakesh ji from Elstorm. Professor Arbar Mehti, Mr. Dimitri, Mr. Shekhar Mehta, Mr. Sushant Purohit ji will join tomorrow, Hiral ji, PRS Mani ji, everybody who joined us today. Thank you so much, and we have many more distinguished speakers who will join us tomorrow and later part of today. So first of all, welcome to Epitome 2026, sponsored by Airbus, Elstorm, RVNL, and Concur. One thing that you might have noticed, many of the students who have been here might have noticed, that whoever partners with us for life. Elstorm, for example, has been a partner last year as well, this year as well. Rakesh ji has been a member of Board of Studies. Rakesh ji has been a member of Academic Council of the University. Airbus was our sponsor from first Epitome. Airbus was a sponsor in second Epitome, in third Epitome, and this time. RVNL is a sponsor this year. RVNL was a sponsor last year and previous years. The point I am trying to highlight is about the culture of GSV. Whoever we partner with, we partner for life. Our relation with anybody is not transactional in nature. We come together for the national interest, for a bigger mission that we shall together create the best transportation and logistics ecosystem. And that is also the theme for this epitome, the transportation and logistics for Viksit Bharat 2047. Thanks to Container Corporation of India for joining us as partner this year. And I'm pretty sure, like all others, Container Corporation shall be a partner for years to come in whatever we do together. In the next 15 minutes or so, as part of welcome address, for the benefit of our distinguished guest, as well as also use this as an occasion to apprise our student of the activities that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya has been doing. Maybe in the last 6-8 months, maybe since the last time we formally met together in a bigger event like this, I would like to quickly go through what we are trying to do in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Why Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is such a unique university. Why our approach is so distinct. And therefore, the outcomes that we are delivering are of great proposition and great impact. Firstly, all of us knows that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is the first central university in whole of the country which is focused on transportation and logistics sector. It is a central university created by Act of Parliament, and therefore we have a mandate to fulfill the aspirations of 1.4 billion people of this country who are represented in our parliament. Everything we do, we must always think of the people of India and what we can do so that our entire country can benefit. We decided as a university, our vision is meant to be innovation-led and industry-driven, and we are very happy that we are strongly pursuing. Vision is something that we must always keep in mind. Is every action of ours achieving the vision that we have set for ourselves? And that should be the criteria whether we should do an action or not an action. So whatever action we do must fulfill our vision, and I'm very happy to say that the vision we decided is the direction that we are moving ahead. Using our industry-driven approach, what to teach, who will teach, how do we do practical immersion to improve employability is the direction that our university has been highlighted at the World Economic Forum for strongly pushing an industry-oriented curriculum and setting a template for the entire country. Under the direction of Honorable Visitor, the Honorable President of India and Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Minister of Railways, Information Broadcasting, and Honorable Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji, the university is strongly pushing forward the mandate for which we have been created. Today, we have a large set of industry partners who are helping us as part of Academic Council, Indian Railways, Deutsche Bahn, Alstom, IBM, Siemens, L&T, Jacobs, and same is the case in the Board of Studies with Qualcomm, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, SAP, NVIDIA, Samsung, Deutsche Bahn. So a variety of companies, different companies, HAL, Airbus, Indian Air Force, they are helping us in our setting our curriculum. When today we are the most unique university because of one singular reason. There are so many reasons. One singular reason is ours is perhaps the only university in the whole of India that not only is focusing on regular education of students through their undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral program at BTech, MTech, MBA, PhD level, but at the same time is strongly committed to officers training across railways, across civil services, across defense services, across international officers who are coming to the university on a very regular basis. We have a very strong arm for officers training, which sets our university to be one of the most distinct university in whole of India. We have a center on transport planning and PM Gati Shakti, a center for infrastructure project management, transport safety, and the only center in whole of India for bridge health and structural health monitoring. Today, we have 6 BTech program, all of which have entry through JEE mains exam, and I'm very happy to tell our programs are becoming very popular. In August of 2025, when several people who are today in first year took admission, the cutoff ranks for our BTech program in 2025 compared to 2024 increased at least by 1 lakh in each of the branch. That is the kind of popularity that our programs are gaining. We are expecting in the August of 2026, our cutoff ranks shall further rise, and we are hoping that very soon, maybe in next 2-3 years, our cutoff percentile may be somewhere around 98, 99, and that will put us as one of the top 10 universities across whole of India. Today we have 6 BTech programs. This year we shall introduce another BTech program in maritime engineering. All our programs are focused on national priorities. 6 of our BTech programs are in rail engineering. Only university in whole of India to have a degree with a specialization in rail engineering. We have a BTech in AI and data science for transportation and logistics. We have a BTech in aviation engineering. This year we will start BTech in maritime engineering. Our MBA program in port and shipping logistics and logistics supply chain management are already running. This year we shall introduce new MBA program in digital maritime. We already have India's only MBA program in metro rail management. We have only program in whole of India for multimodal transportation. We have very unique program, MBA in aviation operations and management. We have very unique program, MBA in infrastructure asset management across whole of country. Thereby, all our programs are most unique program in whole of India, and therefore our university is unique, not only in program, but also in officers training, not only in the program and training, but in the outcomes that we are delivering, which I shall present over the next 10 minutes in a very brief summary. We have a big focus on inclusion and diversity. At this moment, apart from 20% of our students, financially needy but extremely meritorious, are fully supported by the university's own funds. In addition to that, unparalleled in any institution in India, any of the 1200 universities that exist in India, any of the 23 IITs, 22 IIMs, 32 NITs exist, ours is the only university where 89 of our students are fully funded by corporates for entire 4 years of education, all tuition fees and hostel fees. I want to thank Airbus for supporting 45 students for all 4 years of education, for all tuition fees, for all hostel fees. That means education is completely free for them. I want to thank Siemens for supporting a large number of female students for this education journey. I want to thank Central Warehousing Corporation for 20 students support. I want to thank Placer India for 10 student support, and I'm looking for more and more corporates to come forward as we prepare the transportation and logistics sector for Viksit Bharat. Let money not be a criteria for any talented students in India to get quality education and be ready to transform the transportation and logistics sector. This year, we have introduced several new approaches as we go ahead. We are introducing multiple entry, multiple exit criteria from this year, August onwards. That means several of the trained people who are outside of GSV, if they are related to our domain, possibly we can help them do some additional courses and acquire a certificate or diploma or a degree from Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, provided they are in our domain, provided they are in transportation and logistics sector. Similarly, we are receiving several requests from Army, Air Force, and different units on how can we recognize institutions that are under them, how can we recognize and improve the quality of the courses that are being done there. Therefore, recently we have set up an affiliation and recognition board through which our universities increase, our universities' reach will increase to every nook and corner of this country, and that is the expectations of 1.4 billion people of India, and that is the goal that we shall work together to have Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya's impact all over the country. Recently, Sansad TV team visited here and created a documentary which is getting played on Sansad TV during parliament sessions that are currently ongoing, which features Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya's vision, mandate, and impact to transform India for the transportation and logistics sector. Last year, we had 91% placement of our student, and this year, apart from MBA in port and shipping logistics, I am told that we are already reaching close to 80-90% placements, and I'm hopeful and very hopeful that we will have more than 90% placements this year as well for all the batches that are graduating in May of this year. Last year in our convocation, when Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sri Rajnath Singh Ji, joined us as chief guest, he strongly asked us to focus on defense logistics as well, apart from the civilian sector, towards which we have taken several important steps and helping the entire defense sector. As I mentioned, apart from the regular programs, bachelor's, MTech, we have MTech program for working professionals. We have currently a PhD program for working professional where around 40 students are already doing PhD. This year we are starting PhD program for regular students from August of 2026. Therefore, every year we are starting new program and improving the capability that we are doing. In officers training, we have done a great work in last 12 months. I'm extremely happy. Wherever I talk about this work, this is extremely great work and I want our students to feel this because it can help them in two different ways. Firstly, when these officers visit here to Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya for receiving training, our students, many of which are volunteers to these programs, have a chance to interact with these senior officers and learn professionally about the things that are going on in the sector. Secondly, when these senior officers visit Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya for training, they experience firsthand the culture, the vibrancy of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya campus, the potential and the talent of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya students. Whenever they go outside, these officers go outside with positive experience. They go and tell outside that immense potential and talent that exists within the students of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. So that also help us in our placement, that also help us in branding, that also help us in making of the new research projects that are possible with these organizations. For executive training, I am very happy to say at this moment today, as I speak, there is a training program ongoing for senior officers of Indian Railway. 20 of the officers, each of whom have around 20-year experience, each of them are undergoing training here in this campus for their advanced management training program. At this moment, just in last 2 months, we had management development program in the month of February, wherein 26 officers of railway were trained here. Month of January, another advanced management program for railways, where 19 officers were trained. In the month of December, 18 senior officers from railway were trained here. That means this campus, when we do railway engineering training and education for our students, we are also training officers. Thereby, we are also having an opportunity to learn best practices of what is happening in railways. And therefore, we are able to make sure that the training that we give to our student is also very relevant and contemporary. Similarly, Railways Probationary Officers Training Program we did where we trained 97 officers. And this year, in April of this year, 225 officers of Indian Railway Management Service who are hired in engineering services exam shall join Indian Railways. We shall start training program for them. Another previous batch of 120 probationary officers of Indian Railways shall also come here for training program. Therefore, the impact, expectations, and potential of our university to train railway officers will increase and increase. We have trained large number of railway officers in bridge design and bridge health monitoring. We had 2 programs, totally training 120 officers on bridge. More than that, we are also training our friendly nations. Today, as we speak today, 20 officers from 10 different countries, including Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Myanmar, and so on, are undergoing training on sustainable transport infrastructure in our campus. We recently trained in the month of October 26 officers from 12 neighboring countries on safety and sustainability for the transport infrastructure. Therefore, our reach is not merely within the country, but significant impact over our neighboring country. Similarly, training of officers of Gujarat Infrastructure Development Board, officers of Indian Army, we conducted 2 training programs already to the officers of brigadier level. We conducted 4 training programs for officers of Indian Air Force, even going to Southern Air Command at Trivandrum to conduct a training program there, or go to Palam Airport to conduct training program for Indian Air Force officers on how artificial intelligence can help improve logistics in the Indian Air Force, whether for inventory management, whether for procurement management, and many of the aspects related to logistics and supply chain. Other than that, we conducted programs for Indian Air Force officers in our university, here also on supply chain science, two such programs, officers for Indian Navy. Therefore, all the three forces, wings of Indian Army, Air Force and Navy, for entire logistics and supply chain, we are conducting a large number of training programs. Needless to say, such officers, it is not about that we are teaching them in the class. There is so much we are learning from their practical experience, and therefore building those kind of use cases and research topics for which our university shall further benefit. For the first time in our history, we have received a proposal that our students of the university can do internship in Indian Air Force. We are in the process to select the student who will go and do internship in the Indian Air Force. Similarly, we shall create opportunities for internship in Indian Army. So this is perhaps the first opportunities for the students of universities to directly go and do internships in the Army, Air Force and Navy also as we go ahead. Similarly, for Container Corporation of India, we trained 32 of their officers last year for management development program. Recently, we conducted training program in Delhi for Indian Oil Corporation officers on PM Gati Shakti. For international participants, Ministry of External Affairs has made our university a nodal agency. Throughout last year, we conducted 8 training programs for 400 officers from 45 different countries on various topics related to logistics and supply chain management, on urban mobility, on multimodal logistics, on infrastructure project management, public-private partnership, on supply chain management, on public-private partnership, multimodal logistics. Therefore, our reach today of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya has reached 45 countries already. The officers who are working there, whether in railways department, whether in logistics, whether in pharmacy, whether in postal department, any logistics function they are doing, they have already been trained at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Therefore, we can rightly feel that we are truly becoming an international university as we going ahead. For aviation sector, we conducted training program in safety management system, in flight operations engineering, for maritime sector on port-led development, for training of civil services across the country. We launched a 15 hours online course on PM Gati Shakti. It was launched by Honorable Minister Sri Piyush Goyal ji last year. Right? And I am very happy to say that as of last week, more than 3 lakh officers across the country enrolled to our courses, and more than 1 lakh officers in the civil services have completed the course prepared by Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, which is 15-hour course. Therefore, civil services officers who are working in remote districts in the whole of country today are using the PM Gati Shakti tool, the course, 15-hour course that we prepared and trained them on how to do project planning using PM Gati Shakti as a tool, are benefiting and utilizing that tool in the nooks and corner of the country, and that is where we are reaching. We are a nodal agency for the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for PM Gati Shakti, and we have a large partnership with industry. Within 3 years, today, everybody in India, whenever they talk about Gati Shakti, everybody says the first thing, you people are doing great job because you are listening to the industry. And this is the approach, this is our culture. We want to do things which is needed. We don't want to do things just because we like to do. We are doing things that are needed for India's future. We are working with industry. We are listening to industry. We are preparing curriculum based on industry need. We are preparing workforce for industry needs. And these partnerships are very big. Some of them I'll quickly mention with Placer India, which is a very big company for railway track technology. We are working with them. Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, the first metro in India. With them, we already have an MBA program in metro rail management. And today, 25 cities have metro, an ongoing metro construction. And people trained by us shall transform the entire urban transportation sector and metro in whole of the country. With Monash University, Australia for Institute of Railway Technology for heavy haul traffic. With Airbus, we have a great partnership. We are working in many areas and they are sponsoring 45 students. They already have set up, not only announced, a setup and inaugurated a center of excellence in our university for sustainable aviation fuel, which is already now functional. It is supported by Airbus France, fully funded by Airbus. Safran, world's biggest, one of the biggest aero engine maker. So far in India, there was no facility for aero engine maintenance by anybody. Safran is the first player, French company, that has set up repair facility for aero engine in India. And what did Safran do? Safran set up a partnership with Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya for training of engineers who can maintain and repair aero engines. The first time in India, this facility was inaugurated by Prime Minister in November, and Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is a proud partner to be such a niche technology area wherein our engineers tomorrow will maintain and repair the aero engine of greatest complexity that are being used. Similarly, recently we announced our partnership with GMR School of Aviation for aircraft maintenance engineering. We are building an entire ecosystem for entire aviation sector. Soon we shall announce partnership with HAL. Soon we shall announce partnership on 27th of March. The top civil aviation university in the world, called INEC, École Nationale d'Aviation Civile, based in France, is visiting Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya to sign partnership with us. So our civil aviation and aviation program is truly world class by the people, the best in the people. I am very hopeful, and we are working hard to soon have, and trying very hard to soon have a MiG-21 in our campus. And that is the extent to which we are going ahead. We shall have many courses on aviation engineering. For maritime sector, we already have MBA program in port, but we shall introduce a BTech in maritime engineering this year. We are nodal agency for both DPIIT and Gujarat Infrastructure Development Board. We are a good partner with Concur. We already trained their employee, and we are looking forward to do more. Today, Alstom is a partner for Epitome. The dedicated freight corridor is one of our biggest recruiter along with Alstom, and we are working with them. When the third new dedicated freight corridor is now announced in this budget, our engineers will work in the future the dedicated freight corridor of India. When 7 new high-speed corridors are announced, our engineers in future shall occupy leadership positions in high-speed corridors for future. Working with Indian Army, Air Force, Navy, we are working very, very strongly. So one thing we did, whatever MOU we signed, we immediately ensured that we start delivering outcomes and impact based upon those MOUs. With Karmyogi Bharat, only in earlier this week, we had a big workshop of capacity building on 10th of March. We had a big workshop here on Capacity Building Commission. Capacity Building Commission is set up by the Government of India for training for all civil services in India. When Capacity Building Commission visited here, they liked our model of executive training great. They appreciated our model. They signed an MOU with us so that together we can do the capacity building for all civil servants across the country. And this is an immense potential and opportunity for Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya in transportation, infrastructure and logistics sector to train civil services officers across all services, whether administrative services, whether police services, and everywhere to train officers so that infrastructure, transportation and logistics can be influenced by Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. So we are doing many things. I will not get into everything. Big partnerships, just trying to highlight Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is a purely industry-driven university. Our success depends upon how closely we work with industry. Our success depends upon how much value we give to industry and how much industry values us. And that is the direction. When we set up a partnership with Jindal Stainless Steel, today one of the elective course is taken on stainless steel is taken entirely by the faculty members from Jindal Stainless. They come here, they teach the course, they take all the students to their facilities and have the practical exposure to our students on stainless steel. This is one of the model we are working. SAP is the biggest European company in software. Together with them, we are launching several certificate programs in logistics sector. Same thing we are doing with CII, which is a confederation of Indian industries. 37 companies already signed letter of intent. They want to work together with us. So all students and everybody here in this room can feel that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya exists for our stakeholders. We are not trying to do things in isolation. We are working with the stakeholders. Two very important research projects we are doing with the Australia's New South Wales government, whose capital is Sydney. Maybe you know Sydney more than New South Wales government, right? We are working with their government formally and a project on adaptive traffic management solution, a practical project that we are doing in the city of Vadodara today at 6 intersections. whose results, when they are good, we shall put across entire national highways in India for better traffic management software. Similarly, with Airbus on sustainable aviation fuel, we are developing here. With DRDO, today we have submitted 5 research proposals to DRDO for working on several aspects of defense logistics and capacity building. For BSF Academy, paramilitary force, Amazon, as you know, is a biggest logistics player today. Amazon has already set up a chair professor position, as is Airbus. Dr. Omkar is Airbus chair professor. We all have Amazon chair professor position set up in university. Amazon has funded research for warehousing research in India. So when tomorrow you get faster delivery from Amazon, possibly their warehouse research and their optimization warehouse would have been done in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. That is the extent and the reach and the research and the impact that we are going to have. Our research is in great hands. Already several books have been published by our university, with primarily by Professor Jitesh Thakkar. We already have 12 patents granted and published by the university. So innovation journey is also very strong. Professor Chintala was the only professor last year who was recognized by the President of India for new technology development in the entire country. So a lot of great work is happening in this university. While this is the 4th epitome, I must also say that this is the last epitome that is being held in this room, because we are building great infrastructure in this campus. A new auditorium of 524-seater capacity shall be ready by September of this year, and next year epitome we shall have in the new building, in the new campus, not in this campus, new building. Next year, by September of this year, we shall have all these buildings hopefully ready. A new hostel. In September of this year, we expect to have a new hostel ready in this campus for 1,258 students. We shall have 24 new classrooms, likes of which are that of Walton or IIM Ahmedabad, modern, ultra-modern classrooms, an auditorium of great capacity, a laboratory block. So these are all the facilities currently under construction. Within 2026, they will all be ready for use. And when in the next year we have Epitome, we can talk about not only 1,055 students in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, possibly we can start thinking about 3,000s and 5,000s as we go ahead. Not only that, we already now, we were so far talking that we are in the process to have land, additional land. Now, last 2 months back, we already got the complete control of 79-acre land in the city of Vadodara, 12 kilometers from here. Now this land is in our possession. We shall build the master plan and create additional facilities, new master plan, new campus, additional campus, so that possibly in 2030 we can have maybe 4,000 or 5,000 students and officer trainees together. High impact project, 2 research projects I already highlighted, New South Wales government and as well as the Airbus. I want to thank you for listening to me. In summary, I want to thank all the distinguished guests that despite being a weekend, you chose to travel from wherever you are to Vadodara. Many times there may not be direct flight. You have to come to Ahmedabad, maybe take 2.5 hours road journey. But you have chosen to come here. It means a lot to us. We want to listen to you, not merely in terms of what all you know. We want your active guidance and suggestion on what we should do better at GSV and how we can partner so that whether railways, whether aviation, whether maritime, whether logistics, all areas, what we can do together. If Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is set up as the only university in India, I want to assure from Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya that we shall do everything possible to make sure that aspirations of 1.4 billion people of India through parliament is met when they set up Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your... Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for setting the tone of Epitome 2026. Your vision for advancing education and innovation in transportation and logistics continues to guide and inspire the entire student community. It is said that the strength of a nation is reflected in the strength of its infrastructure. Today, to kick off Epitome 2026, there is no better way to begin than by hearing from a leader who has literally laid the tracks of India's future. To open our flagship sessions, we are honored to host a veteran of the Indian Railways. It is my privilege to introduce Shri Mrityunjay Pratap Singh, Director, Operations at Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. A 1991 batch IRSC officer, Shri Singh has had a distinguished career in the Indian Railways and infrastructure sector. After serving Indian Railways in various capacities, he joined Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, where he has played a significant role in the execution and delivery of major railway infrastructure projects across the country. Over the course of his career, he has had associated with the delivery of more than 1,500 kilometers of railway projects, including landmark developments such as the new Pamban Bridge and several important bridges across major rivers like Ganga, Yamuna, and Chambal. With his extensive experience in transportation infrastructure and project execution, we are truly honored to have him with us today. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Shri Mrityunjay Pratap Singh. Sir, may I
In a
request you
nation
to...
of a billion aspirations, progress isn't just built, it's envisioned, engineered, and designed with purpose. Established in 2003 to accelerate India's rail development, RVNL today has evolved into a global infrastructure powerhouse. From concept to commissioning, Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, empowering progress, delivering excellence.
A very good morning to all of you. I'm very much honored and privileged to be invited to fourth version of Epitome 2020-26. I'm very much thankful to Professor Manoj Choudhary sir, who has been instrumental in setting up the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Distinguished guest, Dr. Abhay Paslikarji, Director, National Aerospace Laboratory, Bangalore. Mr. Rakesh Ji, Director, Services Development, Alstom, India. Professor Arnab Mathi, Department of Aerospace Engineering, IIT, Bombay. Mr. Dimitri Pryakin, who is our partner in Kinet Engineering, who will be spearheading the construction of sleeper Vande Bharat coaches for Indian Railways. Mr. Sekhar Mehta, Director, Technical Transportation, AECOM. Ms. Hiral Rajput, Head of People's Function, MERS. Mr. PRS Mani, Executive Director, Aerospace, India. Distinguished faculty members and the bright students. It is always nostalgic to come to this campus, GSV, where we started our journey way back in '92 as a railway officer, when this was known as Railway Staff College. This campus is filled up with energy, and it is combination of heritage and the development. When we see the Lal Bagh Palace surrounded by the lush green forested area where you can see the peacocks moving in the morning, it fills up with the energy. And I'm very sure that the bright students who all are assembled here, they are the future logistic of India. They will spearhead the journey of India to become a Viksit Bharat by 2047, which has been set as ambitious target by our Honorable Prime Minister. When the country will turn 100 years of independence, we are very sure that India will become a Viksit nation with an economy of more than 30 trillion US dollars. There is a famous saying in transportation and infrastructure planning that if you want to understand the future of the country, you have to look at the strength of its connectivity. And providing seamless connectivity is the key to have the best possible infrastructure. The speed with which goods move across the country determines the speed at which the nation develops. So, I'm very sure that whatever the students are being trained in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, they will determine how we country logistics is planned. India stands at historic moment as we move towards a vision of Viksit Bharat of 2047, when our nation will complete 100 years of independence. Our aspiration is not only to become a 30 trillion US dollar economy, but also to build one of the most efficient transportation and logistic ecosystem in the world. To become globally competitive in the world, the logistic cost is a very important factor. Currently, due to multiplicity of the transportation and the not so efficient transportation network, the logistic cost stands around 12 to 14% of our GDP, which we have an ambitious target to bring it down to world standard of 7 to 8%, which will make our products more competitive worldwide. We will be able to save on the cost of transportation, and the transportation will become more environmental friendly as we move from the fossil fuels to more efficient form of the fuels and transportation of the future. Recognizing this challenge, Government of India has launched the transformative initiative like PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and the National Logistic Policy, which aims to integrate roads, railways, ports, airports, inland waterways into a coordinated national logistic network. What is the need of our is that we should not have a duplicity of the transportation system. The people and goods should move, which is the most efficient mode, where airways is required for moving long distance people. We should develop airways. Railways is required for mass movement of the people as well as the bulk goods across the nation for fueling our industry or taking the products from their hinterland to the ports for export. The planning to develop most efficient transport network is the component of logistics, as it is to avoid duplicity of the choices. Major investments is being made in the country in form of dedicated freight corridors. 2 dedicated freight corridors are already functional, and another corridor, east to west corridor, starting from Dankuni to Surat, has been recently announced. So dedicated freight corridor is already moving at least 16 to 18% of the major arterial transport by railways on busiest route. And in the future, dedicated freight corridors will determine how fast the bulk goods move across the country. Besides that, a high-speed corridor is already under construction at a very rapid pace between Ahmedabad and Mumbai, and 7 new high-speed corridors have been announced. I was privileged to be associated in an initiative which is called Diamond Quadrilateral of High Speeds, where we conducted feasibility studies across the country on all major routes which forms the Diamond Quadrilateral of the country. And in the coming days, we'll see that we have got an efficient transport network in form of high-speed rails, where across the major cities, we'll be able to travel by road in 3 to 4 hours time. As far as Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is concerned, it is not just a university. As Professor Choudhary has pointed out, it has got a very strong culture of collaboration with the industry, which is the basically need of the hour. Learning in a isolation in academic manner and getting associated with the industry are two different things. When industry and academic collaboration is very strong, it helps not only in development of the students but also of the nation as a whole. So I'm very sure that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya will become a symbol of not only logistic but industry academic collaboration in the future also. The students here are not just pursuing their degrees, they are also preparing to become the architect of the India's mobility and logistic evolution. And with very strong focus in railway engineering in different courses, because railways has got a very bright future in the country in form of not only Indian railways but high speed dedicated freight corridor and metro networks. Now India is having the third largest metro network in whole of the world, and at the pace metro is getting developed. We have got more than 1,000 kilometers of metro network already in the country, and in another 1,000 kilometer metro network is under construction, which is likely to be completed in next to 4 years time. So in future, every major city as well as what we call group B cities also will have a major metro network, because it is the need of the hour. We have to move from personalized transport to metro or efficient mode of transport so that the cost of transportation becomes less and it is environmental friendly also. As we look towards 2047, in my opinion, three forces are going to shape it. One is integration. We have to have a seamless integration, multimodal integration of various transport and logistic sectors, be it railways, roads, highways, airports. So we have to plan our transportation system in such a seamless manner that multimodal integration is very seamless and people don't have any hesitation to move from one mode to another mode. And it involves not only the physical infrastructure, but it involves the infrastructure in form of IT also. The ticketing should be seamless. It should be, should be able to use the same ticket across very other forms of the transportation, be it railways, be it bus, metro, or wherever inland waterways there, we should be able to use those also. Second is, most important is the use of technology, be it artificial intelligence, data analytics, digital logistic platform, and in smart infrastructure. The highways should have such a way of tolling that we don't have to stop anywhere for paying the tolls, which not only have a cost in form of time involved there, but also a lot of fuel is got wasted at the various toll points. So seamless tolling is also one of the important factors. The traffic management system in the city should have very seamless so that the stoppages at various points are reduced to great extent. And third and most important in my opinion is the sustainable. Sustainable transport is need of the hour. In future, we have to move from the fossil fuels, which are damaging the environment in a big way. So in coming days, the sustainable transport should be planned in all across the various sectors. Dear students, the infrastructure we build today will determine the prosperity of the generations to come. As the India will celebrate 100 years of independence in 2047, many of the transportation sectors, systems that power economy will carry the imprints of the young minds like you. And I'm very sure that the kind of training which is being imparted to all of you in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya you will come up with the top-notch technocrats of the future. Let us all work together to build a transportation and logistic uh, ecosystem that is efficient, sustainable, and globally competitive. Because the connectivity improves the opportunity and multiply and nation rises. So I'm very sure that all the students here, they are not only academically trained, but they are holistically trained also, and they should use the best of the facilities available in the campus for their wholesome development, whether it is in academics or in fields of various sports, which will train their minds and bodies to become a future citizens. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful for your valuable contribution. Your insights made a lasting impression. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Shri Rakesh Ji, Services Development Director, India at Alstom Transport India. With over 3 decades of experience in engineering leadership and technology development, he has contributed to the design and delivery of complex subsystems, including electric locomotives, metro and suburban trains, and advanced engineering technologies. He has led large global engineering teams and played a key role in the Madhepura Electric Locomotive Project for Indian Railways, one of the largest locomotive manufacturing initiatives in India. An alumnus of IIT Delhi, Mr. Rakesh continues to drive innovation and operational excellence in India's rail and transportation sector. Please join me in welcoming Shri Rakesh Ji.
Professor Manoj Choudhary, uh, Mr. Murtyunjay Pratap Singh, Mr. Abhay Pashilkar, distinguished guests from the industry, respected faculty members, and dear students. It gives me a great pleasure to be in front of all of you to participate in this event, Epitome 26, which we have been doing since a couple of years, sponsoring it. So we feel extremely proud and privileged I feel proud and privileged to be standing here representing Alstom for this event, which is focused on how the country is moving towards Viksit Bharat 2047, how GSV is taking the logistics area into that direction, and how industry is participating in this. So today, I would like to discuss a little bit about the contributions of Alstom India for Viksit Bharat 2047 in transportation sector. As you're aware, Alstom is as a pure rail player. We are world's leading provider of the, mobility solutions, smart and sustainable mobility. We are in the forefront of introducing many breakthrough technologies in India and world-class rolling stock, rail equipment, infrastructure, signaling and services. With India projecting 50% urban population, high capacity rail is the sustainable backbone necessary for Viksit Bharat. Mr. Singh already made it very clear through his experience and direct involvement how this plays a key role in not only urbanization, in logistics cost reduction, and how the multimodal facilities that are coming together will play a key role towards this Viksit Bharat 2047. Alstom has an extensive footprint in India. We have 6 manufacturing facilities where 3 facilities have manufacturing of trains. We have Iloco manufacturing in Madhepura. We have a train manufacturing facility in Sri City. We have a manufacturing facility right in this city, Savli, where we are delivering, key trains for the country. And we have 5 engineering centers. We have nearly 7 to 8,000 high-class engineers working on various projects in India for Globe, and in India for APAC also. And over 13,000 employees, we are playing an integral role in modernizing of the transportation and paving way for greener transportation in the Indian Railways. For the Indian Railways ambition to become the first green railway by 2030 and India's 2070 net zero emissions target. So some of the key contributions that we have made in this regard are: we are pioneering Make in India, for India and for world. Alstom is delivering world-class rail-based mobility solutions. Some of the examples: we are the key suppliers of rolling stock, signaling, maintenance to nearly all the metro projects of the country. Delhi Metro, Chennai Metro, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Kanpur Agra, Indore, Bhopal, Kochi and Pune. Literally most of the metros that are going on in India, we have one way or the other, we have contracts either in the rolling stock or signaling or infra. We are delivering driverless trains for Chennai Metro and CBTC for, which are all advanced technologies, CBTC for Mumbai Metro. Currently, we are building 800 twin Bobo locomotives in our Maharashtra factory, which is going to, the vision was to transform the logistics of this country. These trains were built to run in the dedicated freight corridor. We have 2 segments open. In one of the segments, we have built the OCC also, where our train runs. And this train is one of the most powerful locomotives in the world. This locomotive is designed in Bangalore, manufactured in Madhepura, and delivered to Indian Railways. And we are now one of the 6 nations which can build such a powerful locomotive in the country. We have designed and we have delivered. Now, based on this, we are even designing a locomotive for Kazakhstan, which is very similar to this locomotive. This experience, we are using it for building a locomotive for Kazakhstan, which will be manufactured in Kazakhstan but designed in India. We are supplying propulsion systems and traction components for Vande Bharat sleeper trains. And we are delivering Namo Bharat trains for NCRTC, the first and only semi-high speed train, which is what we were discussing a few minutes back by Mr. Singh, where from cities to suburban, you have these high-speed trains, and then you have metros which connect, from the stations to your residences. The last mile connectivity is another part. But this is where, in each one of these things, Alstom is, very proud to be associated with the country to deliver all these, high technology, products. Alstom introduced the ETCS, European Train Control System, Level 3 for Namo Bharat RRTS. This is the global debut. We are very proud to say this. It's a global debut that enhances passenger safety and reduces the transit times. We have Savli and Coimbatore, which produce, Savli is right here in Baroda, modern coaches, bogies and propulsion systems for over 70 projects across globe in 5 continents. So we should be very proud of this, because the propulsion kits that we produce in Coimbatore and coaches that we produce in Savli, they go into modern trains which are running in Europe. Over 33% of the global engineering activities are executed in India in rolling stock, in signaling and in services. So 33% of all engineering of Alstom, which is millions of hours, is being done in India. So which means the engineering skill, the depth and the ability to take engineers into our roles, produce them as train them as world-class engineers and produce the trains in the country. The whole ecosystem Alstom is influencing in a positive manner. We have delivered the first electrification and signaling solution for EDFC's first fully operational section of Bhavpur and Kurja, the OCC, which I was referring to, that is in Prayagraj. So we are contributing in many ways. One of the important things I would like to say is our solutions are built on eco-design principle. They are very highly reusable, recyclable, recoverable. So our Mumbai Line 3 train, which will be the aqua line that you will see in your internet and all that, 96% parts are recyclable, 99% parts are recoverable. So um, we are supporting thousands of direct, indirect, and induced jobs, fostering high-skill engineering workforce for future of the country. So we are very, very proud to be associated with GSV as well, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Professor Manoj Choudhary said, we are taking part in academic council and board of studies, and we are sponsoring students for their internship. We are absorbing the students. So we are very proud to be associated with Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya in the journey towards Viksit Bharat, and we are contributing in our way to the industry by delivering high class and world class products designed and developed in India. And we will continue our journey with Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya in all possible ways. And I wish all the students here and the faculty members the very best, and we will be your partner from the industry to help the faculty to deliver high class education to students, and when the students come out, they should be industry ready. And to the extent that we are planning, we will be absorbing the students as well into our organization. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights and experiences with us. Your perspectives today have truly enriched this gathering. May I request our esteemed dignitaries on dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, Dr. Abhay A. Pashalkar, Shri Mrityunjay Pratap Singh, and Shri Rakesh Ji to kindly occupy their seats in the front row.
May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, to kindly come forward and present the memento as a token of appreciation to Shri Mrityunjay Pratap Singh. I would now like to respectfully invite Shri Mrityunjay Pratap Singh to kindly come forward and receive the memento. With this, we come to the conclusion of the inaugural session of Epitome 2026. On behalf of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, I would like to sincerely thank our respected dignitaries, speakers, faculty members, and participants for being a part of this inspiring beginning to our annual Tech Fest. We will now break for tea. Kindly reassemble after the break at 11:30 a.m. for the next sessions of Epitome 2026. Thank you, and we hope you continue to enjoy the event.
Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Mic checking. One, two, three. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. ये निकालना है एक ही पकड़ना क्या बोलना है ये निकालना है अच्छा निकालना हेलो 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 एक मिनट लैपटॉप उठाओ ना ये निकालना then stage is better always so I can go there सर को एक माइक लगा देना कॉलर माइक लगा दो
हेलो 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 चेक 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 हेलो बस हेलो हेलो बस बैक हेलो 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 साउंड चेक हेलो चेक 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 हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो ठीक है
हेलो हेलो ओके दिस लेवल इज फाइन हाँ वहीं से बंद करता हूँ इसको बस ऑफ कर दो ना
हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो हेलो माइक चेक हेलो ठीक है ओके साउंड्स गुड
I request everyone to kindly take their seats as we will be beginning shortly. Hello. Good afternoon once again and welcome back everyone. We hope the tea break provided a pleasant opportunity for networking and reflection. As we reconvene, we step once again into the dynamic atmosphere of Epitome 2026, a platform designed not only to celebrate technology but also to bridge the gap between exciting academic learning and the rapidly evolving landscape of industry. Events like these are not merely celebrations of technology, they are opportunities for students to engage directly with the ideas, industries, and the experts who are shaping the future of engineering. They encourage us to look beyond classroom learning and understand how technologies evolve in response to the real world challenges. In this segment, we turn our attention to a domain that quite literally moves the nations forward: railway and surface transportation systems. From high speed rail corridors and freight logistic networks to intelligent signaling systems and multimodal transport integration, this field represents one of the most complex and impactful areas of modern engineering. It combines infrastructure, technology, planning, and large scale project execution to build mobility systems that support economic growth and national connectivity. With this perspective, we now begin the next technical address. Now, it is a great honor to introduce our distinguished speaker for this session, Dr. Abhay Anand Pashilkar, Director of CSIR, National Airspace Laboratories, Bangalore, the largest constituent laboratory under CSIR and the only Indian laboratory dedicated to civil aviation. Dr. Pashilkar is a globally recognized aerospace scientist who has contributed to several major national aircraft programs, including LCA Tejas, MiG-21, Mirage 2000, Jaguar, Hansa, Saras, regional transport aircraft, high-altitude pseudo-satellites, and airships. He completed his BTech honors from IIT Kharagpur and earned his ME and PhD in aerospace engineering from IISc Bangalore. Since joining NAL in 1993, he has played a key role in developing technologies related to modeling, simulation, control law, and handling qualities for the LCA Tejas program. Dr. Pashilkar is also the recipient of prestigious honors, including the CSIR Young Scientist Award, the Indian National Academy of Engineering Young Engineer Award, and the CSIR Technology Award. We are truly honored to have such an accomplished scientist with us today. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Abhay Anand Pashilkar to share his valuable insights with us.
I hope you can hear me. Yes, thank you. And let me just check whether the slides are moving. Yes, thank you. So it is indeed a great pleasure and privilege to be here to Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. This is my first time in Vadodara and first time at GSV. And I'm really happy to see the students, and I'm keen to meet all the faculty here. So firstly, we already have an association. Dr. Omkar Halve happens to be working with us. I will go back up there. Happens to, who is with you now, was with us. So I guess that is a connection already, even though I have not had the privilege of being here and meeting with you or talking to you. And when it comes to transportation in general, apart from civil aviation or civil transportation, I am also a student like you. So please don't mind if I repeat some things which I'm just underlining them for all those experts here who already know and understand it much better than I do, just so that we have a conversation going. That's really the aim. And the National Aerospace Laboratories was founded in 1959 in Bengaluru, as you know. We have two campuses very close to each other. We have access to the HAL runway. We use it for our flight testing. But more importantly, we are part of the CSIR, so the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. There are about 37 laboratories and various centers within CSIR. And CSIR covers not just engineering, we are part of the engineering group of laboratories, but also almost everything in science, whether it's biological, chemical, or mathematics, information science, and so on. So we do extensive work in all these areas. And today, mostly you will find that many of these are multidisciplinary in nature, and so is transportation in that sense. It covers so many modes of transport. So I'll be happy to share our understanding, my understanding particularly about this, and how aviation fits into that, what CSR NAL in particular is doing, and how we see going forward engaging with institutions like the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya and other academic institutions, as well as industry, because the I in CSR stands for industrial research. So it's Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. So we are also having a mandate, just as you have wonderfully demonstrated, the Hon'ble Vice Chancellor has mentioned, that you're so well connected with the industry and you're inspired by the industry and the other way around. So that's something which CSR also has a mandate, and hopefully I'll be able to convey to you what we have been doing and what we wish to do in view or in line with that. So thank you. I will probably move on to the stage and see whether everything works. Yes, it does. Thank you. So broadly speaking, if you want to categorize NAL in particular, so we started off by building some of the largest and most well-used testing facilities, primarily aerodynamic testing, as you can imagine, because we are aerospace lab, but also many other facilities. Some of them are captive for the Indian Space Research Program, like the acoustic test facility. It's also used by DRDO, the wind tunnel test. And also, if you know that the Indian Air Force has a lot of these aircraft traditionally, like the MiG-21s and so many which were mentioned, which require life extension from time to time, even if the OEMs are not providing that. So on the structural side as well, we do a lot of work for life extensions. Today, integrated vehicle health monitoring is also coming into picture, so that's another very interesting and important area. Apart from testing, we also do applied research, various kinds of material science coatings, technologies which enhance the life, improve the corrosion resistance, give hardness or other properties, surface engineering, surface modifications, which are in service of various aircraft programs. And lately, in the last few decades, at least 3 or more decades, we have been, as mentioned, working on the civil aircraft program. So you see pictures of some of the aircraft. The one at the top is a 2-seater trainer aircraft, so important today for the country in terms of how many pilots that we are able to create in order to address the demands of, growing demands of civil aviation in particular. And then you have the 19-seater commuter category aircraft to connect our tier 2 and tier 3 cities to the larger metros and so on. And also the regional transport aircraft, of which we dream that in future it will very near, soon it will be launched in the country. So this is our mandate. As you can see very clearly, We are into technology development and as well as building small and medium aircraft, and we support all national programs, as I mentioned, whether it is the DRDO or the ISRO. And of course, we aspire like you to be a premier institution, providing the best that the country really needs in terms of technology. In a nutshell, these are all the various areas in which we work. So these are our core areas. And you will notice that anything in the atmosphere we do. So we have divisions which cover the material science aspect, the structural aspect which I mentioned, the aerodynamics aspect, the power plants. We make small gas turbine engines, we make internal combustion engines like the Wankel engine. We have both computational expertise, we have experimental obviously expertise in terms of test facilities. We have a unique capability to do accident investigation, which is part of our material science. We also develop aircraft instrumentation for runway visibility, so important for the northern part of the country. We are known for our excellence in composites, composite structures. In fact, in the country, we are the leaders in that respect. Co-cured, co-bonded structures which reduce the weight, which is so important for any aerospace vehicle. On the system side, we have aerospace electronics, we have flight mechanics and control. So the LCA Tejas flight control laws came out of NAL. We also have electromagnetics, I mentioned surface engineering, and so on. So again, anything in the atmosphere we do. Outside the atmosphere, mostly ISRO does. So we also support them in some of those activities. So coming back to the overall view, or shall we say the big picture on transportation, this is a chart which I have borrowed from the web, of course, and it's very interesting because it tells you, depending on the different countries and the continent of Europe, for example, what is the share of transportation by road, by waterways, by rail and by air. So obviously air is about 1% total, but there is a reason why it remains like that. And then you look at the mix and you find, look at India, so obviously much more by road, but surprisingly we have a large coastline, so there is great potential out there, whether it's through seaplanes or with shipping, that you can increase that. Look at other countries, look at US for example, how much the other modes of transport, rail and water are, or look at China for water. So all countries which have a lot of trading, you depend a lot on waterways obviously. So this is the broad picture. Whether India will flip towards something like China in the future, or Europe for that matter, or US, well, it all depends on how all these various modes come together and what is the right mix in the multimodal framework. So in terms of that, basically these are all well known. I'm not planning to read all of this, but we know the relative advantages and disadvantages of various modes of transportation in terms of cost economics, in terms of the speed at which you can deliver, whether it is human cargo or actual cargo, and also in terms of the greenhouse effect or the sustainability aspect which we have discussed in the morning. So given that, I will just summarize that for you in a sense that obviously when it comes to per kilogram of transportation, water happens to be really very effective, very efficient, and rail is not very far behind, and to a large extent so is road. Air transportation obviously is expensive, both in terms of, obviously because the energy required is on the higher side, and the carbon footprint obviously shows up there. But clearly, when you're talking of larger distances, as was mentioned in the inaugural address, there is really no substitute for air travel, especially for human travel over large distances, more than maybe 1500 kilometers. So that's why it retains its niche in overall transportation scenario, and that is where it remains. And of course, when we talk of sustainability, when you look at the global picture, there is a good, almost transportation is second in terms of greenhouse gases. In India, we are actually a little bit different, simply because our energy needs are completely driven by fossil fuels, and that is where There are other missions in the country where we are moving towards renewable resources. We have to come out of coal and other forms of, emissions which create these emissions. So I'm sure as transportation grows, this picture for India is going to change, and therefore we need to prepare for that. We need to look for sustainable ways of transportation as it grows, while we look for alternate sources of energy which are also more efficient. So whether it's solar energy, we are blessed with huge amount of solar power potential, wind energy, or even as we discuss sustainable fuels. Let's move now to the civil aviation side, because that's what really we have been working in. And the value proposition for commercial civil aviation is very clear. And this is not something which I have done, but this is what the ICAO has done, for example. So this is the value proposition here, that 40% of by value actually are moved by air. So although its share is less in terms of transportation, but high value, and of course, when it comes to human transport over long distances, there is really no substitute for aviation, civil aviation in that sense. That's the value proposition, and multiplier effect, because you need infrastructure, not just the aircraft, you also need to be able to go to the point of, where your airport is. So you have all these additional taxi services, rail, metro, all of that connecting through this, and therefore it generates almost 3.25 times, the output is generated, and in terms of job also it is able to employ. For every 100 jobs in transportation, you get additional jobs in other sectors. So this is a multiplier effect, and people attribute about 4.5% of world GDP to civil aviation overall, in terms of the activities associated with all of what civil aviation does. And when you look at the Indian scenario, we have been growing at the annual cumulative growth rate is upwards of 10%, and post-COVID it even touched 13% consistently, simply because there was that dip due to COVID. People have just plotted, this is from CAPA, which is one of the people who do research on this. Slightly older chart, but just gives you an idea where which country is. So developed countries, obviously their GDP is higher, and correspondingly their seats per capita is also much higher, and they are saturating some point, and we are somewhere probably down here, or maybe we have moved slightly up the scale. Look at China, for example. So there's huge potential for aviation to grow, and we all know why, because any other mode of transport, you need clear path from source to destination. With air aviation, relatively easier to set up airports and then allow vehicles to connect you through the air. So those are some obvious things, but also as GDP grows, disposable income grows, people have a propensity to spend, because a little bit costlier mode of transportation, but that will also help in terms of more people wanting to fly. When you have more of business travel, you have more of economy growing, that also adds to that. We have new sectors like pilgrimage travel and things which are very unique to India, where it's not one person traveling, but the whole family traveling. So all of that is really going to give us a huge, so that's what explains maybe the 10% growth, all these underlying factors which drive it, which are going to drive it. So what is the civil aviation scenario like? So we have the UDAN scheme, everybody knows about it, where viability gap funding is provided so that new routes are opened up, and many airlines bid for them, and today perhaps I am in Vadodara because of that. And also Gift City, which is not very far from here, it's in Ahmedabad near Gandhinagar. They are now providing lease financing support, and we also hope to use their services. MRO, which was mentioned in the morning, is very important. As the number of aircraft grows in India, we have probably currently the single largest aircrafts on order. So obviously MRO has to grow, because the option of sending all those engines and where parts outside is not going to work out in the long run. In terms of what the airline cost structure is, the direct operating cost is based on the not cost of acquisition, but how much you are able to provide in terms of lease financing, because most of these aircraft are leased out, dry or wet lease? How is your MRO part, because that is the next important. And of course, the most important is the fuel. So if your fuel costs go up, again, your direct operating costs take a direct hit. So all these factors drive the airline experience or the airline side of things. And so therefore, all these are in the works. And we hope, because we are a research institution, that we will also start making aircraft in India. Not far from here in Vadodara, we have the C295, which is now going to be manufactured in India. The first aircraft is coming out this September. Similar joint ventures are being announced for final assembly lines in India. So that will give a boost to manufacturing, a very important sector of the economy which needs to grow if India itself has to grow. So these are all when aviation comes into picture. And you and I, who are the users in some sense, also would like to have a good experience while we are using these services. So there is the terminal experience. When you reach an airport, what happens to you, how long it takes to go through transition and get onto the aircraft in terms of luggage, in terms of your own check-in, security, all of that. So that needs to be sorted out, and there are many things that can be done in that front. Things are already happening. We know of Digi Yatra and perhaps many other things. Then again, in terms of actually reaching the airport itself, multimodal transport will play a big role, whether it's metro, bus feeder services, or any other modes or transport and so on. So ultimately, biometrics based, predictive analytics based, automation. I was happy to see in Ahmedabad airport one robot going around doing some cleaning. I guess it's not just an experiment, but probably a working thing. So more of automation, more integration. There was a mention in the early morning about having seamless integration across multiple modes of transport. Many countries have this. You have one ticket for bus, and you can, basically you have a seamless integration of all modes of transport, at least those on the terrestrial transport. So why not include air and so on? So those are all things in the works, and these things are going to make the maximum impact for the user experience part of it. And those are worthy of our attention. Similarly, every big city in this world have 2 or maybe 3 airports. So now the question is, you typically have one international airport and lots of regional airports, and there are reasons for that. Because when you want connectivity between tier 1 to tier 2 and tier 3 cities, if you bring everybody to an international airport, you will create congestion on that airport. So obviously you need other airports relatively away, but part of the larger city, conglomeration, suburbs, so that you can allow the regional transportation people to come there. So I think it would be a mistake to make more than one international airport in the city, because you're not solving the problem of congestion then. You will end up preventing, because you can't operate, if you're too close to each other, certain sectors you will have to segregate. So therefore, the better thing to do would be to have a regional airport in the same city, larger cities, larger metros, and one good international airport. So that's what the suggestion is, and there are obvious benefits of that, to reduce congestion, to boost tourism, better connectivity, and the low-cost carriers, which today all of us use and are happy about, and would love them to remain low-cost carriers, definitely can do better use of the regional airport rather than landing up at the main airport. So these are the thoughts. Of course, as I mentioned, there's consequential benefits to entire logistics and value chain and transportation of humans and cargo as well. So that's the thought process here. So again, important thing is, traditionally what happens is, there's a small city, catchment area is less, people willing to travel by air, willing to pay those airfares are initially maybe less, but then eventually as the city grows and the services improve, more of aircraft come in, so it starts growing, so then you start expanding your runways. So you need to have support from the ground infrastructure point of view, and the distance of runway, some cases it's not possible to expand because of geographical boundaries. India is it's a subcontinent in that sense. On the northern side you have Himalayas, and then rest of it down from the Gangetic Plains, maybe 10,000 feet is max altitude. So you have a different mix of aircraft operating, catering for the runway lengths, and we are known to be in the tropics, so obviously temperatures are higher, so you have hot and high conditions. So this is very typical of India. Your engines which are there, have to operate in these constraints, your runway length constraints, your temperatures and altitudes. All these make a big difference to how many passengers you can push through a particular airport in a single flight, for example, and then the occupancy and so on. So all that right sizing of the aircraft is so important in order to hit it right. Otherwise, your airline will make losses and overall aviation will not grow. So these are factors on the technical side which need to be considered whenever we are designing new aircraft or designing infrastructure or improving existing infrastructure. So that is the point I wanted to make here. And coming back to sustainable aviation, so important in terms of how we address future challenges of greenhouse gases and the consequential ecological footprints. So as I said before, aviation is important, although in the overall mix, if you look at the greenhouse gas emissions, aviation is about 8%, which I have highlighted there. Remaining is from other modes of transportation, more so from road, as we can all understand, especially in developed countries where typically use passenger cars and other means. But then, even though it's 8%, it's important for us to plan in advance. And clearly, it's the long haul flights which generate maximum of this 8% for aviation. And therefore, historically, aviation has been fairly responsible in terms of how modern jet engines performance efficiencies are improved. So that aspect is almost 80% more fuel efficient from the first generation of engines that were used for commercial aviation. And then sustainable aviation fuel, as rightly mentioned in the morning, is the way to go. And one of our laboratories, the Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun, has actually developed technology which they have transferred to the Mangalore refineries. And we hope to see that happening. Of course, again, biomass collection and its use is so important in order to achieve a reasonable amount of SAF. And most engine manufacturers support SAF in one form or the other. And both the Indian Air Force and many of our airlines have actually trialed SAF-based blended fuels because those engines support them. So this is certainly a way to go. So broadly speaking, when it comes to aviation, if we are moving towards a more sustainable future, SAF is going to play a very big role. Also, that is what is the first point there. Secondly, as I said, engine itself, improvement of gas turbine engines, turbofan engines, and alternate combinations. And then lastly, there is also potential to have multi-rotor configurations and relook at the aerodynamic configuration itself and come up with more efficient such configurations. These are all areas of research which obviously we are so much interested in. And these three things in different combinations is going to likely be the future. And large contribution will come from SAF, and therefore we must pay attention to that. And we must look at the technological challenges associated with new configurations, as well as with further improving the efficiencies of existing engines, and so on. So, just to give you a perspective, we talk so much about electric vehicles. This is a slightly older chart again. The point I wanted to make was, when you look at fossil fuels, so typically for a 500-kilometer journey distance, the kind of, so you have the system weight on one side and the fuel on the other side. So you can see how efficient it is or how much weight engine you need to carry. And the minute you shift over to hydrogen, what happens to that engine or the system size, and what happens to the amount of fuel that you need to carry for the same journey. So as you can see, things build up pretty rapidly. And although there have been great advances in lithium-ion battery and so many other technologies, now sodium-ions are also, batteries are also coming in, very popular for in many parts of the world, particularly in China. We also have a laboratory in Karaikudi called CICRI, Center for Electrochemical Research, and they are also into lithium-ion chemistry and others. But still the challenge remains, because the energy density of fuels, of cells is certainly much higher, much lower actually in fact, than the theoretical potential for it. So we can almost double it theoretically, but we haven't really solved the associated problems of thermal management and so on. So there is great potential for research here, just to say, but more importantly, when we are using these kinds of fuels, you also need to worry about other aspects. How quickly can you recharge or refill? So when you look at diesel or other forms, it's fairly easy to quickly refill and get on with the journey. Whereas other modes of transportation, you have to figure out, and then overall cost itself. So these are the factors which are playing into what's happening. Now let's quickly look at some of the civil aircraft projects. So this is the Hansa aircraft which I talked about. This has been certified in 2023. We have found a production partner, and all of those you know what happened in this December when there was a sudden cancellations of various kinds of flights and put all the passengers in hardship. We need pilots. About 60% of India's pilots are not our own, but we have to borrow from other countries. And so therefore we need pilot training aircraft, we need flight training academies, we need more of young people to get into civil aviation, become pilots, boys and girls. And we simply have to improve the infrastructure. And this is where this aircraft comes into picture, which we have designed, developed. This is an improved version, that's why it's called next generation. And we hope to continue improving it, which I have listed out at the bottom, which will reduce overall cost of acquisition and operation as well. So things like that, a lot of potential for that. We also are thinking in terms of our foray into electric aircraft to convert this aircraft into an electric platform, understand what are the problems and challenges. So we have already made a ground test rig. Very soon this month it will become operational. So first, the bigger challenge here is we in the country have never certified a powertrain which is pure electric for an aircraft. So that is really the challenge. And we will, of course, in due course, address it with the help of the DGCA, which is the certification agency. Similarly, I mentioned briefly about the Mark II, which is a 19-seater aircraft. This is a commuter aircraft. So it will connect tier 1, tier 2 cities and so on. The launch customer is the Indian Air Force. They need few numbers. It's a civilian aircraft. They will purpose it for carrying cargo or VIP or casualties, evacuation and things like that. So it will be multi-role in that sense. And we are right now in the critical design phase. We hope to fly in 2027, end of 2027. And since it's going to be dual use, so we hope to work both with this military certification and civil certification to get it dual simultaneously certified in both these domains. And we look forward to collaboration with international partners who will tell us, because some of these things we are going to do is a FAR 23 category kind of aircraft, which is not been certified in that sense in the country. So we hope to learn from the experts from either the FAA or the EASA. So we're working on that. And lots of test rigs are available, because behind every aircraft there are a whole bunch of test rigs to test various systems. So these are all facilities which are available, and people who would like to, who love aviation or would like to get their hands dirty, you are most welcome to please come and get engaged with us as students or researchers, and we'll be happy to do that. The next one, which I mentioned briefly, is the 90-seater regional transport aircraft, of which we have submitted a detailed project proposal, and the special purpose vehicle, which is an entity which will take this forward, that is, we hope, will get created soon. And once that happens, then this project also will take off. But apart from just taking components and assembling and creating an aircraft, this time we would rather like to look at how to indigenize. So you can see the picture out there, the pie chart explains to you roughly what is the overall cost of various systems on the aircraft as a percentage of the overall aircraft cost. So you can see in India, airframe is being done by many companies, whereas the system side, whether it's the power plant, the engine, the mechanical systems, the avionics, electrical systems, we have very few Indian entities working on those aspects. So indigenization of those things or localization of those things is so important. So therefore, with that thought in mind, we have essentially launched about 15 odd technologies which we think will directly benefit current and future aircraft. And these are all, in a sense, we will work with industry to achieve that. So that's the thing. We have some, so the pictures you see are the work which has already been done, but we need to build much more on that. And so these are all areas spanning electrical, avionics, structural technologies, as well as mechanical systems, as you can see. So you have some micro gas turbine there, some cabin air cooler and stuff like that, which are thermal systems, thermal mechanical systems and so on. So that's what I wanted to mention. But very important, if that happens, if we start producing, like I said, or assembling aircraft or making in India such aircraft, then obviously you need to have an ecosystem. So it's not just about putting it all together, you need to have suppliers, and above all, you need to have access to raw materials. Today, critical minerals is so important to many of these things, whether it is magnets or even basic aluminum alloys, titanium alloys, steel alloys, carbon fiber, for example. We do make carbon fiber in our lab. We have a pilot plant for that. These are all very important for lightweight structures. And ultimately, like I said, you need to have certification in place. Our certification agencies and our design agencies both need to develop an experience of how to go about doing it. Ultimately, of course, MRO, as was discussed before. So this is not a one entity kind of a thing, and therefore it needs to be put together, and that's why it is an ecosystem. And if India has to have a future, because we're buying and using so many of these aircraft, we need to work on all those fronts. So agencies like us who look more at design, but there are other agencies who look at certification. There are agencies which will do manufacturing, which are already doing manufacturing for some of the majors, aerospace majors, be it Airbus or Boeing in the country. We need to figure out a way of investing in all of these people that will create jobs, that will create opportunities, that will make us more Atmanirbhar, and that will lead us to Viksit Bharat 2047, and that's really what this is about. So let's move on. There was a brief mention, I think Vadodara, maybe because traffic is not that a challenge, but still Gati Shakti is working on how to further improve and make the traffic smoother. But cities like Bengaluru, some of you who have probably witnessed or suffered Bengaluru in that sense, know already how bad it can be. And so therefore larger cities have this challenge of how do you have the last mile connectivity from the airport. Airport is almost 40 kilometers away from the city center. So how do you connect that? So these are some of the thoughts and these are opportunities, and we hope to work with Gati Shakti and other institutes, IITs and so on to build together these kinds of multi-rotor systems. This is a different challenge. You're flying over a dense urban environment. So if the vehicle is not safe enough, there is not only fatality for occupants in the air, but also people on the ground. You know so very well when an aircraft crashes on a populated area, what can happen. So therefore, we need to address not just the vehicles and its redundancy, but also the space in which it is operating, the communication, navigation in such environments which are typically cluttered, would have dead zones and things like that. Also, in terms of the wind patterns which may emerge in an urban, highly populated, very, with tall structures and so on, that is another challenge on the vehicle side. But more importantly, how do you manage all of this? How do you manage the urban air traffic overall, and what happens when you have failures and things like that? So this is an interesting challenge, and we are hoping to start work on that. We already started some work on that, and we will engage with Gati Shakti as well. This is an interesting thing because drones are now, if you watch news anytime, you will only see drones for the last 14 days. That's what is going on, and before also. So we have an interesting drone. This is a high altitude platform. It is expected to fly at 20 kilometers, solar powered obviously, because to sustain there for long periods of time, maybe 90 days at a time, that's what we estimate it can do. We have got a subscale model, which is about 1/3 scale model. And just to give you a perspective, the overall weight of that 1/3 scale model is about 23 kgs. The full scale will be about 150 kgs. In that, the structure just weighs about 7 kgs, 7.5 kgs for the 1/3 scale model. And the full scale model, it will be probably around 50 or 60 kgs, not more than that. In fact, the batteries are probably going to take much more about 40% of the overall weight, and the rest is made up of other things. But you need very high efficiency solar panels, and you need a very good aerodynamic design, you need a very light structural design, you need the best batteries you can get in the business, you need the best solar panels you can get for all these reasons in order to be able to sustain there. It's an interesting project as a research project, but this is one type of drone. We also make multicopters for agriculture and other application. We are a civilian lab, so we do that as well. So these are some interesting projects I thought I will just let you know, so that on the drone or the unmanned vehicle side. And of course, we believe that all these things need to be done. There was mention by the Hon'ble Vice Chancellor about many of the things which we need to do as part of not just aerospace but aviation in general. So some of these are also related to aviation in general, the regulatory side, the taxation side, the skill development side. So important for us as a country to be able to have the right skilling for quality and so manufacturing and all of it. So that is another thing which we also work with the Aerospace Skill Council and so on. So these are some of the thoughts on that. And overall, as I said, it's a multidisciplinary approach. So systems engineering in general, I will not dwell into the details of that, needs to be part and parcel of every aviation engineer, because there are at least 5 critical disciplines which come together in a fixed wing or a rotary wing aircraft, whether it is aerodynamics, structural aspects, the avionics and electrical systems, the mechanical systems as I mentioned before, or the power plant itself. So we have about 5 of these major disciplines involving almost every branch of engineering that you can think of. So if you want to put together a vehicle, you need to have a good broad understanding of all those, otherwise you're likely to remain a specialist. And so modeling and simulation, because my career started with that, so that I consider is one of the important enabling elements which gives you ability to understand, predict performance at the very top, but also to validate the sizing of the various mechanical, electrical, avionic systems. When you're putting it together before even cutting the metal, you need to make sure a vehicle is stable and controllable. You need to make sure it's pilot friendly, so handling qualities is so important. You need to also essentially reduce the workload of the pilots and the first officers and anybody else who is either operating or maintaining the aircraft. So you need to design for all those things. So these kinds of models, both CAD models and mathematical models, really, so in a sense, digitization really helps. That's really the message I wanted to put here. And you can today put it all together using good project management skill. That is another area which is so important to run complex multi-domain engineering problems, where you have to handle a project in terms of its quality, to meet a certain scope, to deliver it on time, within a certain cost, and then to manage the technical risk which is associated with any new technology that you are putting in. All of it is a fairly complex job, and it's a continuous job and requires people to have those kinds of approaches and methodologies, and modeling simulation is one very key element, digitization is key element, collaboration across people without geographical boundaries through product lifecycle management. All those platforms are so important in terms of what you do with the original requirements, which tells you the scope, how do you keep track of it throughout the life of the project, math models as I mentioned, how do you handle schedule and cost. So these are skills. Typically in an engineering lab thing, you will be taught deep skills on a certain subject, but as you grow up and as you are having the ambition to put it all together, you need to learn all of this. And so many people do have a framework for doing it. Product lifecycle management itself is sold as a platform, and you need to have, essentially what we are driving at is everybody is touching the elephant in different parts, but it is the same elephant, it's not a different elephant. That's really the single source of truth, so important to ensure. And all of this essentially through platform. So I'll just conclude quickly. Basically it's all possible, and essentially there are tools available, both software and connectivity. Today you don't have to be physically together to be able to discuss, debate, review and arrive at decision making. Many of the work today is done across continents through these platforms, which enable us to create value. and improve, optimize as engineers and get better systems, more efficient systems, and so on. So multidisciplinary optimization also another aspect which works out. Model based I have mentioned already. And another conclusion I want to leave with you is today there are so many of these programs the country needs. We just briefly touched upon the light combat Tejas and the advanced medium combat aircraft, which is a stealth aircraft. There is aircraft required for the Navy, which is the twin engine deck fighter. We have instrumented and flown early warning systems, but we need to design the aircraft for that as well. We currently have a tanker which is again imported. In future, perhaps some of our civilian aircraft will be converted to tankers. Drones are the flavor of the day. I mentioned loitering munition is a form of a drone, and hopefully we will end up making more of commercial aircraft in this country. Cargo aircraft, that's another area which is of interest. Rotorcraft itself, HAL makes the ALH and so many of its derivatives. And thereon to multi-rotor systems is another part which will open up in terms of urban air mobility. Lighter than air vehicles like aerostats and airships is also being done in the country. ADID Agra, for example, leads in that. And I have shown you a glimpse of more electric aircraft. So all of this is possible. So it's quite exciting time actually to be in aerospace. Apart from other modes of transportation, no doubt, high-speed rails and roads and electric mobility and so on. So just my thoughts that we need to build up capacity to do this, and I'm glad to be here in a university which is taking this head on. And we need to bring in more practicing people. I'm happy to know that many of you are associated as professors of practice, and ultimately it's the user experience along with the R&D laboratory like us or academia and the industry. When we come together, only these things are going to happen at a scale and a pace which really this country needs and deserves. And wherever possible, partnering with global entities, you have done so very well. We also endeavor to do that for some of our programs. And skilling, quality, manufacturing design, all of this I mentioned already. Digitization, as I said, in general, Digital India is a key to achieve all of this. We need to digitize our historical knowledge database, but also build new systems on a digital format so that we can then use the power of sheer power of search and maybe AI as well in the future to really extract value from all of that data. Thank you.
Any questions from the participants? Thank you, Dr. Pasilkar, for that incredibly profound. Yes, sir.
I am Ashwini Sharma, visiting faculty here and chairman of Aeronautical Society. Sir, compliments for an excellent lecture and giving us a bird's eye view of what's going to happen and what is happening at the research level in the country. My question is, it's a question come a comment. I think our country lacks aeronautical university, the like of Cranfield, Embry-Riddle, ENAC in France. And maybe that is one of the underlying reasons that we have not been able to produce a big aircraft so far. People are working all over the country, as you said, the elephant simile, but they are not in one place. So do you think that if we were to set up an aviation university, that we will be in a better position, better equipped to achieve the task that we hope to do? Thank you.
So basically what you are alluding to is what model is there for us to synergize the capabilities and the potential with the country obviously has, whether it's in the military domain or the civilian domain, and to basically harness it towards something like what we hope to achieve or how we hope to achieve all those aircraft which we so much desire, we need.
and we need to produce, we need to design them to our requirements, our specifications, specific to our geographies and our problems. So there was some thought of an aeronautical commission long back. I mean, this is going on. If you know, CSIR was founded in 1942, so it was before independence. At that time, there was some conception of what science or what science should be done in this country. Subsequent to that, if you see, so we are part of that CSIR. Subsequently, if you see, we have the Space Commission and we have the Atomic Energy Commission. They report directly to the Prime Minister. And they have very focused mission mode projects. Whereas within CSIR, like I said, we have a whole family of 37 labs dealing with everything and anything, both science and engineering. So there is something to be said about having a National Aeronautical Commission. Or today, if we say gas turbine engines, there is one lab which is under DRDO which has been given the mandate. But you know, gas turbine engines, it's not about just the turbine or the compressor or the combustion chamber. It's also about materials. I think probably the biggest challenge is the materials. So how do you harness that? So clearly there is something to be said about the structure that we build which will deliver. If we have a structure which is designed to deliver publications and patents or some products, but not necessarily a mission, then you will get this, which you are getting, but you will not get the product. So the product part of it is different because every discipline may have to make a compromise. If I take the same vehicle, the high altitude platform or something which is challenging, and I only look at it aerodynamically, I will come up with a configuration, but that configuration may not be suited for the structures or may not allow me to carry enough battery or may have a challenge in terms of the solar cells or something. So almost always every design, I mean every design textbook will tell you that a design is always a compromise. And so how do you create people who understand sufficiently about, they may have deep knowledge in one or the other domain, but when it all comes together in a product, you will have to negotiate. And probably we are not so good at negotiating. Probably the project director is expert in some area and they decide that this is it and the rest can take care of itself. And then you have something which is overall suboptimal. So these are also challenges of how we train our scientists and technologists. Somebody who is one outstanding scientist, is he the right person to run the project? Is he a good decision maker? Is he able to take? So we have so many examples of scientists who are excellent decision makers. They may not have any publication to their name, but they have good common sense, I should say. So you have to make that choice. Many places people will take hard choices in the interest of the project, not necessarily the interest of the discipline, which may or may not be driving the project, but they will take those decisions because that is the right thing to do. You know, when you put it all together, it has to work. It's not just that one discipline is excellent and the rest below par, and then you will not have the vehicle what you want. So these are multifaceted challenges. How we prepare our leaders who are leading, who are the project directors of such aircraft projects, that itself is a challenge. How we put institutional structures instead of avoiding silos, that is another challenge. So, you know, as you see transportation, if I only talk of aerospace, so I have to expand my horizon to look at transportation in general, understand what is my place in transportation and not try to drive all resources and everything to aerospace.
So no, my point was that if you rightly said that people have different perspectives and he does his job and then he says, you know, if all of those guys are sitting under one roof, they can probably sort out their differences and you can come to a decision pretty fast.
Aeronautical Commission was a thought in that direction, that DRDO, ISRO, CSIR, academic institutions, whether all that can be harnessed towards a missions or mission mode, which is what happens in ISRO. Every lab in DRDO has a mission statement. Not every lab in CSIR has it's a very generic mission statement. You should work, so yeah. So maybe we can take it off.
Thank you, sir. We can discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pashilkar, for that incredibly profound and visionary session. Your reflections on the evolution of aerospace engineering and the strategic importance of indigenous development have given us a rare and valuable understanding of how high-level research and technological sovereignty shapes our nation. Our focus now shifts to the technological nervous system of our infrastructure, signaling and telecommunications. These systems are the silent guardians of safety and the primary catalysts for speed in modern logistics. To navigate this high-tech landscape, it is a privilege to welcome a leader currently architecting the future of Indian transit. Please join me in welcoming Sri Saurabh Verma, Chief Project Manager for Signaling and Telecommunications at NHSRCL Vadodara, a distinguished 2003 batch IRSSE officer and an alumnus of IIT Roorkee. Sir brings a formidable blend of academic rigor and field expertise. This career is defined by a mission first philosophy, currently focused on a historic milestone, launching India's first high speed rail. The professional journey behind this mission is impressive. While serving as an executive director at Eriset, Sir spearheaded the design of a pan India LTE network for the railways and established a cutting edge 5G testbed. From commissioning electronic interlocking at critical stations to finalizing complex utility shifts for the dedicated freight corridor, every project has been handled with systematic precision. Such dedication has earned multiple prestigious accolades, including the MR Award and honors from the MD of DFCCIL for excellence in project delivery. By driving technological sovereignty, this work ensures that our tracks are as intelligent as they are robust. As a gesture of our sincere appreciation and gratitude, we would now like to felicitate our esteemed guest. May I kindly request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, to please come forward for the felicitation ceremony. May I respectfully invite Sri Saurabh Verma to kindly come forward and accept a token of our appreciation for their valuable presence and contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Sri Saurabh Verma as we hear his vision for the future of high-speed connectivity.
Hello. Uh, Good afternoon. Good afternoon, respected Vice Chancellor sir, distinguished faculty, professors, and student of Gati Shakti University. First of all, I thank the administration and organization and organizers that I am being called for giving this talk, which is technical and basically helpful for you people, because you will be the future generation and this transportation sector will be the emerging sector. So there are so much of career opportunities in this sector. So I have made my talk on the basis of the modern signaling and telecom in high-speed railway network. Uh, as I was already been introduced by him, so I'll skip this slide. About NHRCL. NHRCL is the organization National High Speed Railway Corporation Limited. It was established in 2016. under Ministry of Railways, Government of India, to plan, build and operate high-speed rail corridors. Although it is including financing, constructing and maintaining as well as managing all the corridors. Joint venture between central government and the participating state government, whoever coming in the alignment. So this is the best example of achieving national goal with the local cooperation. Vision is to provide safe, reliable, sustainable, high-speed rail services with technological excellence, because we are the pioneer in high speed and we are making it. So technological excellence is very, very much essential. It should be at par of world-class technologies available and under development. No doubt it will definitely improve the quality of life of the Indian citizen as well as development of the nation. Mission of NHRCL to provide efficient and reliable transport. It's very important that reliability is very, very important, especially in all kind of field, air, road and rail. So reliability is much higher in railway case. So we are placed with the same kind of motto in NHRCL also. Connecting people across the nation with the high speed. So it will make the global blaze, making the cities decongested as well as joining the cities. One part that is indigenization and innovation, which is the Atmanirbhar Bharat concept. So on that basis, we are using the technology and innovating it and making it standardized so that it will be proliferated within the country, as well as in future we may export also. First question arises, why high speed rail? Because it was initially thought of, then afterwards this organization was built. I'll just touch upon a small the point one by one. Safe and reliable transport and world-class safety system with zero compromise in design. Second is city decongestion, especially in India where the population is huge, and especially in city like Mumbai, Bangalore, Delhi, where the transportation is essentially required to decongest the city. Otherwise, people from Mysore, they are coming to Bangalore for the job. So that is possible through high speed. Faster interconnectivity between the cities. So traveling at higher speed. Economic development, as the project is being announced, then economically the area is getting developed by itself. Initially the land cost prices is getting hiked by the announcement itself, and till it is getting developed, that area is generally becomes very, very costly and become hub for all kind of development, economic development. A good thing is environmentally sustainable. Uh, a single high speed train set carries the person which is equal to the multiple aircraft that can, or hundreds of car can carry. So its carbon footprint is much lesser than the road and air travel. This is a nutshell what the current project is going about. Ahmedabad to Mumbai, first high speed corridor. It is having 12 stations, and traveling time designed is 2 hours from Ahmedabad to Mumbai. 90% of our alignment is on viaduct. It is passing through the 3 states, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and a small portion in Dadar and Nagar Haveli. 7 kilometer, one peculiar thing is 7 kilometer undersea tunnel will also be there, which is again engineering marvel when it will come up. Just to have feeling of current project. So this is the viaduct where the track, OHE mast and noise barriers are being provided. This is the basic infrastructure of the trains to run. This is Anand station. This is not only the station but will be the transport hub, and with world-class facility, world-class passenger amenities, good connectivity. So this is our vision, and we are following, and we have proved till now, and by the time it will get commissioned, it will be quite matured. Now come to the heart of my talk. Why signaling is important in train running. Signaling is important for keeping the train separate. So channel capacity will be improved. Over the same track, multiple trains can run. It supports higher speed. We can't go higher speed without signaling. So the speed is getting increased. Definitely, there must be huge requirement and huge investment in input in signaling. Efficient train operations. With this advancement, utilization of resource will be much efficient. Energy consumption, day to day energy will getting consumed. It is getting predicted accordingly. It is being absorbed. Performance, punctuality, all these things will be achieved through better signaling. Like in Japan or France, there are some countries where the trains are running at 99% punctuality. So that is possible through signaling and telecom. And this is the no doubt foundation of modern automation that will give feed to the autonomous train system, and signaling is the enabler. Ultimately, we will go to driverless operations, driverless trains, autonomous trains. So those will communicate with each other, and without human intervention, they will perform the train operations. Now, in a nutshell, this is the history of evolution of signaling system. Starting from hand flag to mechanical signaling, then electrical, then electronics and digital. So in this one, with the time, there are so many things are increasing. One thing is cost of implementation, complication in the system, and third is speed. So definitely we have to go for higher speed with better system. This is the demand of the hour. We should have high speed transportation. What are the currently India is having experience, very good experience of railways, conventional railways, metros, and what are the changes required in high speed, especially in signaling point of view, signal and telecom point of views. Cab based signaling at a speed much higher than the 300 kmph, it's not possible from a human to observe and control the train. So signals will not be visible at all. So these signals should be provided in the cab with other informations like movement authority and how much distance it can travel. So this is the technology which will enable high speed train to run. Continuous train control. Visibility of a human is roughly 2 to 3 kilometer with naked eyes. The train braking distance itself, high speed train braking distance itself is 5 kilometer. So the person, if he sees something, some obstruction, some issues, he can't apply the brake or can stop just before the obstruction. So that is not at all possible. So automation is required, continuous train control system. So India is developing, India itself is developing, as well as high speed is having this technology. Currently working over it. Then communication system. Still we are using walkie-talkie in Indian railways in the conventional train. but that kind of system will not work in higher speed. So there is a scope of improvement in communication. Many places, especially in Europe, GSMR is being used for this purpose. But again, world is going towards the better solutions, and currently it is FRMCS based on 5G signaling. Automated train operations, track sensors. This is very big challenge. With 300 kmph speed, how the axle of the train are being sensed. So a few years back, this was also being developed, and axle counters are being developed which are sensing at this higher speed. High speed turnout. This is very new to Indian, which is required for high speed rail. Turnout are having one thing, it is smoother. Higher speeds means that smooth operations of even the changing line going over the point. Previously we were having that experience in a train, we were getting the sound cut like this. This is all because of gauge as well as point. So with this system, turnout is smoother and crossing is movable. Means maximum portion is getting shifted, your point is getting operated in a way that will give a smooth transition to the train. A simple jerk in high speed train will impact a lot and will create very much inconvenience to the passenger. Advanced safety supervision, as we are moving higher, no doubt safety supervision is very, very essential. Can't be done by a human, by his reflexes. And emergency stop system must be there, and which is being followed from various conventional as well as metro system. To start with, these are the technologies which are available in the market, and maximum people are getting deployed in this field, and things are getting improved. The people, means companies, are doing all R&D in this field. Computer-based interlocking, which is nothing but the electronic interlocking. I'll come one by one on each. Then high-speed axle counters, automated train control system, ETCS. This is the standard widely accepted in the international for train operations, train control system, European. So this is being followed, and it has to be followed. Then disaster prevention system, that I'll discuss later in the slide. Earthquake early warning system, and finally the communication backbone. Without this, all system will not work at all. So this is the backbone. Nowadays 5G has become proven, and FRMCS is under proof of concept in Europe. GSMR is getting obsolete. Interlocking is just ensure two different path of the train will not get submerged at one point, so that operations will be safe. So it is being taken care by the system, computer based. It reduces maintenance, improve reliability, and diagnostic is also very simple. And the best part is it is centralized, controlled from control center. Here it is like high speed, we are having OCC, Operation Control and Command Center. So from centrally it is being operated, monitored, even controlling is also possible. There are various kind of interlocking from different vendors in high speed. Interlocking looks like this. It's having reliability is too high, and definitely which is required. SIL4 product 5 nines. So this kind of innovation has really give boost to the high speed train, because we can't tolerate failures in the in conventional itself. It is very difficult to tolerate, because if suppose one train is getting lost, there will be a ripple effect. In high speed, there may be chances this ripple effect will be having much bigger impact. Axle counters, the best technology for track sensing, train sensing is axle counter. It works in harsh conditions also, and high reliability, uh, even direction. It can tell direction also, direction of the movement of the train. So this is the proven technology for the last so many, I think 2 decades. And currently we are following the same thing, improved version in high speed rail. So these are the practical placement over the track of axle counters. The automatic train control. When train is going with the high speed, there is requirement of having control of the train through automation. Our viaduct or viaduct itself is totally kind of guarded place so that nobody can enter abruptly, which is the initial requirement. Afterwards, even though some failure happens, some kind of disaster happens, during that time, train even mistakes by loco pilot, all these things should be taken care by the system. So that system is under development and many people are getting engaged in this. India is also developing its own covers. So ATP, ATO and ATS. These 3 technology is combined together is automatic train control. Automatic train control is the concept of controlling the train totally by the machine without intervention of a human. Even it is driverless, so no driver is required. Although there is no driverless concept in high speed. Then the best ATC is, as on date, is European Train Control System, ETCS. It's having multiple levels, 2 levels. One is continuous communication, another is intermittent communication. Only difference is cost is higher. So level 2 is the acceptable, widely spread technology as on date till the new technology of level 3 will come. Here communication will be through radio antennas, which is the right side. Now this backbone of signaling is now this telecom part, and best is 5G, or currently it is GSMR is being used, and wherever the new projects are coming, so it is trying to be implemented. 5G is trying to be implemented, upgradable to FRMCS. So, so here, this one. Okay. These are the antennas over the viaduct, and this will give smooth communication with onboard equipment and any of the maintenance terminal, mobile handset in the train. Even this will facilitate passenger broadband services also if it is been decided to be given. Apart from these technology which are hardcore electronics, so other are environmental monitoring and safety system which are required when the speed is increasing more than 200 kmph per hour. Here in this disaster prevention system, where if the wind velocity increases beyond some level, so the envelope framed by the train is getting distorted. So speed should be restricted during that time. So these systems are becoming come into existence with the higher speed. Another is rail temperature monitoring. When the because of higher temperature, because of expansion, the rail may get bulge, and we will get very bad experience of sitting in the train. And rainfall alert, when there will be a heavy rainfall, and because of heavy rainfall, the track parameters are getting changed and braking curve is getting disturbed. So that time some kind of speed restriction are required. So all these systems are mandatorily required for high speed train, for running the high speed train. And good thing, one more thing is earthquake early warning system. where seismic sensor is being installed along the alignment and near to that wherever seismic prone zones are there. So if initial P waves used to come, primary waves, so it used to sense primary wave and give instructions to stop the train. And this, because of this kind of activity, because of this kind of system in Japan in 2011, many lives were being saved. 2011, when very big earthquake has come, disastrous, it was disastrous. But during that time, train has come to the halt by the system, so damage was minimum. Otherwise, at high speed, earthquake is very, very disastrous. Overall, signaling and telecom technology of high speed rail, that is the requirement. Whatever is not being discussed, like cyber security, all systems will work over electronics. So cyber security is becoming nowadays very vital, and SOC, like safety control center, like this need to be established, and safety procedure need to be established. So that is the quite vast field currently. Many companies are doing research over it. Then simulation and training, OCC, command center, ETCS, or ATO, and radio system, 5G, and dashboards. Dashboards means all the systems, now all the system, whether it is telecom, whether it is signal, or even the mechanical systems are getting covered over the dashboards, and whatever the actions are required, it to be taken proactively instead of waiting for scheduled maintenance or when the failure happens. These are the technologies, whatever I have discussed, that is the current technologies of today. But in future, these technologies are expanding a lot. First is moving block system. Currently we were having blocks between the two stations and fixed block, that we are calling fixed block. After autonomous trains comes, moving block come. Train is going with its own block, and it's having some kind of envelope, a safe distance margin with other train. So other train with the same kind of envelope, they can't enter very near to each other till their block is there. So this technology is under development. Driverless train operation. So although it is being tried, but still its investment is huge, and some safety repercussions are there in case of failure, how to attend. So although in Delhi Metro we are having this kind of system, driverless train, in 7 and 8 lines also. So it is proven, it is not new to India, but no doubt all metros will work over this. AI-based traffic optimization. Uh, in India, we are having huge population. So we require more seats to accommodate in the train, existing network as well as high speed, even in metros. We are finding wherever the infrastructure is being developed, still demand is much higher than the whatever is being supplied. So during that time, we require AI-based traffic optimization, so that with the existing infrastructure, will optimize the maximum, whatever maximum possible. FRMCS, this is the concept and approved concept, and POC is also going on. Future Railway Mobile Communication System. It is based on 5G, and system is basically more aligned towards, it is being made for train operations, like prioritization. If the call, if the system is fully engaged in calls, then a driver want to talk to station manager or controller, then he must always get connected. So other call may get dropped, but he will get the priority. This system is not there in currently in this commercial operations. So this will be the part for high speed operation in future. Then cloud interlocking. Interlocking will not be at one place. Electronic interlocking will not be at one place, but at stations it must be at centralized location. And another thing is further beyond is on-board interlocking. Train itself will be the autonomous interlocking thing. So everything will be on board. Trains are running over the track. They are sensing. No need of having any kind of cable connections in fixed places. Again, POC is going on over it. POCs as well as development is going on. So these are the vast technologies which are there, which require so much input and so much skill to develop. Good thing is कि in recent budget new high speed corridors are being announced. So Delhi Varanasi, Varanasi Siliguri, Mumbai Pune, Pune Hyderabad, Hyderabad Bangalore, Bangalore Chennai, and Hyderabad Chennai. So for this there is a good opportunity for all of you. These corridors we require manpower, and good thing is with Gati Shakti University it is teaching skill based. When we were graduated during that time we didn't know about signal and telecom. We were only knowing electronics and communication. So it was of no use when we come out to the industry. So now this is the opportunity and we can grab it. Right. Thank you. Thank you very much and giving me the opportunity to talk. Any questions?
हाई स्पीड ट्रैक पे सिग्नल का डिफरेंस कितना रहता है दो ट्रैक के बीच? मतलब एक सेम ट्रैक पे दो ट्रेन के बीच में कितने सिग्नल का डिफरेंस होता है?
सेम ट्रैक पे ये एडजेसेंट ट्रैक पे
सेम ट्रैक पे एक के पीछे एक ट्रेन जैसे
एक के पीछे एक ट्रैक रहता है. तो करंटली ये है फिक्स सिग्नलिंग, फिक्स्ड ब्लॉक है. तो जो डिस्टेंस होगा आज की डेट में अगर बात करते हैं तो हमने 5 किलोमीटर डिजाइन किया हुआ है.
5 किलोमीटर सर डिजाइन किया
5 किलोमीटर
लेकिन
डिजाइन
सर
किया हुआ है.
आपने जैसे अभी कहा कि जब ड्राइवर गाड़ी को लेके चल रहा होगा तो उस चीज को वो ऑप्टिमाइज नहीं कर पाएगा कि सिग्नल मिस होगा कि जिससे हम सिग्नलिंग से समझेंगे. तो 5 किलोमीटर का डिफरेंस मतलब सही है कि और थोड़ा होना चाहिए?
नहीं, 5 किलोमीटर इज द मिनिमम काउंट. एंड जो इंटरलॉकिंग टेक केयर कर रही है इट इज टेकिंग केयर कि 3 ब्लॉक पहले ही उसको अलर्ट देता है कि योर रिस्ट्रिक्टेड मूवमेंट अथॉरिटी ऑफ द ट्रेन विच इज कमिंग बिहाइंड is only 5 kilometer.
Okay, sir.
So almost that train, opposite train, the train ahead is roughly 10 to 15 kilometer far, but this person is getting movement authority of 5 kilometer only. Then speed is getting reduced.
Okay, sir. Sir, just for example, just in NCR section of New Delhi to Varanasi section, there is a signal difference of three signal difference between the two trains. So maybe it's
that is automatic signaling, which is the conventional signaling.
Okay.
Right. So in this one high speed train, whatever I have told you that ETCS level 2, it doesn't require any signal in the field. Right. So it's having the driver is being told ki you are having authority up to this place.
Yes, sir.
Right. Then no signals are required for that. But in conventional, those are the fixed signals, and every kilometer there is a signal, and 3 signals behind.
Yes, sir.
Train is getting green signal to proceed.
Okay,
and when it is near, it will get proceed with caution, like yellow signal.
That's why we brought covers, sir.
That's why we are bringing covers. Drivers mistake को avoid करने के लिए कवच आया है.
Yes, sir.
कवच है ना, कवच इज रिक्वायर्ड जस्ट टू सी कि ड्राइवर कहीं सो तो नहीं गया, गलती तो नहीं हो गई, कुछ नहीं हुआ, तो एटलीस्ट इट विल अप्लाई ब्रेक.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
चलो, थैंक यू.
Hello. My name is Bharat Sarda. I'm from Kinet Railway.
Okay.
I'm the sourcing lead here. You mentioned that in the beginning of slide about this high-speed rail. mainly on the indigenization and innovation. We know this is a category where in India we still lacks that capability, be it supply chain ecosystem, be it product engineering, be it manufacturing, everything. And India is still not there. So can you please elaborate how are we going to achieve? Because of course, this is a future for, but product lifecycle management is only happens when we have a local ecosystem for all these things. And since I belong to same domain, like I worked in various metro projects. Currently, I'm at Vande Bharat, so we know how much important when it comes to managing the indigenization, especially in India. We have a very good ecosystem of Indian Railway, kind of LHB trains, which is predominantly existing in the Indian market. But this is a completely new categories. So I would like to understand what is NHRCL plan on this indigenization and innovation.
Yeah, very nice question. Uh, like we start railways itself. In railways, almost everything is being done by Indian Railways, except electronics. All motive power, coaches, rails, sleepers, everything is being done in India itself, except VLSI. Reason is this ICs are not being manufactured in India, and for that government has taken initiative, and it is giving so many efforts are being done in that direction. When we will have that IC making machines, then definitely we'll get independent in electronics. Software side, we are quite independent. Right. In NHRCL, what we are doing, we are learning all the technologies because these being the Mumbai, Ahmedabad being first project, we are learning the technologies and adopting it, standardizing it, locally developing it. And again, this ecosystem will get developed. Same thing we are able to do in civil and almost in track because we have come up to that level. Now electrification is going on, signaling is going to come. So in that portion also, we are committed to learn the things and locally develop it. Right. I hope I have given you an answer. Yes. This is a transfer of technology and development along with the PPP model with the private firms. And many of the private organizations are getting involved in implementation, understanding. Again, whatever is coming from Japan or from outside Europe. So we are just seeing, learning it, and we are trying to copying it. For Atmanirbhar Bharat, definitely we are all in this direction, and our priority is that one. Until unless this is the latest technology and we have to take from outside, so we are taking and we are learning it. That is the only way to develop ecosystem in India. Yeah. Hmm. Correct. Definitely, it has to be done. It has to be followed. ठीक. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that enriching and insightful address. Your perspectives have reminded us that railway and surface transportation engineering is not merely about building infrastructure, but designing mobility systems that enable connectivity, efficiency, and sustainable economic growth. Continuing our journey into the future of transportation and engineering excellence, we are privileged to have our next speaker, Sri Rakesh ji, sharing his deeper insights with us. As an alumnus of IIT Delhi with a legacy of leading global engineering teams, his insights bridge the gap between complex technology and real-world operational success. To share his perspective on driving innovation the future of service development at Alstom, please join me in welcoming back to the podium Mr. Rakesh ji.
Not showing direct. Presented.
I will manage it. So, good afternoon again. So, I'm back here today. The topic that I'll be discussing is condition-based maintenance and maintenance which is based on intelligence, of the detection that we do. And so, we have many maintenance contracts across globe. We have about 250 plus sites in 40 countries, and we work with our customers to make sure that they have uh, great availability and they have a great value proposition for maintaining their trains, and high reliability and high availability. Reliability is built in, but availability is managed through all these tools that we are talking about. So we have we have what is called as health hub, train scanner, flex care suites. And what I'm going to talk about here is the value proposition that Alstom brings to its customers across globe. So the issues that the customers are facing is the demand for capacity. That's the first one. You have to have maximum availability. This is what the operators want. The train should be available. Okay, and the demand is for also higher speeds and increased capacity needs, which the previous speaker, Mr. Saurabh, spoke about that also. So you have a restricting operating conditions, aging network, extreme weather conditions, which we discussed in the signaling discussion, and new regulations. And we have limited budget and resources. So with this, we have to optimize what value can be brought to the customer. So what Alstom does is we have extremely good technologies for condition-based and predictive maintenance. So we anticipate the problems before they occur through our digital tools and technologies, and we customize it also. We get nearly 200 to 250 different types of conditions of the train are monitored every 100 milliseconds, and based on that we build and customize the solutions for our customers. So we get reliable information and current and future condition of the rail assets through a smart combination of artificial intelligence and through our knowledge base. This is what the expertise Alstom has built, and we use this to provide the solutions through our data science, electronics, and artificial intelligence. So it is based on 3 pillars. So, sorry? Can you give the color so that you can preview? Yeah, because I cannot see that. You can go to stage also. You can press that. Yeah. Audible? Yes. Okay. So the main principles here are asset monitoring. Okay. With 360-degree view of the rail assets in real time. So we monitor how the train is performing, the subsystems are performing in a real time. We get the data to our servers, and from there through signaling and telecom, we send it to our servers. Then we customize it for the customers, because each customer has a specific operational requirement. We customize that using all the data, what we call as TCMS. The TCMS sends data to our cloud server. From there, we use this in the server in the customer premises to customize and demonstrate. I'll show you the screens where position of the trains can be found,
conditions of the performance can be monitored, conditions of the train can be monitored, subsystems can be monitored. You can go deep into the subsystems also to get the real-time data. Full transparency and performance of rail assets over time. So this is important for the customer. The customer should know exactly what is happening inside the train with the train. And this, what we are seeing here, we are already giving this in Indian Railways project eLoco, Madhepura. We are monitoring it in server in Sharanpur, and that is available to the customer today. Indian Railways is using it. Now we are bringing this to semi-high speed trains in RRTS. The data is already received in the servers, and the customer is able to see positions. It's in the last stage of implementation, but it's exactly same technology. So prediction of asset condition, this is the important one, where the knowledge base of Alstom comes into picture, and our understanding of the performance, our understanding of the operating conditions with the customer interaction, and the subsystem conditions, for example, traction, HVAC, door, master controller, all of them, they have their specific performance parameters, and they will be monitored, and there will be diagnostics where the impending failure can be found. Prognostics are also implemented through these tools. And we are going to bring that into RRTS project. So the value proposition will be, we get the rail assets, maintenance and operations know-how. The approach is always customer centric, no need to emphasize that. We have the state-of-the-art IT tools and platforms and sensors. The sensors are all based in the train and the subsystems. We also introduce based on the contracts, we introduce what is called as design for testability, through which you can check different parameters. And it's expensive. You need to put the sensors. Each sensor is very complex. While it becomes like a sensor, to introduce that into the train and then maintain it and use it, it becomes very expensive for the customer as well as for Alstom. So even one sensor failure can lead to a lot of availability issues. So we design it and build that into the subsystems. For example, we have nearly 50 to 60 sensors on the train, and we have several data points that come from the TCMS. So we use that as much as possible, the TCMS data, and then the additional sensor data. We use our operational knowledge, and we take the customer requirements, what we call as OCD, customers' operational constraints are taken into consideration, and this intelligence is built. So we have main solutions which are Health Hub, I'll show you in a moment, Train Scanner and Infra Scanner. These are the three pillars that help us to enable these intelligent services that we will provide. So we have deployed it in various, condition-based maintenance is already implemented in so many countries with so many customers, and this is just references. So you can see the benefits that we see is 30% maintenance cost is reduced, 30% train downtime is reduced, and we have a support model for train passenger operations. What we have, even already we built it into the Indian Railways, is we have the depot in Sharanpur, we have prompt response team, and we have the driver himself who is, he gets some signals where with his training and the data that we display on the screens, he can take some actions himself, or we bring it to Sharanpur. We have prompt response teams which go to the train and do the servicing, and all based on the digital alerts that the train provides. So this is the ecosystem. You have the train, you have signaling and telecom, and you have infrastructure. So this is the full system. And when this full system is integrated into what we call as Health Hub, which is a solution that we are giving for RRTS, condition-based and predictive maintenance of all rail assets is possible. All rail assets is train, the signaling and telecom, and infra. So what we do here is transforming the data into insights. So we get a lot of data from the train, and that should be transformed into data that can be used by customer and us as people who have contract from train maintenance. The customer operates the train, we maintain the train. So for viewing, you have operators, maintainers, transport authorities, and OEM. This depends on the type of contractual agreement that we have. So we have different tools. I'll show you in the next slides. Analytics and business rules. This is where Alstom's expertise comes in. Needs of the customer and Alstom's expertise, years and years, decades of experience with across globe and multiple product platforms, very high-speed trains that Mr. Saurabh was talking. We have semi-high speed, regional, we have metros, we have trams. All this knowledge base has been built into this product. That is what we do with the business rules that we build into the trains. And then the customer operating expectations are taken into consideration and we blend it and create it for each project. And then we transmit and data capture and then the analytics. So, we are seeing the world, how it is changing. Data analytics has become a part of this whole life, and now we are also moving into next level of all this. We already have the what we call artificial intelligence already in the trains, and now with these new technologies coming, so we are moving into higher level of data science, data analytics, and our expertise of the predictive maintenance, the ability to diagnose and the ability to bring prognostics. So we can capture the data from all types of rolling stock. We need what is called as, on the train in the TCMS architecture, we have what is called as netbox. Netbox captures all the TCMS data and transfers it to the server. That is the interface between the train and the server, and that is a must. And we transfer it through the signaling and telecom equipment, all Alstom signaling and telecom equipment, and dedicated data acquisition devices and maintenance related, see the SAP and Maximo. So what we have is, we are going to provide this, when we go to customer, if they don't have SAP, we provide through Maximo. So this is integrated with, some time back you were asking this question about, supply chain. So through SAP, we connect all this and then the supply chain is ensured, and it's an end-to-end solution. Without supply chain, you cannot keep the availability going. So we have multiple expertise and we deliver the data intelligence. So who are the people? Subsystem engineers. The subsystem engineers are like traction engineers, HVAC, door, master controller, all the subsystems of the train, battery, they are the engineers. Then we have maintenance engineers who need to go through that data, understand, and we customize it so that they get the understanding of it. Machine learning engineers, because we need to use the data that comes from the train into the servers and create the intelligent decision making abilities through machine learning. Data scientists, they are very important because we build the diagnostics and prognostics with the help of these people. And maintenance projects, finally the receiver of all this is maintenance projects. So we have viewing, where you have user-based view available on many devices like mobile, tablet and computer. What are these real-time view? You can see, if you have the devices, actually you can see this for what we have, this Madhepura electric locomotive. We do this, we see this like this, exactly like what you are seeing here. So it shows different trains. You can click the train, any one of them. For example, you can see it in that screen. So you can select the train, and when you select the train, it goes into the data, and when you click further, you can choose by the drop-down menu which are the subsystems, which are the parameters, you can check all that. So this is the ecosystem, is an integral part of the what we call as digital depot. So you can see in the digital depot, you have the operational performance center, you have the customer side where it is getting executed, customer engagement, and the big data analytics, which is in the centralized area, where this is very specialized area. So we don't keep it in the depots, but we keep it in the central engineering. So this solution is, it is tailored, it is integrated, it is open, secure, and we can continuously evolve because it's based on our expertise. The architecture is such that you can keep expanding as per the needs of the operations. As the customer gives feedback, we keep updating as well. It's happening today when I'm talking about all these things, it's happening, and we are doing it for Indian Railways. So this is how the screen looks. You can see different screens are there: fleet usage, fleet health, alarms, how many of them came, fleet mileage. You can customize and you can do so many things with this. You can pick up particular trains. All those are trains. They are in the fleet, and that fleet, where it is located and which train you want to see, and it shows the color has a meaning. Some of them, the yellow, green, red. Green is working fine, yellow is, hey, take care, it already comes. Red is something where the prompt response team has to go, or the train has to be brought back, and we do that. We get, for example, through the prognostics, hey, this subsystem is going to fail in the next 1000 kilometers. So bring the train back, you put it in the depot, you attend to that failure proactively so that you maintain the availability. So this is a real map. These are all taken from one of our customers, projects. So, I think it's somewhere in Europe. So this is for one of the fleets where you can see where the trains are located. And you can see here the dashboards. This will be customized, and whatever the customer wants, we can go to the level for slicing and dicing the data. The data scientists have built these rules, and you can check, get into the data and check the performance. This is different conditions of the, vehicle, so you get the real-time view and traffic light color coding. I mean, these are all customizing what is required for the customer. And these are the type of alarms that one can see when you go into the integrated overview of the alarms, traffic light coding. So this is like to say, whichever is the alarm that you want, you can customize that, and then you can deploy it for the customer. Automated troubleshooting. So it gives you notifications. It can create service orders, which is what is going to make your availability. The parts can be ordered. The question you are asking, that can be done through this. And service instruction, when the impending issue is coming, the person who is supposed to handle this issue also gets the digital work instruction on the tab or laptop in the working station that he has. So we have event monitoring, we have statistics, we can zoom in, we can check, all the functions of the train, different functions. You get into the details, you can get into great amount of details here. You can get the health status per train, date and faults. You can drill down into fault messages. It gives the fault messages, but you can get into a lot of details to see what does that fault message mean and which subsystem, which component, is it impending, do I need to take some actions? And filtering, the scope of analysis can be exactly filtered. For example, if you see 78 to 57, so you can filter there and you can get into details of that particular train that you are seeing on the right side here. So we have the availability and reliability reports that we build in, and then the contractual obligations can be met by Alstom, and the customer knows how his fleet is performing. And then we have asset life extension and predictive maintenance, where a certain life, which typically you will have a certain life that can be life extension is achieved through the actions that we are postponing. For example, you still have some life in the HVAC. You can postpone the maintenance, but that is based on the intelligence that we build in and the diagnostics that we have. So you can postpone the overhaul of, you see, it's condition-based maintenance. So you can check the condition of the HVAC, doors, batteries, AGTU, traction, while minimizing the risk of failure. So these rules are built into the diagnostics. So using those rules, we decide on the maintenance of different subsystems. So these rules are built in here, subcomponent replacement. So it shows based on the rules whether it is, you can continue or end of life or optimistic dates. It gives the probabilistic analysis. These are all visualization. You see, this is showing the degradation of doors before the failure occurs. So you can see it is performing well. It goes into yellow zone and it goes into red zone, and there the observed failure. So this is analytics report. This kind of reports can be built for any subsystem based on the performance rules, in some cases safety rules. They will be built, and this green, yellow and red, these conditions can be built based on the customer requirements. And you can see battery, you can go up to submodule. It depends on the type of platform that we have and the type of requirement the customer has and the type of maintenance that we have. So in nutshell, so condition based and predictive maintenance, they help us to make availability and reliability of our machines. It keeps enhancing. See, if you have a 95% availability requirement, it's impossible if you depend only on the manual methodologies or traditional methodologies. Maintenance engineering, AI and data science expertise is with the latest IT tools. They are all blended together to bring the value for the customer. Health Hub is our product, and it is, it's a product that we are deploying. We have deployed it in Sharanpur for eLoco, and we are going to deploy it in RRTS, the same product. So the FlexCare, is the term that we use. FlexCare Perform, which means Health Hub is the backbone, and then the supply chain, the maintenance, the digital tools, everything is used to provide the value to the customer. We also are evolving this solution, and it every year we keep adding the extra capabilities and new features into our tools. So this is an introduction, and this is what actually we are doing in a couple of projects in India. These tools are already under deployment or deployed. So this is a peek into some of the digital technologies that Alstom is bringing to India. So
any questions from the audience?
I can speak from here now. Yeah, one mic to him.
हेलो सर।
Yeah.
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि जो AG12B इंजन जो है, जब उसका हेल्थ का मॉनिटरिंग आप लोग सहारनपुर डिपो से पूरा देखते हैं कि उसके हेल्थ का क्या अभी सिचुएशन है करंट में, लाइव मॉनिटरिंग वहाँ से
Exactly, yeah, we do that.
हाँ, बट सर मेरा उसमें एक लूप होल है जिसके मैं रेस करना चाह रहा था कि आप लोग इसका वेट करते हैं कि लोको पायलट की तरफ से हमें कॉल, वहाँ पे आपने इंजन में दे रखा है कि हेल्पलाइन नंबर है कि आप इस पर कॉल करके हमें सूचना दीजिए कि वहाँ पे क्या समस्या आ रही है इंजन में। तो जब हमारे पास डैशबोर्ड पे पहले से हमें अगर दिख रहा है कि हमें ये प्रॉब्लम वहाँ पे दिख रही है कि ये है इश्यूज़ गाड़ी में जो इस लाइन पे डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर पे चल रही है फॉर एग्जांपल, तो हम उसको अपनी तरफ से उनको अप्रोच कर लें कि हो सकता है लोको पायलट उस चीज़ को ना समझ पाए। वैसे आप लोग ट्रेनिंग कराते हैं उनकी भी, स्पेशली फॉर WAG12B को रन करने के लिए, तो उसमें ऐसा नहीं हो सकता क्या सर?
See, I have to understand which specific condition you are answering, you are raising the point.
Sir,
In
I am
most
raising,
of them,
yes, sir.
in most of them, what you are saying is happening, because in Sharanpur you can see and you can actually advise the driver also if he calls.
Yes, sir.
In some cases, what happens when there is no sensors or things like that,
Yes, sir.
where the rules are also not built in, because 100% the number of parameters on a train
Because it's a
are
blue
massive.
elephant, sir. Yes, sir. Massive
So-
rolling stocks.
So some of the parameters may not have been built in. I need to understand which parameter you are talking about, but generally, for most subsystems, for example, a traction motor,
Yes.
you have an issue in a traction motor, you can detect it through the rules that are already built in. For example, traction system, HVAC, doors, not doors. Doors in VAC 12B is not intelligent. It's a mechanical door. So most of these subsystems, for example, Panto also, the behaviors are understood, the intelligence is built in, and the data is available in the health observer.
Okay, sir.
Okay, and that is available even to the driver through the intelligent DDU. But there are some things which are not really fully, may not be possible to detect. Impending failures, generally the train service affecting failures are detected. They are all built in. But there could be some which probably we need to upgrade, or we may not be able to build rules, because you require sensor, you require data.
तो सर इसमें एक इंटीग्रेटेड डैशबोर्ड नहीं बना सकते कि इंजन
We
में
can
भी
do that.
कि इंजन
We
में भी
can
एक
discuss
डैशबोर्ड
this.
दें कि जिससे कि लोको पायलट भी इतना अवेयर रहे कि आप लोग के साथ पैरेलली इंटीग्रेट करके वो चल सके.
Sure.
कि-
See,
क्योंकि जब सर स्पीड को बढ़ाएंगे 100 किलोमीटर से आने वाले समय में एक 120 पे ले जाने की टारगेट है, फिर
Yeah,
120 से 140
Yeah, you're right.
160 तक जाएगा, तो
120.
जिससे कि लॉजिस्टिक हमारा और तेजी से जल्दी से पहुंचे.
Sure.
और
See, the
क्योंकि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का पूरा इस्तेमाल तभी सही से हो पाएगा, क्योंकि थ्रूपुट भी अभी बहुत ज़्यादा है, क्योंकि इसके वजह से वो हो नहीं
I am
पा
with you. So I have to understand which specific case is this, and based on that I can even take this and go and verify whether why we cannot build it in Sharanpur service depot.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
But in general, if there is a sensor, if there is a data available on the TCMS, anything can be built, because it is that's what I showed. It
Yes,
is
sir.
expandable. It is flexible. It can be modular. You can go on adding. Okay, but which condition we are not able to show to the driver, we are depending on the phone. I need to understand that.
Okay,
Then
sir.
we can work on it, surely.
Thank
But
you, sir.
what do you do?
Actually, sir, I am an MBA logistics supply chain student.
Okay,
I'm
so-
not from the engineering background, but I have done my
But
math
we
honors.
can discuss and
Yes,
see.
sir.
Okay.
I am happy to.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Take this.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful and thought-provoking session. Your perspectives on technological collaboration and strategic innovation have given us a valuable understanding of how large-scale technological ecosystems shape the future of infrastructure and national capability. As we move forward, advancements in high-speed rail corridors, dedicated freight corridors, intelligent signaling systems, and integrated logistic networks will continue to shape the future of transportation. Once again, we extend our sincere gratitude to our distinguished speakers for sharing their valuable insights and inspiring our students to explore the vast possibilities within the field of railway and surface transportation engineering. May I now request our Hon'ble Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, to kindly come forward and grace us with his presence for the presentation of mementos to our esteemed dignitaries. As a small token of our gratitude and appreciation for their valuable presence and insightful contributions, we would now like to present mementos to our distinguished guests. May I request Sri Rajesh Ji to please come forward and accept the memento as a token of our sincere appreciation. Next, Next, I would like to invite Dr. Abhay A. Pashilkar to kindly step forward and receive the memento. Finally, I would like to invite Sri Saurabh Verma to kindly come forward and accept the memento. We once again express our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed guests for honoring us with their presence and sharing their valuable insights. Your guidance and encouragement truly inspired us. At this juncture, we will now break for lunch. May I kindly request our honorable dignitaries, respected speakers, faculty members, and all participants to please proceed to the lunch venue. We hope this break provides an opportunity for everyone to relax and interact, and we look forward to welcoming you back shortly as we will continue with the next sessions of Epitome 2026. You can proceed. I request everyone to be back at 3 o'clock.
लेकिन इसी के साथ 2047 के वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रा के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए भविष्य के प्रोफेशनल्स तैयार हो रहे हैं गुजरात के वडोदरा में गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में।
Like the speciality of this university is they are giving us it's not only about studies, it's giving us an opportunity to walk through all of the things.
एक यूनिक सा कल्चर डेवलप्ड है, हर क्लास को एक फैकल्टी मेंटर असाइन है, कोई दिक्कत हो तो उनके पास जा सकते हैं, कॉलेज के पास अपनी मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज़ है, अपना काउंसलर है।
GSV गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय एक वर्कफोर्स स्किल्ड मैन पावर का निर्माण कर रहा है। हमें ना केवल ही कोर कोर्सेज बल्कि स्पेशलाइजेशन कोर्सेज जो कि ट्रांसपोर्ट रिलेटेड है वो पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं।
We are also providing scholarship for them. Like Siemens scholarship है, गति शक्ति की खुद की scholarship है गर्ल्स के लिए, इवन प्लासर जो है वो भी लड़कियों को scholarship दे रहा है। तो we are motivating them और encouraging them कि they should join this field.
We have the best teachers, so it's a very good experience and opportunity for us to learn under them.
इंटर्नशिप वो मोमेंट था फर्स्ट ईयर का जब मुझे रियलाइज हुआ था कि यहाँ पे आना मेरे लिए वर्थ इट था। फर्स्ट ईयर का इंटर्नशिप जो कि काफ़ी रेयर है किसी भी कॉलेज में।
मेंटोरशिप सीनियर से भी मिलती है, टीचर्स से भी मिलती है। सो वेरियस एक्टिविटीज़ में भी इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं। स्कूल लाइक द पीपल अराउंड, द एनवायरनमेंट, द ग्रीनरी, द एटमॉस्फेयर, द कैंपस, एवरीथिंग इज़ नाइस।
21वीं शताब्दी के हमारे जो
काम हैं वो इंडस्ट्री से लिंक होने चाहिए। तो हमारा विजन यूनिवर्सिटी का है इनोवेशन लेड एंड इंडस्ट्री ड्रिवन यूनिवर्सिटी।
सबसे यूनिक चीज़ मुझे जो लगा वो है यहाँ का लाइक राइट बिहाइंड दिस पैलेस।
हमारा देश विकसित होने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। ऐसे में हमें चाहिए होंगे ऐसे कुशल युवा जो कि आधुनिक सोच के साथ ही तकनीक में भी महारत रखते हो। नमस्कार, स्वागत है आपका संसद टीवी पर। मैं हूं नविक्रम सिंह और आज हम आपको लेकर आए हैं गुजरात के वडोदरा में स्थित गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय, जहां तैयार हो रही है वो पीढ़ी जो कि आने वाले समय में लॉजिस्टिक्स, कनेक्टिविटी, मल्टी मॉडल ट्रांसपोर्ट की दिशा में तस्वीर को बदल कर रख देगी। ये देश का पहला और एकमात्र ऐसा केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय है जो परिवहन और लॉजिस्टिक्स के पूरे इकोसिस्टम को समर्पित है। साल 2022 में संसद के एक अधिनियम के जरिए ये विश्वविद्यालय स्थापित हुआ जो कि रेल मंत्रालय के तहत आता है।
The education standard will be global standard. The thought process will be that the students who come out of this university not only serve the transportation sector of India, but also they should be capable and be prepared for serving the transportation sector all over the world.
उत्तर से दक्षिण तक, पूरब से पश्चिम तक देश के आधारभूत ढांचे में हम एक बड़ा बदलाव देख रहे हैं, लेकिन ये एक बड़े बदलाव की शुरुआत भर है। आने वाले भविष्य में ट्रांसपोर्ट, मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी, लॉजिस्टिक्स पर विकसित भारत की बुनियाद केंद्रित है। देश के करीब 1200 से ज्यादा विश्वविद्यालय, 23 आईआईटी और 22 आईआईएम से निकले युवा निश्चित ही देश के भविष्य को संवारेंगे। लेकिन दुनिया के अन्य विकसित देशों की तरह ही हमारे देश को भी एक ऐसे संस्थान की जरूरत थी जो कि ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में हाईली स्पेशलाइज्ड प्रोफेशनल्स को तैयार कर सके। गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय ने न सिर्फ उस कमी को पूरा किया है, बल्कि महज 3 साल में ये संकेत दे दिए हैं कि विकसित भारत की बुनियाद को मजबूत करने वाले युवा यहाँ गढ़े जा रहे हैं।
जब हम पीएम गति शक्ति और नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी की बात करते हैं तो ये अपने आप में स्वतंत्र भारत का सबसे बड़ा नेशनल मास्टर प्लान है। करीबन 110 लाख करोड़ का जो इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान किया गया है, तो इसके लिए हमको सुपीरियर टैलेंटेड मानव संसाधन, टैलेंटेड मैन पावर चाहिए जो इन सारे सेक्टर्स को आगे बढ़ा पाए।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय सिर्फ एक विश्वविद्यालय नहीं, ये वो जगह है जहां इनोवेशन सिखाया नहीं जाता, जिया जाता है। जहां रिसर्च किताबों और लैब की दीवारों से निकलकर असल आविष्कारों का रूप लेती है। सिर्फ 3 सालों में इस संस्थान ने ऐसे कीर्तिमान रचे हैं जो विकसित भारत की आकांक्षाओं को नई उड़ान दे रहे हैं। इस विश्वविद्यालय की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है उसका इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट, जिसका मतलब है कि इंडस्ट्री को आने वाले वर्षों में जो जरूरत होगी उसे आज यहाँ करिकुलम का हिस्सा बनाया जा रहा है।
हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी की हर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव बॉडी, भले बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज़ हो, भले एकेडमिक काउंसिल हो, एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल हो, कोर्ट हो, हर एक में इंडस्ट्री का कम से कम 33% हिस्सेदारी हर बॉडी में फॉर्मली है। तो व्हाट टू टीच वो इंडस्ट्री तय करती है। हु विल टीच, इसमें थ्योरेटिकल कोर्सेज हमारे रेगुलर फैकल्टी मेंबर जो एक्सपर्ट है वो करते हैं, पर इसके अलावा हम लोग सेक्टर के एक्सपर्ट्स को बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस करते हैं।
परिवहन की दुनिया को अक्सर पुरुषों के वर्चस्व वाला क्षेत्र माना जाता है, लेकिन गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय इस पुरानी सोच की बेड़ियां तोड़ रहा है। यहाँ बेटियां सिर्फ सपने नहीं देख रही, बल्कि उन्हें डिजाइन कर रही हैं और छात्राओं के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है ये विश्वविद्यालय।
एक्चुअली अभी क्या है, गर्ल्स इस को इन चीज़ के बारे में ज़्यादा नॉलेज है नहीं, लेकिन हम लोग उनको बहुत encourage करते हैं. वी आर ऑल्सो प्रोवाइडिंग स्कॉलरशिप फॉर देम, लाइक सीमेंस स्कॉलरशिप है, गति शक्ति की खुद की स्कॉलरशिप है गर्ल्स हॉस्टल गर्ल्स के लिए. इवन प्लासर जो है वो भी लड़कियों को स्कॉलरशिप दे रहा है. तो वी आर मोटिवेटिंग देम और encouraging देम कि दे शुड जॉइन दिस फील्ड. एंड ऑल्सो देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ स्कोप फॉर students, like girl student in this field also. So we are encouraging them, we are providing internship, we are having a curriculum where हम उनको समझाते हैं कि आपके लिए भी आगे बहुत सारा स्कोप है इसके अंदर.
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में प्रतिभा को केवल तराशा नहीं जाता, उसे सही मंजिल तक पहुंचाया जाता है. यहाँ का प्लेसमेंट रिकॉर्ड इस बात का गवाह है.
We able to achieve overall around 91% placement for the 2024-25. In some of the programs, we able to achieve 100% placement also. So we are expecting 100% placement for all the students. Starting from, we have programs like in management as well as in technical engineering side. Management, we have MBA Logistics and Supply Chain and an MBA Port and Shipping Logistics. When it comes to engineering, we have BTech in Civil Engineering, specialized in Railway Engineering. BTech in Mechanical Engineering, again specialized in Railway Engineering, and BTech in Electronics, specialized in Railway Engineering. So these are the programs for this year, and we are very confident that all our students will be placed in with flying colors. They go out with flying colors.
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय का एकेडमिक ढांचा सिर्फ किताबों और प्रयोगशालाओं तक सीमित नहीं है. यहाँ शिक्षा को चार दीवारी से बाहर निकालकर वास्तविक परियोजनाओं और उद्योग की चुनौतियों के बीच परखा जाता है. स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी ने जो दुनिया के 2% साइंटिस्ट की सूची निकाली, उन टॉप साइंटिस्ट में जितेश जी ठक्कर साहब भी हैं, जो कि आईआईटी खड़गपुर में प्रोफेसर भी रहे हैं और इस समय डीन एकेडमिक की जिम्मेदारी निभा रहे हैं गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में. तो ये विश्वविद्यालय बाकी विश्वविद्यालय से अपने आप में कितना अलग है?
ये यूनिवर्सिटी जो भी करिकुलम डिज़ाइन करती है वो इंडस्ट्री इनपुट के साथ करती है. जो करिकुलम हम डिलीवर करते हैं उसमें हमारे कोर फैकल्टी तो रहते ही हैं, लेकिन उसके अलावा हम काफ़ी एमिनेंट एक्सपर्ट इंडस्ट्री से एंगेज करते हैं, जिससे स्टूडेंट को रियल लाइफ एक्सपोजर मिले.
जैसे कि आपने बताया इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड तो होता है, लेकिन जो हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस है और ये इन सब चीज़ों के लिए क्या किया जाता है?
बहुत सही बात है. आजकल जो फोकस है वो है हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंसेस पे. आपने बहुत सही बताया और उसको हमारे करिकुलम में इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए हम हर साल एक डेडिकेटेड इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम स्टूडेंट को देते हैं. तो ये एक बात रही कि कैसे हम स्टूडेंट को इंडस्ट्री के साथ कनेक्ट करते हैं. दूसरा है हमारा डेडिकेटेड प्रोजेक्ट रहता है बीटेक में एमबीए, जो भी हमारा स्टूडेंट इंडस्ट्री के रियल लाइफ प्रॉब्लम पे करता है. और तीसरी चीज़ जो मैंने बताई कि जो करिकुलम यहाँ पढ़ाया जाता है वो फिर बीटेक का हो, एमबीए का हो या फिर पीएचडी कोर्सेज हो, वो जॉइंटली हमारी कोर फैकल्टी एंड इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट के द्वारा डिलीवर किया जाता है.
किस तरीके से एआई और डेटा एनालिटिक्स, मशीन लर्निंग को इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं? जो नई तकनीक है या आने वाले भविष्य में जो तकनीक है उसे कैसे?
ये बहुत ही एक इम्पोर्टेंट डायमेंशन आपने टच किया है. और अगर आप हमारा पूरा करिकुलम देखें, हमारा जो प्रोग्राम है, भले ही स्टूडेंट बीटेक करे, इंजीनियरिंग करे या फिर वो मैनेजमेंट करे, यहाँ पे उसको तैयार किया जाता है आने वाली चैलेंजेस ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एंड लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर में. तो इस तरह से हमारा पूरा जो करिकुलम है it is very much in line with the recent development in AI/ML as well as the 21st century requirement of the transportation sector.
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में लैब्स का मतलब है भविष्य की तकनीक. जहां दुनिया प्लास्टिक कचरे को एक समस्या मानती है, वहीं गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय के प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर चिंताला ने उसमें समाधान देखा. उन्होंने बेकार प्लास्टिक से ईंधन बनाने की क्रांतिकारी तकनीक को विकसित किया है.
तो मेरा प्रोजेक्ट है जो फ्यूल्स प्रोड्यूस करना, प्लास्टो फ्यूल्स प्रोड्यूस करना. उस प्रोजेक्ट में डायरेक्टली स्टूडेंट्स दे आर डूइंग देयर वन ऑफ द R&D ऑब्जेक्टिव एलिमेंट दे आर डूइंग एज ए देयर प्रोडक्ट प्रोजेक्ट. ऐसा ही हम हाइड्रोजन के ऊपर भी काम करते हैं। तो स्टूडेंट्स दे आर डायरेक्टली दे आर engaged with the industry, they are going out to the industry and involving in the development activities. So overall vision के हिसाब से बच्चे right from the first year onwards they are exposing to the R&D activities in this university.
अपने इस नवाचार के लिए डॉक्टर चिंताला को राष्ट्रपति ने भी सम्मानित किया है। ऐसे शोध से छात्र प्रेरणा ले रहे हैं और इस तकनीक को और उन्नत करने के लिए नवाचार भी कर रहे हैं।
ज़्यादातर प्लास्टिक वेस्ट 60 to 70% रहेगा, फिर 10 से 20% कुछ बायोमास वेस्ट हो गया, ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट हो गया, फूड वेस्ट हो गया, वो टाइप का, फिर डिफरेंट क्लोथिंग मटेरियल्स हो गया, उस टाइप का फूड वेस्ट लेके हम इससे एविएशन फ्यूल बना रहे हैं। अभी हम लो लेवल पे बना रहे हैं, लेबोरेटरी स्केल पे बना रहे हैं, इसके बाद अभी इसके ऊपर से हम फिर बैंड स्केल पे जाएंगे।
दुनिया की अग्रणी विमान निर्माता कंपनी एयरबस ने विशेष रूप से गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस केंद्र की स्थापना की है। इन आधुनिक प्रयोगशालाओं में छात्र ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स की शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रहे हैं।
जैसा कि इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स के साथ हम कोलैबोरेट किया है, एयरबस के साथ, प्लाजर के साथ, अल्स्टॉम, सीमेंस के साथ। सो इंडस्ट्रीज हमें R&D एक्टिविटीज़ में और बच्चों का होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट में और बच्चों का फाइनेंशियल स्कॉलरशिप में सभी तरीके से सारे मोड्स में इंडस्ट्री से हमें पूरा सपोर्ट मिल रहा है।
यहाँ क्लास के बाद का समय थकावट भरा नहीं बल्कि जोश से भरा हुआ होता है। जीत का जज्बा और हार से सीखने की कला, ये वो गुण हैं जो इन छात्रों में खेल के दौरान आता है। एक तरफ विश्वविद्यालय का ऐतिहासिक परिसर विश्व स्तरीय खेल सुविधाओं से सुसज्जित है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ स्टूडेंट्स क्लब यहाँ की एक अलग पहचान है।
And there are a lot of clubs we have to take care of their social well-being. If they are talented in music, they are talented in singing, we have a singing club, music club, drama club, the debate and quiz club, and like many, I think if they are good at literary club is there to take care of them, event management club for the leadership. So there are very much needed is because in our university we have people from 22 different states, they speak different languages, and that social integration, I think that is one of our main role.
हमारे यहाँ 10 क्लब और एक स्पोर्ट्स कमेटी है। सारे क्लब बहुत प्यारे हैं। क्लब वो पहला पायदान होता है जहाँ जूनियर सीनियर से एकदम इंटरेक्ट करता है, एक परिवार बनता है क्लब, जो शुरू से शुरू होता है और अंत तक चलता है।
We had a startup idea और कैंपस राउंड में हम जीत गए थे एंड देन आई वेंट टू द ग्लोबल समिट दैट वाज हेल्ड इन बैंकॉक। आउट ऑफ वी वर अमंग द टॉप 360 टीम्स अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड विच हैड 10,000 टीम्स। तो इट वाज अ ग्रेट एक्सपीरियंस, लाइक एक्सपोजर जो है हमारे कॉलेज के तरफ से दैट हल्ट प्राइज ऑर्गेनाइज करवा रहे हैं एंड ऑल दैट, इट्स रियली ग्रेट।
बचपन तो गया, जवानी भी गई, एक पल तो अब हमें जीने दो, जीने दो। बचपन तो गया, जवानी भी गई, एक पल तो अब हमें जीने दो, जीने दो।
यहाँ भारत के कोने कोने से आए छात्र एक साथ रहते हैं। जब एक ही छत के नीचे अलग अलग भाषाओं और परंपराओं का मिलन होता है तो कैंपस सही मायनों में एक मिनी इंडिया बन जाता है।
किसी भी विश्वविद्यालय की पहचान सिर्फ उसकी इमारत, उसकी लैब, उसके क्लासरूम नहीं होते, बल्कि वो गलियारे होते हैं, वो हॉस्टल रूम होते हैं जहां पर भारत का भविष्य आकार ले रहा होता है।
जहां पर दोस्तियां होती हैं और जहां भविष्य के लिए सपने बने जा रहे होते हैं। आंकड़े और इमारतें अपनी कहानी कहते हैं, लेकिन गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय की असली धड़कन है यहाँ के छात्र छात्राएं। इंजीनियरिंग में प्रवेश लिया हो या फिर एमबीए करते हुए प्लेसमेंट, सबके लिए ये यूनिवर्सिटी बेहद खास है।
So one-to-one care we are giving, not only for the student, we are informing the parents and trying to give a holistic support so that they can come up. Yeah, because we take this counseling as a shelter on their journey. So we take it that way. Counseling is we are providing a shelter so that they can continue their journey well. Similarly, academically weak students also we are identifying and we have a support system for them also.
फर्स्ट कंपनी आई जिसमें मैं प्लेस्ड हो गया तो बहुत अच्छा लगा, और बाकी जैसे जितनी भी मेहनत की थी आगे पहले से करते आया हूँ उसका दिखा फल मुझे डायरेक्टली कि अब मुझे मिला है, तो ये अच्छा है। और अच्छी कंपनी में हुई है तो मुझे पता है कि आगे ग्रोथ भी मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छी रहेंगी। आगे भी मैं अपने जीवन लाइफ में जो भी कैरियर को ग्रोथ करूँगा तो भी बहुत अच्छे इंप्रूवमेंट मिलेंगे और बहुत अच्छे वहाँ से मुझे सीखने को मौके मिलेंगे बहुत अच्छे सारे।
तो जैसे मैंने सेकेंड ईयर में डीएमआरसी में इंटर्नशिप करी दिल्ली मेट्रो में, तो वहाँ पर मैंने टेलीकॉम डिपार्टमेंट में सीखा कि वो कैसे कैसे इक्विपमेंट यूज़ करते हैं। तो अब जब मैं वापस कैंपस आया मैंने सोचा कि मैं प्रोजेक्ट बनाता हूँ किसी एक चीज़ के ऊपर। तो अब मुझे कुछ डाउट आता है कि वहाँ पर फील्ड पे क्या यूज़ होता है, तो मेरे पास लिंक्स रहते हैं, मेरे पास नेटवर्क रहता है कि वहाँ पर मैं किसी से कांटेक्ट करके उनसे पूछ सकता हूँ वो मैं अपने प्रोजेक्ट में क्या और ऐड ऑन कर सकता हूँ ताकि वो फ्यूचर में वो एज अ फील्ड पे यूज़ हो सकता है।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय का प्रभाव क्षेत्र सिर्फ नए छात्रों तक सीमित नहीं है। ये संस्थान देश के वर्तमान कर्णधारों और निर्णय लेने वालों के लिए भी एक ज्ञान का केंद्र है। यहाँ चलाए जाने वाले विशेष एग्जीक्यूटिव ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स में भारतीय सेना, रेलवे, एविएशन और पब्लिक सेक्टर के अलावा प्राइवेट सेक्टर के अधिकारी और कर्मचारी भी आते हैं।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय इस डायरेक्शन में जो अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हों या प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हों, उसके जो ऑफिशियल्स हैं उनकी नॉलेज के लिए कस्टमाइज्ड प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट करता है। और नॉट ओनली दैट, जैसे रेलवेज़ का आप जानते हैं कि रेलवे का पहले यहाँ पर नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ इंडियन रेलवेज़ हुआ करता था, तो वहाँ उसके ऑफिसर्स को भी यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग दी जाती थी। तो उसके साथ साथ अभी रेलवे बोर्ड ने हमें ये भी मैंडेट दिया है कि जो मैनेजमेंट डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम है, एडवांस मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हैं इंडियन रेलवेज़ के ऑफिसर्स के लिए, उसको यहाँ उनके ऑफिसर्स को यहाँ पे ट्रेन किया जाए। इसके साथ ही साथ जो इंडियन रेलवे मैनेजमेंट सर्विसेज के जो ऑफिसर नए ज्वाइन करते हैं उनकी भी ट्रेनिंग हम लोग कराते हैं।
यहाँ के शिक्षक और नेतृत्व सिर्फ अकादमिक दुनिया से नहीं आते, बल्कि वे भारतीय रेलवे, रक्षा सेवाओं, एविएशन और वैश्विक लॉजिस्टिक कंपनियों में उच्च पदों पर दशकों का अनुभव रखते हैं। यही इस विश्वविद्यालय को एक सामान्य विश्वविद्यालय से अलग बनाता है।
रेलवे के काफ़ी सारे विशेषज्ञ इस समय रेलवे इंजीनियरिंग, रेलवे ट्रैक टेक्नोलॉजी, ब्रिज इंजीनियरिंग, इस तरह के टॉपिक्स हमारे यहाँ पढ़ा रहे हैं। इसी तरीके से एविएशन इंजीनियरिंग में भले इंडियन एयरफोर्स के लोग हों, एक्सपर्ट्स हों, भले एविएशन सेक्टर के लोग हों, तो हमने ये काफ़ी फोकस किया कि इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड करिकुलम तो बनाना एक चीज़ है, उस करिकुलम को डिलीवर करना उसके लिए इंडस्ट्री की भागीदारी हो।
बीते नवंबर में विश्वविद्यालय और डीआरडीओ ने राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के लिए स्मार्ट तकनीक समाधान विकसित करने के लिए हाथ मिलाया है। गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय और प्राइवेट सेक्टर के साथ ही पब्लिक सेक्टर में भी बीते वर्षों में एमओयू की एक लंबी श्रृंखला है। ये तालमेल गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय को केवल एक शिक्षण संस्थान नहीं, बल्कि एक राष्ट्रीय संपत्ति यानी नेशनल एसेट बनाता है। गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में तैयार हो रहे हैं वो युवा जिनका लक्ष्य सिर्फ नौकरी नहीं है, बल्कि वो विकसित भारत के लिए निर्माण की नींव भी रखेंगे। हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में फिलहाल इतना ही। आप हमारा ये कार्यक्रम संसद टीवी के YouTube चैनल पर भी देख सकते हैं। मुझे मेरे साथी कैमरा पर्सन सरोज कुमार दास, साथ ही राम प्रकाश और वीडियो एडिटर विकास चंद्रा को दीजिए इजाजत। आप देखते रहिए संसद टीवी।
संसद टीवी के और भी प्रोग्राम्स देखने के लिए सब्सक्राइब करें हमारा यूट्यूब चैनल और हाँ, इन्हें लाइक और शेयर करना ना भूलें।
In a nation of a billion aspirations, progress isn't just built, it's envisioned, engineered, and designed with purpose. Established in 2003 to accelerate India's rail development, RVNL today has evolved into a global infrastructure powerhouse. From concept to commissioning, Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, empowering progress, delivering excellence.
परिवहन के दौरान गति सिर्फ सहूलियत नहीं है, ये किसी भी राष्ट्र की प्रगति की पहचान है। आज का भारत बदल रहा है, सड़कों का जाल बिछ चुका है, ट्रेनों की रफ्तार बढ़ चुकी है और आसमान में उड़ानों की तादाद और एयरपोर्ट्स की संख्या में साल दर साल इजाफा हो रहा है। लेकिन इसी के साथ 2047 के वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रा के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए भविष्य के प्रोफेशनल्स तैयार हो रहे हैं गुजरात के वडोदरा में गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में।
Like the speciality of this university is they are giving us it's not only about studies, it's giving us an opportunity to walk through all of the things.
एक यूनिक सा कल्चर डेवलप्ड है, हर क्लास को एक फैकल्टी मेंटर असाइन है, कोई दिक्कत हो तो उनके पास जा सकते हैं, कॉलेज के पास अपनी मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज़ है, अपना काउंसलर है।
GSV गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय एक वर्कफोर्स स्किल्ड मैन पावर का निर्माण कर रहा है। हमें ना केवल ही कोर कोर्सेज बल्कि स्पेशलाइजेशन कोर्सेज जो कि ट्रांसपोर्ट रिलेटेड है वो पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं।
We are also providing scholarship for them. Like Siemens scholarship है, गति शक्ति की खुद की scholarship है गर्ल्स के लिए, इवन प्लासर जो है वो भी लड़कियों को scholarship दे रहा है। तो we are motivating them और encouraging them कि they should join this field.
We have the best teachers, so it's a very good experience and opportunity for us to learn under them.
इंटर्नशिप वो मोमेंट था फर्स्ट ईयर का जब मुझे रियलाइज हुआ था कि यहाँ पे आना मेरे लिए वर्थ इट था। फर्स्ट ईयर का इंटर्नशिप जो कि काफ़ी रेयर है किसी भी कॉलेज में।
मेंटोरशिप सीनियर से भी मिलती है, टीचर से भी मिलती है। सो वेरियस एक्टिविटीज़ में भी इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं। स्कूल लाइक द पीपल अराउंड, द एनवायरनमेंट, द ग्रीनरी, द एटमॉस्फेयर, द कैंपस, एवरीथिंग इज नाइस।
21वीं शताब्दी के हमारे जो काम हैं वो इंडस्ट्री से लिंक होने चाहिए। तो हमारा विजन यूनिवर्सिटी का है इनोवेशन लेड एंड इंडस्ट्री ड्रिवन यूनिवर्सिटी।
सबसे यूनिक चीज़ मुझे जो लगा वो है यहाँ का लाइक राइट बिहाइंड दिस फैक्ट।
हमारा देश विकसित होने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। ऐसे में हमें चाहिए होंगे ऐसे कुशल युवा जो कि आधुनिक सोच के साथ ही तकनीक में भी महारत रखते हो। नमस्कार, स्वागत है आपका संसद टीवी पर। मैं हूं नविक्रम सिंह और आज हम आपको लेकर आए हैं गुजरात के वडोदरा में स्थित गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय, जहां तैयार हो रही है वो पीढ़ी जो कि आने वाले समय में लॉजिस्टिक्स, कनेक्टिविटी, मल्टी मॉडल ट्रांसपोर्ट की दिशा में तस्वीर को बदल कर रख देगी। ये देश का पहला और एकमात्र ऐसा केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय है जो परिवहन और लॉजिस्टिक्स के पूरे इकोसिस्टम को समर्पित है। साल 2022 में संसद के एक अधिनियम के जरिए ये विश्वविद्यालय स्थापित हुआ जो कि रेल मंत्रालय के तहत आता है।
The education standard will be global standard. The thought process will be that the students who come out of this university not only serve the transportation sector of India, but also they should be capable and be prepared for serving the transportation sector all over the world.
उत्तर से दक्षिण तक, पूरब से पश्चिम तक देश के आधारभूत ढांचे में हम एक बड़ा बदलाव देख रहे हैं। लेकिन ये एक बड़े बदलाव की शुरुआत भर है। आने वाले भविष्य में ट्रांसपोर्ट, मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी, लॉजिस्टिक्स पर विकसित भारत की बुनियाद केंद्रित है। देश के करीब 1200 से ज्यादा विश्वविद्यालय, 23 आईआईटी और 22 आईआईएम से निकले युवा निश्चित ही देश के भविष्य को संवारेंगे। लेकिन दुनिया के अन्य विकसित देशों की तरह ही हमारे देश को भी एक ऐसे संस्थान की जरूरत थी जो कि ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में हाईली स्पेशलाइज्ड प्रोफेशनल्स को तैयार कर सके। गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय ने न सिर्फ उस कमी को पूरा किया है, बल्कि महज 3 साल में ये संकेत दे दिए हैं कि विकसित भारत की बुनियाद को मजबूत करने वाले युवा यहाँ गढ़े जा रहे हैं।
जब हम पीएम गति शक्ति और नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी की बात करते हैं तो ये अपने आप में स्वतंत्र भारत का सबसे बड़ा नेशनल मास्टर प्लान है। करीबन 110 लाख करोड़ का जो इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान किया गया है, तो इसके लिए हमको सुपीरियर टैलेंटेड मानव संसाधन, टैलेंटेड मैन पावर चाहिए जो इन सारे सेक्टर्स को आगे बढ़ा पाए।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय सिर्फ एक विश्वविद्यालय नहीं, ये वो जगह है जहां इनोवेशन सिखाया नहीं जाता, जिया जाता है। जहां रिसर्च किताबों और लैब की दीवारों से निकलकर असल आविष्कारों का रूप लेती है। सिर्फ 3 सालों में इस संस्थान ने ऐसे कीर्तिमान रचे हैं जो विकसित भारत की आकांक्षाओं को नई उड़ान दे रहे हैं। इस विश्वविद्यालय की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है उसका इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट, जिसका मतलब है कि इंडस्ट्री को आने वाले वर्षों में जो जरूरत होगी उसे आज यहाँ करिकुलम का हिस्सा बनाया जा रहा है।
हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी की हर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव बॉडी, भले बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज़ हो, भले एकेडमिक काउंसिल हो, एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल हो, कोर्ट हो, हर एक में इंडस्ट्री का कम से कम 33% हिस्सेदारी हर बॉडी में फॉर्मली है। तो व्हाट टू टीच वो इंडस्ट्री तय करती है। हु विल टीच, इसमें थ्योरेटिकल कोर्सेज हमारे रेगुलर फैकल्टी मेंबर जो एक्सपर्ट है वो करते हैं, पर इसके अलावा हम लोग सेक्टर के एक्सपर्ट्स को बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस करते हैं।
परिवहन की दुनिया को अक्सर पुरुषों के वर्चस्व वाला क्षेत्र माना जाता है, लेकिन गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय इस पुरानी सोच की बेड़ियां तोड़ रहा है। यहाँ बेटियां सिर्फ सपने नहीं देख रही, बल्कि उन्हें डिजाइन कर रही हैं और छात्राओं के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है ये विश्वविद्यालय।
एक्चुअली अभी क्या है, गर्ल्स को इन चीज़ के बारे में ज़्यादा नॉलेज है नहीं, लेकिन हम लोग उनको बहुत इंकरेज करते हैं। वी आर ऑल्सो प्रोवाइडिंग स्कॉलरशिप फॉर देम, लाइक सीमेंस स्कॉलरशिप है, गति शक्ति की खुद की स्कॉलरशिप है गर्ल्स के लिए। इवन प्लासर जो है वो भी लड़कियों को स्कॉलरशिप दे रहा है। तो वी आर मोटिवेटिंग देम और इंकरेजिंग देम कि दे शुड जॉइन दिस फील्ड, एंड ऑल्सो देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ स्कोप फॉर students, like girl student in this field also. So we are encouraging them, we are providing internship, we are having a curriculum where हम उनको समझाते हैं कि आपके लिए भी आगे बहुत सारा स्कोप है इसके अंदर।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में प्रतिभा को केवल तराशा नहीं जाता, उसे सही मंजिल तक पहुंचाया जाता है। यहाँ का प्लेसमेंट रिकॉर्ड इस बात का गवाह है।
We able to achieve overall around 91% placement for the 2024-25. In some of the programs, we able to achieve 100% placement also. So we are expecting 100% placement for all the students. Starting from, we have programs like in management as well as in technical engineering side. Management, we have MBA Logistics and Supply Chain and an MBA Port and Shipping Logistics. When it comes to engineering, we have BTech in Civil Engineering, specialized in Railway Engineering. BTech in Mechanical Engineering, again specialized in Railway Engineering, and BTech in Electronics, specialized in Railway Engineering. So these are the programs for this year, and we are very confident that all our students will be placed in with flying colors. They go out with flying colors.
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय का एकेडमिक ढांचा सिर्फ किताबों और प्रयोगशालाओं तक सीमित नहीं है। यहाँ शिक्षा को चार दीवारी से बाहर निकालकर वास्तविक परियोजनाओं और उद्योग की चुनौतियों के बीच परखा जाता है।
स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी ने जो दुनिया के 2% साइंटिस्ट की सूची निकाली, उन टॉप साइंटिस्ट में जितेश जी ठक्कर साहब भी हैं, जो कि आईआईटी खड़गपुर से खड़गपुर में प्रोफेसर भी रहे हैं और इस समय डीन एकेडमिक की जिम्मेदारी निभा रहे हैं गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में। तो ये विश्वविद्यालय बाकी विश्वविद्यालय से अपने आप में कितना अलग है?
ये यूनिवर्सिटी जो भी करिकुलम डिज़ाइन करती है वो इंडस्ट्री इनपुट के साथ करती है। जो करिकुलम हम डिलीवर करते हैं उसमें हमारे कोर फैकल्टी तो रहते ही हैं, लेकिन उसके अलावा हम काफ़ी एमिनेंट एक्सपर्ट इंडस्ट्री से एंगेज करते हैं, जिससे स्टूडेंट को रियल लाइफ एक्सपोजर मिले।
जैसे कि आपने बताया इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड तो होता है, लेकिन जो हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस है और ये इन सब चीज़ों के लिए क्या अलग क्या किया जाता है?
बहुत सही बात है। आजकल जो फोकस है वो है हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंसेस पे, आपने बहुत सही बताया, और उसको हमारे करिकुलम में इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए हम हर साल एक डेडिकेटेड इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम स्टूडेंट को देते हैं। तो ये एक बात रही कि कैसे हम स्टूडेंट को इंडस्ट्री के साथ कनेक्ट करते हैं। दूसरा है हमारा डेडिकेटेड प्रोजेक्ट रहता है बीटेक में एमबीए, जो भी हमारा स्टूडेंट इंडस्ट्री के रियल लाइफ प्रॉब्लम पे करता है। और तीसरी चीज़ जो मैंने बताई कि जो करिकुलम यहाँ पढ़ाया जाता है वो फिर बीटेक का हो, एमबीए का हो या फिर पीएचडी कोर्सेज हो, वो जॉइंटली हमारी कोर फैकल्टी एंड इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट के द्वारा डिलीवर किया जाता है।
किस तरीके से एआई और डेटा एनालिटिक्स, मशीन लर्निंग को इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं? जो नई तकनीक है या आने वाले भविष्य में जो तकनीक है उसे कैसे?
ये बहुत ही एक इम्पोर्टेंट डायमेंशन आपने टच किया है। और अगर आप हमारा पूरा करिकुलम देखें, हमारा जो प्रोग्राम है, भले ही स्टूडेंट बीटेक करे, इंजीनियरिंग करे या फिर वो मैनेजमेंट करे, यहाँ पे उसको तैयार किया जाता है आने वाली चैलेंजेस ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एंड लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर में। तो इस तरह से हमारा पूरा जो करिकुलम है इट इज़ वेरी मच इन लाइन विद द रिसेंट डेवलपमेंट इन AIML एज वेल एज द 21st सेंचुरी रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ द ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सेक्टर।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में लैब्स का मतलब है भविष्य की तकनीक। जहां दुनिया प्लास्टिक कचरे को एक समस्या मानती है, वहीं गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय के प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर चिंताला ने उसमें समाधान देखा। उन्होंने बेकार प्लास्टिक से ईंधन बनाने की क्रांतिकारी तकनीक को विकसित किया है।
तो मेरा प्रोजेक्ट है जो फ्यूल्स प्रोड्यूस करना, प्लास्टो फ्यूल्स प्रोड्यूस करना। उस प्रोजेक्ट में डायरेक्टली स्टूडेंट्स दे आर डूइंग देयर वन ऑफ द R&D ऑब्जेक्टिव एलिमेंट दे आर डूइंग एज ए देयर प्रोडक्ट प्रोजेक्ट। ऐसे ही हम हाइड्रोजन के ऊपर भी काम करते हैं। तो स्टूडेंट्स दे आर डायरेक्टली दे आर engaged with the industry, they are going out to the industry and involving in the development activities. So overall vision के हिसाब से बच्चे right from the first year onwards they are exposing to the R&D activities in this university.
अपने इस नवाचार के लिए डॉक्टर चिंताला को राष्ट्रपति ने भी सम्मानित किया है। ऐसे शोध से छात्र प्रेरणा ले रहे हैं और इस तकनीक को और उन्नत करने के लिए नवाचार भी कर रहे हैं।
ज़्यादातर प्लास्टिक वेस्ट 60 to 70% रहेगा, फिर 10 से 20% कुछ बायोमास वेस्ट हो गया, ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट हो गया, फूड वेस्ट हो गया, वो टाइप का, फिर डिफरेंट क्लोथिंग मटेरियल्स हो गया, उस टाइप का फूड वेस्ट लेके हम उससे एविएशन फ्यूल बना रहे हैं। अभी हम लो लेवल पे बना रहे हैं, लेबोरेटरी स्केल पे बना रहे हैं। इसके बाद अभी इसके ऊपर से हम फिर बैंड स्केल पे जाएंगे।
दुनिया की अग्रणी विमान निर्माता कंपनी एयरबस ने विशेष रूप से गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस केंद्र की स्थापना की है। इन आधुनिक प्रयोगशालाओं में छात्र ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स की शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रहे हैं।
जैसा कि इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स के साथ हम कोलैबोरेट किया है, एयरबस के साथ, प्लाजर के साथ, अल्स्टॉम, सीमेंस के साथ। सो इंडस्ट्रीज हमें R&D एक्टिविटीज़ में और बच्चों का होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट में और बच्चों का फाइनेंशियल स्कॉलरशिप में सभी तरीके से सारे मोड्स में इंडस्ट्री से हमें पूरा सपोर्ट मिल रहा है।
यहाँ क्लास के बाद का समय थकावट भरा नहीं बल्कि जोश से भरा हुआ होता है। जीत का जज्बा, हार से सीखने की कला, ये वो गुण हैं जो इन छात्रों में खेल के दौरान आता है। एक तरफ विश्वविद्यालय का ऐतिहासिक परिसर विश्व स्तरीय खेल सुविधाओं से सुसज्जित है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ स्टूडेंट्स क्लब यहाँ की एक अलग पहचान है।
And there are a lot of clubs we have to take care of their social well-being. If they are talented in music, they are talented in singing, we have a singing club, music club, drama club, the debate and quiz club, and like many, I think if they are good at literary club is there to take care of them, event management club for the leadership. So there are very much needed is because in our university we have people from 22 different states, they speak different languages, and that social integration, I think that is one of our main role.
हमारे यहाँ 10 क्लब और एक स्पोर्ट्स कमेटी है। सारे क्लब बहुत प्यारे हैं। क्लब वो पहला पायदान होता है जहाँ जूनियर सीनियर से एकदम इंटरेक्ट करता है, एक परिवार बनता है क्लब, जो शुरू से शुरू होता है और अंत तक चलता है।
We had a startup idea और कैंपस राउंड में हम जीत गए थे एंड देन आई वेंट टू द ग्लोबल समिट दैट वाज हेल्ड इन बैंकॉक। आउट ऑफ वी वर अमंग द टॉप 360 टीम्स अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड व्हिच हैड 10,000 टीम्स। तो इट वाज अ ग्रेट एक्सपीरियंस, लाइक एक्सपोजर जो है हमारे कॉलेज के तरफ से दैट हल्ट प्राइज ऑर्गेनाइज करवा रहे हैं एंड ऑल दैट, इट्स रियली ग्रेट।
बचपन तो गया, जवानी भी गई, एक पल तो अब हमें जीने दो। बचपन तो गया, जवानी भी गई, एक पल तो अब हमें जीने दो।
यहाँ भारत के कोने कोने से आए छात्र एक साथ रहते हैं। जब एक ही छत के नीचे अलग अलग भाषाओं और परंपराओं का मिलन होता है तो कैंपस सही मायनों में एक मिनी इंडिया बन जाता है।
किसी भी विश्वविद्यालय की पहचान सिर्फ उसकी इमारत, उसकी लैब, उसके क्लासरूम नहीं होते, बल्कि वो गलियारे होते हैं, वो हॉस्टल रूम होते हैं जहां पर भारत का भविष्य आकार ले रहा होता है, जहां पर दोस्तियां होती हैं और जहां भविष्य के लिए सपने बुने जा रहे होते हैं।
आंकड़े और इमारतें अपनी कहानी कहते हैं, लेकिन गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय की असली धड़कन है यहाँ के छात्र छात्राएं। इंजीनियरिंग में प्रवेश लिया हो या फिर एमबीए करते हुए प्लेसमेंट, सबके लिए ये यूनिवर्सिटी बेहद खास है।
So one-to-one care we are giving, not only for the student, we are informing the parents and trying to give a holistic support so that they can come up. Yeah, because we take this counseling as a shelter on their journey. So we take it that way. Counseling is we are providing a shelter so that they can continue their journey well. Similarly, academically weak students also we are identifying and we have a support system for them also.
फर्स्ट कंपनी आई जिसमें मैं प्लेस्ड हो गया तो बहुत अच्छा लगा, और बाकी जैसे जितनी भी मेहनत की थी आगे पहले से करते आया हूँ उसका दिखा फल मुझे डायरेक्टली कि अब मुझे मिला है, तो ये अच्छा है। और अच्छी कंपनी में हुई है तो मुझे पता है कि आगे ग्रोथ भी मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छी रहेंगी। आगे भी मैं अपने लाइफ में जो भी कैरियर को ग्रोथ करूँगा तो भी बहुत अच्छे इंप्रूवमेंट मिलेंगे और बहुत अच्छे वहाँ से मुझे सीखने को मौके मिलेंगे बहुत अच्छे सारे।
तो जैसे मैंने सेकेंड ईयर में DMRC में इंटर्नशिप करी दिल्ली मेट्रो में, तो वहाँ पर मैंने टेलीकॉम डिपार्टमेंट में सीखा कि वो कैसे कैसे इक्विपमेंट यूज़ करते हैं। तो अब जब मैं वापस कैंपस आया, मैंने सोचा कि मैं प्रोजेक्ट बनाता हूँ किसी एक चीज़ के ऊपर। तो अब मुझे कुछ डाउट आता है कि वहाँ पर फील्ड पे क्या यूज़ होता है। तो मेरे पास लिंक्स रहते हैं, मेरे पास नेटवर्क रहता है कि वहाँ पर मैं किसी से कांटेक्ट करके उनसे पूछ सकता हूँ वो मैं अपने प्रोजेक्ट में क्या और ऐड ऑन कर सकता हूँ, ताकि वो फ्यूचर में वो एज अ फील्ड पे यूज़ हो सकता है।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय का प्रभाव क्षेत्र सिर्फ नए छात्रों तक सीमित नहीं है। ये संस्थान देश के वर्तमान कर्णधारों और निर्णय लेने वालों के लिए भी एक ज्ञान का केंद्र है। यहाँ चलाए जाने वाले विशेष एग्जीक्यूटिव ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स में भारतीय सेना, रेलवे, एविएशन और पब्लिक सेक्टर के अलावा प्राइवेट सेक्टर के अधिकारी और कर्मचारी भी आते हैं।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय इस डायरेक्शन में जो अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हों या प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हों, उसके जो ऑफिशियल्स हैं उनकी नॉलेज के लिए कस्टमाइज्ड प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट करता है। और नॉट ओनली दैट, जैसे रेलवेज़ का आप जानते हैं कि रेलवे का पहले यहाँ पर नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ इंडियन रेलवेज़ हुआ करता था, तो वहाँ उसके ऑफिसर्स को भी यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग दी जाती थी। तो उसके साथ साथ अभी रेलवे बोर्ड ने हमें ये भी मैंडेट दिया है कि जो मैनेजमेंट डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम है, एडवांस मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हैं इंडियन रेलवेज़ के ऑफिसर्स के लिए, उसको यहाँ उनके ऑफिसर्स को यहाँ पे ट्रेन किया जाए। इसके साथ ही साथ जो इंडियन रेलवे मैनेजमेंट सर्विसेज के जो ऑफिसर नए ज्वाइन करते हैं, उनकी भी ट्रेनिंग हम लोग कराते हैं।
यहाँ के शिक्षक और नेतृत्व सिर्फ अकादमिक दुनिया से नहीं आते, बल्कि वे भारतीय रेलवे, रक्षा सेवाओं, एविएशन और वैश्विक लॉजिस्टिक कंपनियों में उच्च पदों पर दशकों का अनुभव रखते हैं। यही इस विश्वविद्यालय को एक सामान्य विश्वविद्यालय से अलग बनाता है।
रेलवे के काफ़ी सारे विशेषज्ञ इस समय रेलवे इंजीनियरिंग, रेलवे ट्रैक टेक्नोलॉजी, ब्रिज इंजीनियरिंग, इस तरह के टॉपिक्स हमारे यहाँ पढ़ा रहे हैं। इसी तरीके से एविएशन इंजीनियरिंग में भले इंडियन एयरफोर्स के लोग हों, एक्सपर्ट्स हों, भले एविएशन सेक्टर के लोग हों, तो हमने ये काफ़ी फोकस किया कि इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड करिकुलम तो बनाना एक चीज़ है, उस करिकुलम को डिलीवर करना, उसके लिए इंडस्ट्री की भागीदारी हो।
बीते नवंबर में विश्वविद्यालय और डीआरडीओ ने राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के लिए स्मार्ट तकनीक समाधान विकसित करने के लिए हाथ मिलाया है। गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय और प्राइवेट सेक्टर के साथ ही पब्लिक सेक्टर में भी बीते वर्षों में एमओयू की एक लंबी श्रृंखला है। ये तालमेल गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय को केवल एक शिक्षण संस्थान नहीं, बल्कि एक राष्ट्रीय संपत्ति यानी नेशनल एसेट बनाता है।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में तैयार हो रहे हैं वो युवा जिनका लक्ष्य सिर्फ नौकरी नहीं है, बल्कि वो विकसित भारत के लिए निर्माण की नींव भी रखेंगे। हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में फिलहाल इतना ही। आप हमारा ये कार्यक्रम संसद टीवी के YouTube चैनल पर भी देख सकते हैं। मुझे, मेरे साथी कैमरा पर्सन सरोज कुमार दास, साथी राम प्रकाश और वीडियो एडिटर विकास चंद्रा को दीजिए इजाजत। आप देखते रहिए संसद टीवी।
संसद टीवी के और भी प्रोग्राम्स देखने के लिए सब्सक्राइब करें हमारा YouTube चैनल और हाँ, इन्हें लाइक और शेयर करना ना भूलें।
In a nation of a billion aspirations, progress isn't just built, it's envisioned, engineered, and designed with purpose. Established in 2003 to accelerate India's rail development, RVNL today has evolved into a global infrastructure powerhouse. From concept to commissioning, Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, empowering progress, delivering excellence.
परिवहन के दौरान गति सिर्फ सहूलियत नहीं है, ये किसी भी राष्ट्र की प्रगति की पहचान है। आज का भारत बदल रहा है। सड़कों का जाल बिछ चुका है, ट्रेनों की रफ्तार बढ़ चुकी है और आसमान में उड़ानों की तादाद और एयरपोर्ट्स की संख्या में साल दर साल इजाफा हो रहा है। लेकिन इसी के साथ 2047 के वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रा के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए भविष्य के प्रोफेशनल्स तैयार हो रहे हैं गुजरात के वडोदरा में गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में।
speciality of this university is they are giving us it's not only about studies, it's giving us an opportunity to walk through all of the things.
एक यूनिक सा कल्चर डेवलप्ड है, हर क्लास को एक फैकल्टी मेंटर असाइन है, कोई दिक्कत हो तो उनके पास जा सकते हैं, कॉलेज के पास अपनी मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज़ है, अपना काउंसलर है।
GSV गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय एक वर्कफोर्स स्किल्ड मैन पावर का निर्माण कर रहा है। हमें ना केवल ही कोर कोर्सेज बल्कि स्पेशलाइजेशन कोर्सेज जो कि ट्रांसपोर्ट रिलेटेड है वो पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं।
We are also providing scholarship for them. Like Siemens scholarship है, गति शक्ति की खुद की scholarship है गर्ल्स के लिए, इवन प्लासर जो है वो भी लड़कियों को scholarship दे रहा है। तो we are motivating them और encouraging them कि they should join this field.
We have the best teachers, so it's a very good experience and opportunity for us to learn under them.
इंटर्नशिप वो मोमेंट था फर्स्ट ईयर का जब मुझे रियलाइज हुआ था कि यहाँ पे आना मेरे लिए वर्थ इट था। फर्स्ट ईयर का इंटर्नशिप जो कि काफ़ी रेयर है किसी भी कॉलेज में।
मेंटोरशिप सीनियर से भी मिलती है, टीचर्स से भी मिलती है। सो वेरियस एक्टिविटीज़ में भी इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं। स्कूल लाइक द पीपल अराउंड, द एनवायरनमेंट, द ग्रीनरी, द एटमॉस्फेयर, द कैंपस, एवरीथिंग इज़ नाइस।
21वीं शताब्दी के हमारे जो काम हैं वो इंडस्ट्री से लिंक होने चाहिए। तो हमारा विजन यूनिवर्सिटी का है इनोवेशन लेड एंड इंडस्ट्री ड्रिवन यूनिवर्सिटी।
सबसे यूनिक चीज़ मुझे जो लगा वो है यहाँ का लाइक राइट बिहाइंड दिस पैलेस।
हमारा देश विकसित होने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। ऐसे में हमें चाहिए होंगे ऐसे कुशल युवा जो कि आधुनिक सोच के साथ ही तकनीक में भी महारत रखते हो। नमस्कार, स्वागत है आपका संसद टीवी पर। मैं हूं नविक्रम सिंह और आज हम आपको लेकर आए हैं गुजरात के वडोदरा में स्थित गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय, जहां तैयार हो रही है वो पीढ़ी जो कि आने वाले समय में लॉजिस्टिक्स, कनेक्ट, मल्टी मॉडल ट्रांसपोर्ट की दिशा में तस्वीर को बदल कर रख देगी। ये देश का पहला और एकमात्र ऐसा केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय है जो परिवहन और लॉजिस्टिक्स के पूरे इकोसिस्टम को समर्पित है। साल 2022 में संसद के एक अधिनियम के जरिए ये विश्वविद्यालय स्थापित हुआ जो कि रेल मंत्रालय के तहत आता है।
The education standard will be global standard. The thought process will be that the students who come out of this university not only serve the transportation sector of India, but also they should be capable and be prepared for serving the transportation sector all over the world.
उत्तर से दक्षिण तक, पूरब से पश्चिम तक देश के आधारभूत ढांचे में हम एक बड़ा बदलाव देख रहे हैं, लेकिन ये एक बड़े बदलाव की शुरुआत भर है। आने वाले भविष्य में ट्रांसपोर्ट, मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी, लॉजिस्टिक्स पर विकसित भारत की बुनियाद केंद्रित है। देश के करीब 1200 से ज्यादा विश्वविद्यालय, 23 IIT और 22 IIM से निकले युवा निश्चित ही देश के भविष्य को संवारेंगे। लेकिन दुनिया के अन्य विकसित देशों की तरह ही हमारे देश को भी एक ऐसे संस्थान की जरूरत थी जो कि ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में हाईली स्पेशलाइज्ड प्रोफेशनल्स को तैयार कर सके। गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय ने न सिर्फ उस कमी को पूरा किया है, बल्कि महज 3 साल में ये संकेत दे दिए हैं कि विकसित भारत की बुनियाद को मजबूत करने वाले युवा यहाँ गढ़े जा रहे हैं।
जब हम पीएम गति शक्ति और नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी की बात करते हैं तो ये अपने आप में स्वतंत्र भारत का सबसे बड़ा नेशनल मास्टर प्लान है। करीबन 110 लाख करोड़ का जो इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान किया गया है, तो इसके लिए हमको सुपीरियर टैलेंटेड मानव संसाधन, टैलेंटेड मैन पावर चाहिए जो इन सारे सेक्टर्स को आगे बढ़ा पाए।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय सिर्फ एक विश्वविद्यालय नहीं, ये वो जगह है जहां इनोवेशन सिखाया नहीं जाता जिया जाता है, जहां रिसर्च किताबों और लैब की दीवारों से निकलकर असल आविष्कारों का रूप लेती है। सिर्फ 3 सालों में इस संस्थान ने ऐसे कीर्तिमान रचे हैं जो विकसित भारत की आकांक्षाओं को नई उड़ान दे रहे हैं। इस विश्वविद्यालय की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है उसका इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट, जिसका मतलब है कि इंडस्ट्री को आने वाले वर्षों में जो जरूरत होगी उसे आज यहाँ करिकुलम का हिस्सा बनाया जा रहा है।
हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी की हर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव बॉडी, भले बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज़ हो, भले एकेडमिक काउंसिल हो, एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल हो, कोर्ट हो, हर एक में इंडस्ट्री का कम से कम 33% हिस्सेदारी हर बॉडी में फॉर्मली है। तो व्हाट टू टीच वो इंडस्ट्री तय करती है। हु विल टीच, इसमें थ्योरेटिकल कोर्सेज हमारे रेगुलर फैकल्टी मेंबर जो एक्सपर्ट है वो करते हैं, पर इसके अलावा हम लोग सेक्टर के एक्सपर्ट्स को बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस करते हैं।
परिवहन की दुनिया को अक्सर पुरुषों के वर्चस्व वाला क्षेत्र माना जाता है, लेकिन गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय इस पुरानी सोच की बेड़ियां तोड़ रहा है। यहाँ बेटियां सिर्फ सपने नहीं देख रही, बल्कि उन्हें डिजाइन कर रही हैं और छात्राओं के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है ये विश्वविद्यालय।
एक्चुअली अभी क्या है, गर्ल्स इस को इन चीज़ के बारे में ज़्यादा नॉलेज है नहीं, लेकिन हम लोग उनको बहुत encourage करते हैं। वी आर ऑल्सो प्रोवाइडिंग स्कॉलरशिप फॉर देम, लाइक सीमेंस स्कॉलरशिप है, गति शक्ति की खुद की स्कॉलरशिप है गर्ल्स हॉस्टल गर्ल्स के लिए, इवन प्लासर जो है वो भी लड़कियों को स्कॉलरशिप दे रहा है। तो वी आर मोटिवेटिंग देम और encouraging देम कि दे शुड जॉइन दिस फील्ड, एंड ऑल्सो देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ स्कोप फॉर students like girl student in this field also. So we are encouraging them, we are providing internship, we are having a curriculum where हम उनको समझाते हैं कि आपके लिए भी आगे बहुत सारा स्कोप है इसके अंदर।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में प्रतिभा को केवल तराशा नहीं जाता, उसे सही मंजिल तक पहुंचाया जाता है। यहाँ का प्लेसमेंट रिकॉर्ड इस बात का गवाह है।
We able to achieve overall around 91% placement for the 2024-25. In some of the programs, we able to achieve 100% placement also. So we are expecting 100% placement for all the students. Starting from, we have programs like in management as well as in technical engineering side. Management, we have MBA Logistics and Supply Chain and an MBA Port and Shipping Logistics. When it comes to engineering, we have BTech in Civil Engineering, specialized in Railway Engineering. BTech in Mechanical Engineering, again specialized in Railway Engineering, and BTech in Electronics, specialized in Railway Engineering. So these are the programs for this year, and we are very confident that all our students will be placed in with flying colors. They go out with flying colors.
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय का एकेडमिक ढांचा सिर्फ किताबों और प्रयोगशालाओं तक सीमित नहीं है। यहाँ शिक्षा को 4 दीवारी से बाहर निकालकर वास्तविक परियोजनाओं और उपयोग की चुनौतियों के बीच परखा जाता है। स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी ने जो दुनिया के 2% साइंटिस्ट की सूची निकाली, उन टॉप साइंटिस्ट में जितेश जे ठक्कर साहब भी हैं, जो कि आईआईटी खड़गपुर से आईआईटी खड़गपुर में प्रोफेसर भी रहे हैं और इस समय डीन एकेडमिक की जिम्मेदारी निभा रहे हैं गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में। तो ये विश्वविद्यालय बाकी विश्वविद्यालय से अपने आप में कितना अलग है?
ये यूनिवर्सिटी जो भी करिकुलम डिज़ाइन करती है वो इंडस्ट्री इनपुट के साथ करती है। जो करिकुलम हम डिलीवर करते हैं उसमें हमारे कोर फैकल्टी तो रहते ही हैं, लेकिन उसके अलावा हम काफ़ी एमिनेंट एक्सपर्ट इंडस्ट्री से एंगेज करते हैं, जिससे स्टूडेंट को रियल लाइफ एक्सपोजर मिले।
जैसे कि आपने बताया इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड तो होता है, लेकिन जो हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस है और ये इन सब चीज़ों के लिए क्या किया जाता है? बहुत
सही बात है। आजकल जो फोकस है वो है हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंसेस पे, आपने बहुत सही बताया, और उसको हमारे करिकुलम में इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए हम हर साल एक डेडिकेटेड इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम स्टूडेंट को देते हैं। तो ये एक बात रही कि कैसे हम स्टूडेंट को इंडस्ट्री के साथ कनेक्ट करते हैं। दूसरा है हमारा डेडिकेटेड प्रोजेक्ट रहता है बीटेक में एमबीए, जो भी हमारा स्टूडेंट इंडस्ट्री के रियल लाइफ प्रॉब्लम पे करता है। और तीसरी चीज़ जो मैंने बताई कि जो करिकुलम यहाँ पढ़ाया जाता है वो फिर बीटेक का हो, एमबीए का हो या फिर पीएचडी कोर्सेज हो, वो जॉइंटली हमारी कोर फैकल्टी एंड इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट के द्वारा डिलीवर किया जाता है।
किस तरीके से एआई और डेटा एनालिटिक्स मशीन लर्निंग को इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं, जो नई तकनीक है या आने वाले भविष्य में जो तकनीक है उसे कैसे?
ये बहुत ही एक इम्पोर्टेंट डायमेंशन आपने टच किया है। और अगर आप हमारा पूरा करिकुलम देखें, हमारा जो प्रोग्राम है, भले ही स्टूडेंट बीटेक करे, इंजीनियरिंग करे या फिर वो मैनेजमेंट करे, यहाँ पे उसको तैयार किया जाता है आने वाली चैलेंजेस ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एंड लॉजिस्टिक सेक्टर में। तो इस तरह से हमारा पूरा जो करिकुलम है, it is very much in line with the recent development in AI/ML as well as the 21st century requirement of the transportation sector.
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में लैब्स का मतलब है भविष्य की तकनीक। जहां दुनिया प्लास्टिक कचरे को एक समस्या मानती है, वहीं गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय के प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर चिंताला ने उसमें समाधान देखा। उन्होंने बेकार प्लास्टिक से ईंधन बनाने की क्रांतिकारी तकनीक को विकसित किया है।
तो मेरा प्रोजेक्ट है जो फ्यूल्स प्रोड्यूस करना, प्लास्टो फ्यूल्स प्रोड्यूस करना। उस प्रोजेक्ट में डायरेक्टली स्टूडेंट्स दे आर डूइंग देयर वन ऑफ द R&D ऑब्जेक्टिव एलिमेंट दे आर डूइंग एज ए देयर प्रोडक्ट प्रोजेक्ट। ऐसे ही हम हाइड्रोजन के ऊपर भी काम करते हैं। तो स्टूडेंट्स दे आर डायरेक्टली दे आर engaged with the industry, they are going out to the industry and involving in the development activities. So overall vision के हिसाब से बच्चे right from the first year onwards they are exposing to the R&D activities in this university.
अपने इस नवाचार के लिए डॉक्टर चिंताला को राष्ट्रपति ने भी सम्मानित किया है। ऐसे शोध से छात्र प्रेरणा ले रहे हैं और इस तकनीक को और उन्नत करने के लिए नवाचार भी कर रहे हैं।
ज़्यादातर प्लास्टिक वेस्ट 60 to 70% रहेगा, फिर 10 से 20% कुछ बायोमास वेस्ट हो गया, ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट हो गया, फूड वेस्ट हो गया, वो टाइप का, फिर डिफरेंट क्लोथिंग मटेरियल्स हो गया, उस टाइप का फूड वेस्ट लेके हम उससे एविएशन फ्यूल बना रहे हैं। अभी हम लो लेवल पे बना रहे हैं, लेबोरेटरी स्केल पे बना रहे हैं। इसके बाद अभी इसके ऊपर से हम फिर बैन स्केल पे जाएंगे।
दुनिया की अग्रणी विमान निर्माता कंपनी एयरबस ने विशेष रूप से गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस केंद्र की स्थापना की है। इन आधुनिक प्रयोगशालाओं में छात्र ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स की शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रहे हैं।
जैसा कि इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स के साथ हम कोलैबोरेट किया है, एयरबस के साथ, प्लाजर के साथ, अल्स्टॉम, सीमेंस के साथ। सो इंडस्ट्रीज हमें R&D एक्टिविटीज़ में और बच्चों का होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट में और बच्चों का फाइनेंशियल स्कॉलरशिप में सभी तरीके से सारे मोड्स में इंडस्ट्री से हमें पूरा सपोर्ट मिल रहा है।
यहाँ क्लास के बाद का समय थकावट भरा नहीं बल्कि जोश से भरा हुआ होता है। जीत का जज्बा और हार से सीखने की कला, ये वो गुण हैं जो इन छात्रों में खेल के दौरान आता है। एक तरफ विश्वविद्यालय का ऐतिहासिक परिसर विश्व स्तरीय खेल सुविधाओं से सुसज्जित है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ स्टूडेंट्स क्लब यहाँ की एक अलग पहचान है।
And there are a lot of clubs we have to take care of their social well-being. If they are talented in music, they are talented in singing, we have a singing club, music club, drama club, the debate and quiz club, and like many, I think if they are good at literary club is there to take care of them, event management club for the leadership. So there are very much needed is because in our university we have people from two different states, they speak different languages, and that social integration, I think that is one of our main role.
हमारे यहाँ 10 क्लब और एक स्पोर्ट्स कमेटी है। सारे क्लब बहुत प्यारे हैं। क्लब वो पहला पायदान होता है जहाँ जूनियर सीनियर से एकदम इंटरेक्ट करता है, एक परिवार बनता है क्लब, जो शुरू से शुरू होता है और अंत तक चलता है।
We had a startup idea
और कैंपस राउंड में हम जीत गए थे एंड देन आई वेंट टू द ग्लोबल समिट दैट वाज हेल्ड इन बैंकॉक आउट ऑफ वी वर अमंग द टॉप 360 टीम्स अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड विच हैड 10,000 टीम्स. तो इट वाज अ ग्रेट एक्सपीरियंस. लाइक एक्सपोजर जो है हमारे कॉलेज के तरफ से दैट हल्ट प्राइज ऑर्गेनाइज करवा रहे हैं एंड ऑल दैट, इट्स रियली ग्रेट.
बचपन तो गया, जवानी भी गई, एक पल तो अब हमें जीने दो, जीने दो. बचपन तो गया, जवानी भी गई, एक पल तो अब हमें जीने दो, जीने दो.
यहाँ भारत के कोने कोने से आए छात्र एक साथ रहते हैं. जब एक ही छत के नीचे अलग अलग भाषाओं और परंपराओं का मिलन होता है तो कैंपस सही मायनों में एक मिनी इंडिया बन जाता है.
किसी भी विश्वविद्यालय की पहचान सिर्फ उसकी इमारत, उसकी लैब, उसके क्लासरूम नहीं होते, बल्कि वो गलियारे होते हैं, वो हॉस्टल रूम होते हैं जहां पर भारत का भविष्य आकार ले रहा होता है, जहां पर दोस्तियां होती हैं और जहां भविष्य के लिए सपने बुने जा रहे होते हैं.
आंकड़े और इमारतें अपनी कहानी कहते हैं, लेकिन गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय की असली धड़कन है यहाँ के छात्र छात्राएं. इंजीनियरिंग में प्रवेश लिया हो या फिर एमबीए करते हुए प्लेसमेंट, सबके लिए ये यूनिवर्सिटी बेहद खास है.
So one-to-one care we are giving, not only for the student, we are informing the parents and trying to give a holistic support so that they can come up. Yeah, because we take this counseling as a shelter on their journey. So we take it that way. Counseling is we are providing a shelter so that they can continue their journey well. Similarly, academically weak students also we are identifying and we have a support system for them also.
फर्स्ट कंपनी आई जिसमें मैं प्लेस्ड हो गया तो बहुत अच्छा लगा, और बाकी जैसे जितनी भी मेहनत की थी आगे पहले से करते आया हूँ उसका दिखा फल मुझे डायरेक्टली कि अब मुझे मिला है, तो ये अच्छा है. और अच्छी कंपनी में हुई है तो मुझे पता है कि आगे ग्रोथ भी मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छी रहेंगी. आगे भी मैं अपने लाइफ में जो भी कैरियर को ग्रोथ करूँगा तो भी बहुत अच्छे इंप्रूवमेंट मिलेंगे और बहुत अच्छे वहाँ से मुझे सीखने को मौके मिलेंगे बहुत अच्छे सारे.
तो जैसे मैंने सेकेंड ईयर में डीएमआरसी में इंटर्नशिप करी दिल्ली मेट्रो में, तो वहाँ पर मैंने टेलीकॉम डिपार्टमेंट में सीखा कि वो कैसे कैसे इक्विपमेंट यूज़ करते हैं. तो अब जब मैं वापस कैंपस आया मैंने सोचा कि मैं प्रोजेक्ट बनाता हूँ किसी एक चीज़ के ऊपर. तो अब मुझे कुछ डाउट आता है कि वहाँ पर फील्ड पे क्या यूज़ होता है, तो मेरे पास लिंक्स रहते हैं, मेरे पास नेटवर्क रहता है कि वहाँ पर मैं किसी से कांटेक्ट करके उनसे पूछ सकता हूँ वो मैं अपने प्रोजेक्ट में क्या और ऐड ऑन कर सकता हूँ ताकि वो फ्यूचर में वो एज अ फील्ड पे यूज़ हो सकता है.
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय का प्रभाव क्षेत्र सिर्फ नए छात्रों तक सीमित नहीं है. ये संस्थान देश के वर्तमान कर्णधारों और निर्णय लेने वालों के लिए भी एक ज्ञान का केंद्र है. यहाँ चलाए जाने वाले विशेष एग्जीक्यूटिव ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स में भारतीय सेना, रेलवे, एविएशन और पब्लिक सेक्टर के अलावा प्राइवेट सेक्टर के अधिकारी और कर्मचारी भी आते हैं.
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय इस डायरेक्शन में जो अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हों या प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हों, उसके जो ऑफिशियल्स हैं उनकी नॉलेज के लिए कस्टमाइज्ड प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट करता है. और नॉट ओनली दैट, जैसे रेलवेज़ का आप जानते हैं कि रेलवे का पहले यहाँ पर नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ इंडियन रेलवेज हुआ करता था, तो वहाँ उसके ऑफिसर्स को भी यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग दी जाती थी. तो उसके साथ साथ अभी रेलवे बोर्ड ने हमें ये भी मैंडेट दिया है कि जो मैनेजमेंट डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम है, एडवांस मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हैं इंडियन रेलवेज के ऑफिसर्स के लिए, उसको यहाँ उनके ऑफिसर्स को यहाँ पे ट्रेन किया जाए. इसके साथ ही साथ जो इंडियन रेलवे मैनेजमेंट सर्विसेज की जो ऑफिसर नए ज्वाइन करते हैं उनकी भी ट्रेनिंग हम लोग कराते हैं.
यहाँ के शिक्षक और नेतृत्व सिर्फ अकादमिक दुनिया से नहीं आते, बल्कि वे भारतीय रेलवे, रक्षा सेवाओं, एविएशन और वैश्विक लॉजिस्टिक कंपनियों में उच्च पदों पर दशकों का अनुभव रखते हैं। यही इस विश्वविद्यालय को एक सामान्य विश्वविद्यालय से अलग बनाता है।
रेलवे के काफ़ी सारे विशेषज्ञ इस समय रेलवे इंजीनियरिंग, रेलवे ट्रैक टेक्नोलॉजी, ब्रिज इंजीनियरिंग, इस तरह के टॉपिक्स हमारे यहाँ पढ़ा रहे हैं। इसी तरीके से एविएशन इंजीनियरिंग में भले इंडियन एयरफोर्स के लोग हों, एक्सपर्ट्स हों, भले एविएशन सेक्टर के लोग हों, तो हमने ये काफ़ी फोकस किया कि इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड करिकुलम तो बनाना एक चीज़ है, उस करिकुलम को डिलीवर करना, उसके लिए इंडस्ट्री की भागीदारी हो।
बीते नवंबर में विश्वविद्यालय और डीआरडीओ ने राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के लिए स्मार्ट तकनीक समाधान विकसित करने के लिए हाथ मिलाया है। गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय और प्राइवेट सेक्टर के साथ ही पब्लिक सेक्टर में भी बीते वर्षों में एमओयू की एक लंबी श्रृंखला है। ये तालमेल गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय को केवल एक शिक्षण संस्थान नहीं, बल्कि एक राष्ट्रीय संपत्ति यानी नेशनल एसेट बनाता है।
गति शक्ति विश्वविद्यालय में तैयार हो रहे हैं वो युवा जिनका लक्ष्य सिर्फ नौकरी नहीं है, बल्कि वो विकसित भारत के लिए निर्माण की नींव भी रखेंगे। हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में फिलहाल इतना ही। आप हमारा ये कार्यक्रम संसद टीवी के YouTube चैनल पर भी देख सकते हैं। मुझे, मेरे साथी कैमरा पर्सन सरोज कुमार दास,
लंच किया क्या?
हाँ
लंच
सर अभी, हाँ मैं बाद में करता हूँ, बाद में करता हूँ।
हेलो, हाँ करेक्ट, थैंक यू।
The science for today is the technology of tomorrow. Good afternoon, everyone. We warmly welcome you back after the lunch break. We hope you had a refreshing pause and some engaging conversations. The first half of the day set an inspiring tone for the annual Tech Fest Epitome 2026, bringing together brilliant minds from academia and industry to exchange ideas that drive innovation and technological advancements. To begin this session, it is our honor to welcome Dr. Hon'ble Vice, Associate Professor in Department of Aerospace Engineering at IIT Bombay. Dr. Maiti completed his PhD in Aerospace Engineering from IISc Bangalore, and before joining IIT Bombay, he served as a postdoctoral researcher in the Institute of Flight System Dynamics at Technical University of Munich, Germany. He had published several articles in prestigious journals, conferences, and books, and actively contributes to global research communities as a member of technical committees of IEEE and International Federation of Automatic Control. Dr. Maiti is also the principal investigator of Pushpak, National Mission on Drone Technology and Maharashtra Drone Mission, playing a key role in advancing drone technology in India. His research spans areas such as the drone ecosystem, guidance and control of aerospace vehicles, aerospace engine and modeling and control, and the control and estimation of distributed and fault-tolerant system. It is truly a privilege to have such a distinguished expert with us today. Please join us in warmly welcoming Dr. Hon'ble Maiti.
Thank you everyone, and very good afternoon to everybody. And first of all, I like to thanks organizer of Epitome 2026 to invite me here and share my thought on, or my little bit experience on drone side. And today I like to share my experience and my knowledge with respect to not only particularly drone, but drone ecosystem in general. So I'll let you know what is the drone ecosystem, what we mean to say drone ecosystem, and how drone ecosystem is critical for us, and what kind of dream we are having with us, and possibly all of us, we have to work together to succeed or achieve this goal. So that is the things we like to share with you. So, all of you know that already regarding drone, I don't have to say anything regarding drone. So straight away, let's go to the, what is the current scenario of drone. And so if you see that current gaps, of course, drones are scatterly used, but mostly, you know, it's a remotely piloted. Very few applications are there where autonomous flights are working. But if you are talking about autonomous and coordinated manner, it's a limited manner. So even though we are talking about integrated drone ecosystem, but as per our knowledge, integrated drone ecosystem does not exist in India at present. So that's why our goal in general, we kept it here that of course world-class drone hub and integrated drone ecosystem, and as I mentioned, all of us has to work together to achieve this goal. And of course, let us define what is drone ecosystem here, because that is the platform will help us later stage that other components what I'll be going to present. So we, all of us knows here some extent manned aviation ecosystem. From there we'll try to derive. So if you see that by 4A, actually we can define manned aviation ecosystem. So here aircraft is nothing but a platform, airlines is business, aerospace is air traffic management, and airport is infrastructure. So in this case, if you see that drone here, platform is drone, business is like use cases, or of course this training, or maybe various components of the drone. And another thing is that in place here UAV traffic management, drone corridor, geofencing, then aerospace, space management, all kinds of things will come in picture together. And infrastructure wise, if you see that drone port or drone docking system, see eventually what happened that currently we are operating few drones. So that's why battery changing, swapping, recharging, all the things we are doing by manually. But eventually, whatever we are expecting that after few years, several numbers of drone will fly in the sky. Particularly ground to top level of, we can expect that 500 to 600 feet. So this total portion is vacant. Top of that thing already manned aircraft is there, and below already ground we have. So in between this space, we can fill up with the drone. That is the space is available for us. And of course, after that we have to integrate, another part will come later. But at present, if you see that's why these hundreds of drones will fly, manual recharging, battery swapping, all kinds of things will be it will not be feasible because all will be autonomous manner. So that battery swapping, recharging, docking and starting of the mission, all things has to be autonomous. So that's why this docking system, if it's the left side one part, automatically docking, battery swapping or recharging, then it will house drone automatically. Then if operator press the button, it will go do the work, again it will come back. And right side, if you see that multi-level things, whatever we did it, because you know, like Mumbai, Delhi, other city, hundreds of drone, keeping in a, like several these kind of things is not possible. So there is a multi-level drone port or maybe multi-level park, car parking, whatever we are thinking, similar kind of things will become. But big challenge is that so many drones will be land together, so many drones can be fly together, it has to be coordinated, communication, so many other factors are there. But we believe that after some time this will come. So now come to some small example I kept it here. This is actually IIT Bombay's map. We kept it here because I am from IIT Bombay, so we thought that it will be easy to explain each and every corner of IIT Bombay. So if you see the one side of Powai Lake, another side of Samir Hill, in between IIT Lake. Oops, sorry. So if you see that there is a blue color, two things you will get it. That is actually nothing but multi-level docking system. And in between, if you see the two multi-level docking system, there is a yellow color. If you see that is some kind of arrow you can see. So these are the things, nothing but you can think about that drone corridor. So and drone corridor, if you see, there will be multiple drones is basically flying, and it has to be interact each other, otherwise it will collide. So challenging part is that how to make safe, how to fly safe operation and reliable way when multiple drones autonomously flying and doing the various activities. Like our lane, if you see ground side, there will be multiple lanes are there, speed and other factors considering multiple lanes are defined. Similarly, drone corridor can be defined, it's a virtual one. So that is the things I want to highlight here. And of course, there is the obstacle or something is there. Now there is not too many things are there. That's why easily we can avoid whatever space we have because space is empty now. But latest stage, if several drones are flying together, we don't have a flexibility that we can go anywhere and do our mission, but other person might hit us. So that's why this airspace segment, airspace management has come in picture in bigger manner. How already man flight things already they are doing. So similar kind of concept has to be, but here advantage is that there is horizontally and vertical both multiple layers we can basically work out. But challenges are more because it is low altitude, so many obstacles and other parts are there. And of course geofencing has to be also come in picture, it's a limited boundary sense. So together if you see the total part, so and considering UTM, then drone port, other part, it basically leads to actually drone ecosystem. So drone can fly autonomous manner, multiple drone, multiple mission, multiple objective. So now, and of course the communication is the one of the key part, that's why this 5G, 4G at the moment we kept it, but later stage different kind of communication can be established, like how man flight they are using, but problem is that man flight they are basically transmitting some of the ADS-B or something, if you know, it's a basically active one. So if you see that several drones are flying and close to coming together and we are getting a lot of information, it is very difficult to manage. So we have to see and how much we can, active things can be used and passive thing can be used. So that is actually, we have to already, some experiment is going on, but at the moment we are not able to conclude that what could be the best option for us. But at present, at least cellular phones are there, and India, I guess 80 to 90% area already cellular phones are connected, at least 4G, 3G, 4G, 5G either sense. Drone flying information, we need only telemetry data. I think 4G data, 4G connection will be sufficient to get the telemetry data at least. Not video, sometimes maybe, may or not be. But telemetry data we need, that we can collect. Now come to the drone ecosystem. As you know that we need actually comprehensive that national capability. It's not only market related, beyond some market related you have to go. Current market situation I am talking about. And of course then manufacturing, manufacturer, regulator, operator, all of course academician, all has to come together. And of course this growth is tremendous. Already you know how fast it is moving, drone market. If you see that before just COVID and today's date, it is a huge change with respect to drone part. So it's a huge change, and this current current scenario, if you see that worldwide what is going on, it is a couple of drone is one of the key things they are using. So I don't know, needless to say that drone has a multiple varieties of multiple operation and other things will be required, and all of us to work together. So now come to the drone operation sense. Of course, there is a various applications and other things, people are working, sorry. So we are also working, and of course these are the some of the application I kept it. All of you know, I am just keep that slide. Now come to the, if you see that similarly, but here we mention that some of the like Kisan Drone and other part already government, some of the initiative already there. Like drone side, agriculture side particularly, and FDI side, PLI side, multiple things government already initiated, Drone Didi, but multiple more things is government is taking up, because government also understood that this is another emerging area where government has to put, and of course all of us has to also participate there as much as possible. Now category and types are very quickly I will mention, all of you know, but still just all of us on the same page, that is my intention is here, that multicopter, fixed wing, VTOL, multiple category or types of drones are there. And if you see that category wise or classification wise, every platform having nano to large class of drone. So if you see the variety of drones are multiple, and everything has its own challenge, own advantage also. Now of course this mission or particularly application part already we discussed. So now if you see that this is actually one of the critical things just want to highlight here. So particularly lower airspace part is we are targeting with respect to drone. But when you are talking about long range delivery or little bit larger size drone, so it may come actually that middle this airspace part also. And the problem here is that there will be helicopter and other vehicle also same pace they are using. So integration between that existing manned airspace with the unmanned airspace is one of the big challenging part. Still we are not having UTM, means UAV traffic management, or unmanned airspace part, management part. How difficult will be there when it will be teaming up both the things together. And helicopter is lot of accident, lot of other things is already happening without that things also. So it has to be not the drone side, that side, other side whatever is already working on, that has to be more precise actually also. So it's a bit challenging things as per my understanding is concerned. So here is that part that beyond visualization and or interoperability, that traffic management whatever I am talking about, it is very important to achieve this kind of situation we are projecting here. Now come to the another important part is that ground control station part. So ground control station part already I am sure that many people are working with the single drone and single mission objective sense, already you are working. And if you see that this is the left side is the one of the developed by us actually, that is drone docking system, I will show you later that video part. So single drone and coordination part still various application wise it is difficult to do it, sometimes they are facing the existing software, number one. So the software you have to make it in such a manner, or GCS you have to make it in such a manner that it has to be, it can be useful for multiple application, not too much difficulty, number one. Number two, various drone operator or various drone or agencies, they build up own GCS and they restricted themselves by that only that kind of their own drone. Now think about it, there is some problem is happening here. Here police is using some drone beyond maybe 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers beyond, another police station is there. They are also having another drone, few drones, but different company, and they are not having sufficient drone. They want to take this drone from this police station, even though they will take the full drone, but they will not able to operate as long as they are not having proper ground control station. And operating ground control station has to know by that police also. It's a big challenge if you see that, but of course there is a pros and con. This whatever they made it, I am not saying that other way. There is a pros and cons. So we have to come with a balance somewhere. So that maybe industry will take a decision how to go ahead. That I leave it to industry. So I feel that not only police or something, it's a MOD and everywhere it is a common problem. Now come to the, of course, when you're talking about this ground control station, we have to account that the path, waypoint, and of course drone control, and this geofencing total area, and we have to, design in such a manner that drone can perform what we are looking for. We can design the path, but drone cannot follow, which will not make sense for us. Correct? Drone is having some constant, that this much of turn, this much of efficiency, that will speed and other part, various parameters such that all has to be accounted there. Now, if you see that GCS infrastructure, how that is connected, particularly here, that central, there will be flight control view, there will be live map view on other part, there will be customized profile, that management and setting part will be also there, that has to be connected together. Then of course task management has to be come together, this will be seamlessly has to be there. And here is the problem. So all application, it is not coming seamlessly. So we need actually indigenous ground control station which can serve seamlessly for multiple applications. Now one user or one drone, one ground control station we are talking about. Now next thing we are talking about here, swarm of drone. So think about it, how many users or how many drones and how many ground control stations, how to manage it. That is also another challenging job. So here this ground control station, now we have to look out, we have to think about in such a manner that multiple drones can be handled. Of course it is doing some extent. And another thing is the various type of drone. That is also has to be considered now. If you see that swarm wise, currently it's a similar kind of drone they are considering. Some here and there little bit difficulty, heterogeneous part, not completely heterogeneous part people are not working out. So this is also another important point as a researcher or as a our side. So we can basically think about how we can make it, and that can be useful for the end user and of course industry also. Now here this problem to solve, one of the approach is that multi-agent control based. That is the things we are targeting here. You can see that part. And now the another important thing is that whatever when my discussion with the other end user, maybe Gujarat government having couple of drone, Maharashtra and various government is having couple of drone. They don't have I am not sure that anybody is having complete picture of the drone, that every government is having how many drone, what is the category, where it is. This is the actually missing information. The problem is that drone is having dual use cases. Most of the drone, if you take it, you will find a dual use. One side civilian, one side is basically defense or home side. So when there is an emergency requirement is there, so people will go to the nearest location where drone is available. But problem is that information is not available. So this is that's why we are working for this national level drone information and management system, that is information part, first part. Another thing is that when drone are operating, suppose someone wants to see, suppose CM or war room situation, they want to see where the drones are flying currently, that information also currently they don't have. So that information is very critical. Drone is having very beautiful properties or application, real time we can see from any location. Don't have to go that location and verify what is this going on. So that advantage basically we are losing some extent because all information is not having with us. So that's why the information and management things we are currently working on, not only for national, of course state also we are looking for, because we are also working with the state on another project is called Maharashtra Drone Mission. So we are also working, so that is also there is a need, because there is various departments so they are having, department or ministry, whatever you can say. So now if you see that traffic management, how that will connected, that it UAV traffic management, ground control station and UAV all will be connected here, and that will help us to get the information and management both the things together. Now regulator size, if you see that digital skies case, already zones are defined, red zone, yellow zone and green zone also already defined. And if you see that 80 to 90% of area in India currently green zone. So that means 150 feet, sorry 120 feet, up to 120 feet in the green zone we can fly without anybody's permission. So that is a flexibility. But some like city like, I am not sure here, but at least my IIT Mumbai I know, if I want to get permission, that is red and yellow, all the mixture. Even though we are flying drone, we took 7 agencies permission before flying drone there, and 7 different agency and ministry actually. So it is challenging, but of course they have to maintain the law and order situation. We cannot violate because so many other, other side part also there we have to account. But what I am going to tell you ki few area, if you exclude 80 to 90% area are green zone. Now this UAV traffic management and drone corridor side, two part, if you remember that when I showed that multi-level drone port, in between we can make actually corridor. But suppose one location that one docking system to go to the any kind of building, if you go and so many buildings are there, so many corridor you have to make it, and it's a very tedious task, and it is not easy to maintain also. So in between that task, it is not necessary that drone corridor we have to make it, but proper safe and safe path we have to find out. That can be may or may not be the drone corridor, not necessary, because it's too much crowdy. If you see that this building, next building, this building, and from that some location if you have to make it drone corridor, virtual corridor, so many, it will too many interaction will come in picture. Sorry. So if you see that a much more challenging part also there. So even though it's corridor, another part we are saying, and of course collision avoidance, speed management, all the things you have to manage. Now airspace integration and UAV traffic management, some of the things we already covered. I'll skip this slide. Another part is the important part. We individually discussed here that UTM, UAV traffic management and GCS. Now this has to be integrated and seamlessly it should work. That is another hurdling task is there. If you see that UAV traffic management side, particularly it will come to the decision layer, then decision layer 2 it will go to the actually end user pilot or end user whoever will be using drone. So this has to be integrated properly. Now another next part is that is software and autonomy or data part. So of course that as you are expecting drone are more autonomous and multiple drones will fly. So this advanced navigation guidance control, whatever we know, it has to be there. Not necessary it has to be AI. If where it is required AI to implement, please we can basically take the leverage of the AI, but not necessary that every area we have to use AI. And another thing is that of course the autopilot has to be much more robust and reliable, and current autopilot, if you see that we don't have a processor, even though we have a 3 processor in India, you might know actually that Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology funded 3 processor developed, one by CDEC, that is called Vega, another is Ajit by IIT Bombay, another is Shakti by IIT Chennai. But these are the processors, still we need actually more improvement in the processor to achieve the current processor whatever we are using in autopilot. So now another thing is that here if the corridor part, if you see that it is so many corridor and it's a congested area. So if you see that very simple, but it is not actually simple. Various landing point, takeoff point, multiple things has to be you have to provide. Now anti-drone part, so now up to this point we are talking about drone part. Now anti-drone part, you know that multiple technologies are there and various company already they are operating or they are already developed some of the technology, that is jamming to spoofer to multiple cyber attack to that high energy laser, all the things high energy laser DRDO is using, developed already. Then of course jammer and spoofer multiple company they already developed. So there is a need for these are the technology, but individual technology has own advantage, own limitation. So if you want that anti-drone technology has to be much larger scale, you have to be there. Integration of this all the technology is another challenging job, because every technology has own advantage and limitation. See, just like a virus and antivirus. Today there is a antivirus, next day somebody will find out another virus we can affect actually antivirus. So it's just like a game, it's going on. So it's you have to see that which one you have to use to kill that virus. So like that kind of things actually here, and that has to be very fast and moving, and lot of challenges are already there here. Now testing and certification standard, if you see that we need actually, because not too many places are testing platform we have. even though talking about government are taking initiative, but a lot of testing platform required, and that is advanced testing platform means a lot of critical equipment we can test it there. Now, of course, talent and skill development, where we are basically as an academic institute or training institute, that is the things, one of the key things I think many people had already discussed. And just to let you know that drone part, we need not only pilot, we need good engineer, skilled manpower, and good operator also. So all kinds of people are required to execute successful mission. Now, here is the point, that if you see that when we are talking about drone ecosystem, technically which are the things are there. So technically if you see left side, it's a drone component related, and this drone design and other allied technologies are there at the right side. So all the things have to be developed, integrated, and together basically if you can achieve integration part we achieve, then we are moving towards actually drone ecosystem. But unfortunately, couple of technology are not developed as per the end user requirement till now in India. So there is a good amount of scope in R&D area also. Now, of course, current scenario, another part, I'll just quickly finish it up, that lot of momentums and other part already there, but lot of gaps are also there. That is actually, even though lot of claims are there at indigenous and other part, already indigenous good amount things developed, but lot of more things are there indigenously you have to develop. Another thing is the BB loss, and of course critical infrastructure and other part I mentioned. Now come to the what is the next few years, basically what basically we can predict or think about it. That is actually BB loss framework, because beyond visualization line of sight flying, there is standard is or framework has to be developed and has to be open to the multiple end user. Of course, UTM and other facility, whatever we discuss currently, all the things will be required in next few years, and as soon as possible that will be helpful for us. Now, these are the things already I discussed, just I will skip this part because all that repeat them I am just discussed, but I summarize it. So before going finishing this part, a couple of areas whatever we are also working, as I mentioned last few years. So like Gadchiroli, maybe you heard this name, one of the district, and Nandurbar in Maharashtra, already we developed. So if you see that, the thing is that whatever we develop, when a drone is flying, automatically you can telecast this drone information, even take a control from any place. Means even though we develop our central control station in IIT Bombay inside a room, from here we can take a control of this drone. So that is the safety side and reliability side we try to improve. Of course, lot of things you have to do. Already this thing is deployed there. And very quickly I'll just let you know that swarm part, So multiple swarm things also we are working, and multiple swarm is a multiple challenges are there. I am not going to point it out here because I think we have shortage of time. I should finish it up. But as you know, multiple swarm is multiple coordinated vehicle. It's a lot of challenge, not only formation wise but communication wise. That is another large big challenge we have actually. And now it is coming anti-drone side jamming and spoofing, which makes lives more difficult for us actually. Our lives now more difficult than usual when we thought about it. Commercial, now this is actually another one. So if you see that here, this thing currently we develop, autonomously drone will fly to the mission, then will come back and land and do the battery swapping, recharging everything together, and drone will house together. So this is the one part we try to solve. Already we made it prototype, and now we are going for the multi-level part also now currently. Automatically, so you see that battery swapping is going on. Completely autonomous. This is the no manual interference. This is the part. Another last thing is that I just like to let you know, we need actually mobile, ground, control, command, communication, computation and intelligence vehicle, which can having all kinds of things whatever one user agency is looking for. So you are developing this kind of that mobile ground C4I, we are saying C4I vehicle. Locally communication part, 4G, 5G, satellite communication, drone, docking total system has to be together. So all the things has to be like a one ground control station which is mobile, and all kinds of communication platform has to be there. So this is the things, just to some of the things that kept it here, not on all. So with respect to this part, maybe, sorry. Yes. So hope that after a few years, soon, or I would say soon, we will achieve this kind of thing. I know how many personnel take the daily, many things, what is that called? I mean, risk to many things is there, but hoping that this kind of things will be achieved after some time, soon also. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Lelu.
Any questions from the audience? Thank you, sir. It was a privilege to hear you speak. We sincerely appreciate your presence and insights. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Aujasya Award of Medals. Aujasya is GSV's annual sports fest, where the level of competence and sportsmanship displayed has been truly exceptional. Let us now proceed with the distribution of medals to our victorious athletes. I invite our Hon'ble Vice Chancellor, Sir, Shri Rakesh Ji, Professor Annam Mehti, Mr. Dimitri Prakin, Shri Shekhar Mehta, Srimati Hiral Rajput, and Shri PRS Mani on the dais to present the medals. So on the dais, sir, please come. Sir, yes, sir. We'll start with shot put. The power and precision displayed in this event were truly remarkable. For the male shot put, in third place, we have Shri Krishna Pandey. In the second place, we have Rohit Kumar Galot.
And
taking the first place in male shot put, Abhishek Karadia. Now, for the female shot put, in third place, we have Sanjeevna. The second place goes to Sneha Gupta. And the first place winner is Prerna Priya. Next up, the test of endurance and stamina, the 5-kilometer marathon. For the male 5-kilometer marathon, our third place winner is Supam Mondal. The second place goes to Prayagraj Singh.
And the champion taking the first place is Siddhartha. For the female 5-kilometer marathon, in third place we have Tanishka Pagdipalli. The second place goes to Mokshita. And the first place is bagged by Shrishti Agrahari. Let us move on to the discus throw, where strength and technique are the keys. For the male discus throw, third place goes to Shivam Nigam. The second place goes to Rohit Kumar Gahlot. And the first place is bagged by Swayam Sarupgiri. For the female discus throw, in third place we have Prerna Priya.
Forgive me if I sin again. We on 10 again, nigga, time to win again. That's a whole pack, hang it in my coat check. Better keep your hope.
In second place we have Akshata. And the first place is conquered by Sneha Gupta. Now for the excitement of the long jump, those incredible leaps. For the men long jump, in third place we have Shivam Nigam. The second place is for Rohit Kumar Gahlot. And the first position is secured by Rupesh Kumar. For the female long jump, in third place we have Dhanalakshmi T. The second place is for Prerna Priya.
And the first place is secured by Tanishka Pagdipalli.
Lotus him again, forgive me if I sin again. We on 10 again, nigga, time to win again. That's a hope pack, hanging in my coat check. Better keep your hoe.
Now we have the strategic battle of minds, chess. In the male group, the third place, we have Sambhav Verma.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods. Top notch hoes get the most, not the lesser. Straight terror, product of your errors. Pushing culture, baby, got that product you can measure. Trendsetter, the one who get the weather. Swerving while I'm bumping project pattern.
In the second place, we have Srimukh Tripathi. Hearty congratulations to all the winners and participants. Your dedication and achievements are truly inspiring. Now, continuing with the technical session, it is my distinct honor to introduce the next speaker, Shri Dmitry Praikin, the Chief Operating Officer of Kynet Railway Solutions, India. Shri Praikin brings with him a formidable portfolio of over 20 years of international experience. His expertise spans the delivery of complex multi-country projects in rail, shipbuilding, and power across Europe, Central Asia, and the MENA region. Since 2018, he has been a pivotal figure within Russia's largest railway rolling stock manufacturing landscape. He has been instrumental in the supply and maintenance of advanced rolling stock, including metro systems and electric multiple units across Russia, Egypt, Hungary, and the CIS countries. Sir is a passionate advocate for the development of sustainable city public transport systems, a subject that is of paramount importance to the future of our urban infrastructure. Please join me in warmly welcoming Shri Dmitry Praikin.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I hope I'm audible. I have very difficult task to be a speaker after the chess medals were not given for some technical reason, but I encourage the winners of the chess tournaments, representing together with India for sure, one of the few countries having champions, grossmasters, and actually chess is one of my favorite sports as well, so besides swimming and running. So it was a pleasure of giving medals to the winners of the competition. So once again, so it's a pity that the chess medals were not given, but they were given afterwards. Okay, another challenge is that I'm one of the last speakers, so I encourage you to give me some time and be patient to listen, because I will try to give you some some opinion from outside and maybe some examples that are not visible here. So regarding, for example, drones. So I'm coming from the country, from Russia, that passed away from very drone friendly. some 10 years ago to very drone unfriendly currently, but because of the military conflicts. For example, I'm living in Moscow, so I moved to Delhi just recently in December. But since the conflict started, so we started to suffer something not very normal and usual. So jamming the signal, so you cannot find your way using GPS and maps in the center of the city, which is affecting so convenience. So you cannot find the place you are going to, which is affecting the taxis, because taxis are using navigation as well. So you cannot get your taxi and the taxi is not knowing where you are standing and where you are waiting. So hopefully you will not have these challenges. But this is the challenges we are facing right now in Moscow. But this is the challenge, for example, Dubai is facing right now, and the Middle East after start of the military conflict on the Middle East. But I'm pretty confident that you cannot stop the progress, that the future is for drones. It will be taxi drones, delivery drones, whatsoever. But this is only a matter of time. But right now, so the world is difficult. So there are military conflicts, and in those areas, so development of drones is difficult. So I think all of us who is involved in drone development, so they understand. Regarding aerospace, so I also want to say a few words from Russia. So representing Russia here, I think I'm alone from Russia, maybe the only foreigner here. So after the collapse of the Soviet Union in '91, so we lost totally the aerospace manufacturing technology in Russia, because all the supply chains were destroyed. Many factories, they were remaining in different countries, because instead of one country, Soviet Union, so now we have 15 different countries, and some of the supply chain, so it remained in different countries and was destroyed for different reasons. Right now we have the same challenge. I think starting from maybe 10, 15 years ago, so the decision was taken in Russia to redevelop the supply chain, to redesign and to start manufacturing middle range aircrafts. So right now it's even bigger challenge after the military conflict started, because we were relying on some technology providers and some partners from Europe and from USA. So now unfortunately it's not possible, but this project is still moving on. So I think it can be also a good synergy, because Russia is working alone on these medium range civil aircrafts, trying to be independent from outside suppliers. India is trying to do the same, and in many ways, so our countries are similar. But okay, so coming back from air to the earth, to railway. So let me say a few words who we are. So the company I'm representing. So the company name is Kinet, and Kinet is a quite new company which was established in 2023, I think. So after the tender was won for building 120 passenger sleeper Vande Bharat train new generation, and also 35 years of maintenance of those trains under Make in India program. So the winner of the tender was the consortium, 75% belonging to Russian shareholder, the company which is number 4, I think, right now in the rolling stock manufacturing in the world. So the name is TMH, but the main business is in Russia and the neighboring countries like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. So this is the first huge project that we won outside Russia with manufacturing outside Russia. And 25% of the shares of this joint venture of the winner of this tender belongs to RVNL, that all of you know, which is building the campus and the meeting room that we will be having the next year event. So this is the second shareholder. So both shareholders were present today. So why Russia? So why the technology provider from Russia was chosen? So okay, besides it was an open tender with competition, and we met eligibility criteria, showing the reference, showing the capability, and showing the ambition and the good price and terms and conditions. So why Russia? So coming from the cultural aspect that was noted by Hon'ble Vice Chancellor, of GSV. So I think Russia and India has many things in common in culture and has some history behind. Being multinational countries, so in Russia we have more than 40 different nationalities. So not only Russians live in Russia. So we speak more than 40 different languages. Okay, all of us speak Russian languages, so this is the common language for everybody, but if you go to different places, so different languages are spoken. So we are federal states, so we have a lot of republics, a lot of regions which are very, very different from religion point of view, from cultural point of view. So that's why we need to be to pay attention to all of them, to take into consideration the opinion of local communities, and also we are big countries, so we try to develop all the regions, not only the capital. And what I can see from recently joining this project, but being very much involved into supply chain, into visiting different suppliers. So in this sense, India is even more developed than Russia, because in Russia is very centralized. So we have Moscow, we have St. Pete, we have few other centers. In India, you don't have that, luckily. Another common aspect is that so both India and Russia are fighting to become developed nations. So Russia was known and still known mainly for oil and gas provider, and for a few industries that are highly developed, like nuclear, like space. But this is not only. So since I think 20 years, so we had a dark periods in our history. So after the Soviet Union collapsed in 91 and before 21, so 10 years or even 15 years, but starting from that time, so we started to gain back so the progress speed that was before development of the own industries and not being dependent only on oil and gas and natural resources. So we managed to do something, especially in railway. So I'm honored and I'm happy to represent the Russian shareholder of this joint venture of Kinet, which is TMH, having more than 10 factories in Russia, manufacturing anything which is moving on the railway, starting from tramway and metro, but not only, so also trolley buses and buses we are involved to, so public transport. Also moving to passenger coaches, single deck, double deck, special purpose like postal carriages whatsoever, also locomotives, electric, diesel. So actually everything we have in our portfolio. And we passed the long way of development of our products, both for railways and also for the city developments like metro. And this gives us the opportunity so to bring this knowledge, to bring this experience of development and mistakes that we made during these developments here to India. Because the main figures of the projects, which you can see on the screen, is that so in accordance with the contract that we signed with Indian Railways, we need to deliver 120 trains, 16 coaches each within the next 7 years. But we take the challenge to anticipate that if we reach the higher tact of production. And then after that, we are responsible for technology development, so for design and providing technology to 3 depots RVNL will be building, and one of them is almost ready. And to do maintenance in these 3 depots, but also on sites. I think that this is maybe the first one and the unique project, because before that, Indian Railways was building passenger coaches and passenger trains in-house, having the factories like ICF and BEML, and the maintenance was also done by the depots, by the workshops of the Indian Railways. So this is the first time probably in the Indian history, so this is an opportunity, so this tender was launched and then the contract was awarded to the private company that is responsible for design, manufacturing, and also maintenance. So for us it is a big pleasure, but also a big challenge to show the difference, so to show that we can bring the trains and the passenger transportation by railway to the very high level, to the international level. What we did in Russia, what we did in neighboring countries, and we were cooperating with also other industrial players like Alstom. Alstom was a shareholder in TMH until the war started, until 2022. So we are good friends, unless we are competing in some tenders. So we know a lot about their products, and one of the products was developed jointly for the Russia electric locomotives. But otherwise, all the rest of the trains and passenger coaches, so we developed ourselves. So we have big engineering in Russia, more than 1,100 engineers in-house. And the plan for us is that with this tender, so we don't stop. So we develop the competence and we develop the local presence. So we don't send something from Russia. Maybe I and few other people are the only thing that came from Russia for this project, and also technology which is behind. But all the rest will be done in India. So I'm coming to the next slide. So this is industrial footprint of our projects. So the factory is in the state of Maharashtra, in the city of Latur, which was built by RVNL and given to us, to Kinet, to hire the people, to ramp up production and to manufacture the trains. Then we have 3 depots, and then we have a supply chain. We have manufacturers of components and materials and systems almost from all over India, which was a big surprise for me, but this shows that okay, India is developing not only in some centers, but very diversified. And the plan is that we continue these developments, not only in these projects, but in other projects that we are targeting at. But right now, so we are finishing design. So we started manufacturing of the first car body, of the first prototype train just a few weeks ago in Latur in Maharashtra. And we have big challenge ahead of us to ramp up the production, to go to the serial production, so to deliver first and second proto trains to get it accepted. But during these 2-3 years after we won the tender, so a very big work was done to identify suppliers, to qualify suppliers, to do the ranking of the suppliers, and I'm proud to say that we have best of the best suppliers. So we are going together with them into this journey of design of the systems, so interior, propulsion, exterior, and the rest. And what we see that we bring value added, because before that, so the main concept was build to print. So design was coming from outside, from somebody else, and we try to change it. So the general idea, so the general concept is okay, coming from outside, but I hope that one day, so we can do it here. But rest, so design of the systems, so we try to do so together with local design team and with our subcontractors for design, but that are here, that are in India. Okay, few more things about our vision and about the future of city public transport like metro and also Indian Railway and railway railway rolling stock. So we are building trains for people, for passengers, and basically what we try to do in Russia and what we try to bring here is the comfort, the aesthetical element. You can see here that's okay, so a few words about the history. So I think that more than 10-15 years ago, so the management of TMH decided that why we are building the trains which are not looking nice. So everybody knows about Ferrari, Lamborghini, so the nice looking cars, and all the car making is trying to make the car very attractive. But the railway rolling stock, so the trains or the coaches, they were never looking nice. Okay, until some exclusions. And we decided that why not to change it? So why not to create very nice looking trains? Why not to put more efforts on design, not only exterior, so from outside looking good, but also for interior. Because people are traveling in metro, for example, in Moscow, people spend from half an hour until 1 hour, 1.5 hours, just one way from home to office and back. And this is time of the life. And we decided that this time of the life, so they need to spend comfortably. So first, we hired Italian designer, so Ital Design, to help us to create DNA of design of our products. And then after they helped us to develop that, then we did it in-house. So we created the specially dedicated team working on exterior, interior design and passenger-friendly solutions. And you can see that in 2021, so we got international award for industrial design for the best metro train in the world. So which shows something, or which says something. So that's experience, that expertise we try to bring here. So we have very strong design team and we have very strong local team that was created during last 3 years. But my task as Chief Operational Officer representing Russian shareholder will be to increase this cooperation not only by technology transfer, not only by sharing experience. So few groups of the engineers from Kinet were already trained in Russia, December this year. So right now, few key people helping ramp up the production, so car body production and also other systems from Russia. So whatever effort is needed from Russian shareholders, so my task is to arrange. But also I would like to expand this cooperation also for student exchange. So I think a few weeks ago I was here, so thanks a lot for that opportunity that was given to us to present the possibility of student exchange. So we selected 10 students right now, so we are finalizing all the paperwork with the Russian Ministry of Education, and hopefully starting from September they will be studying for 2 years in the top Russian railway university in Moscow. But my plan is to expand this partnership, and we are thinking of doing the same like Alstom or Airbus did. So we need to be present here, and probably it will be the next step, and we are going into this direction. So we are here to stay for long, not only just to do that project and okay, to go back to Russia, but so our plan is to create this sustainable partnership with India for rolling stock. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words and inspiring us today. It is a privilege to announce our next guest speaker, Shri Shekhar Mehta, a distinguished leader in transport infrastructure with over 23 years of expertise, an alumnus of MBM Engineering College, Jodhpur, with an MTech in Structural Engineering from IIT Roorkee. Sir currently serves as Technical Director at Head of Metro Divisions at AECOM's Gurgaon headquarters. His career is marked by contributions to landmark projects including the Bandra-Worli Sea Link, various metro networks across India, and international ventures like the Mauritius Light Rail. Specializing in metro rail, LRT, and elevated viaducts, his mastery spans project management, detailed design, and complex interface management for urban infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri Shekhar Mehta.
Thank you very much for such a nice introduction. Though we are still quite young to, in front of all the distinguished speakers, we already spoken over there. So first of all, I would like to thank you to VC Shri Manoj Choudhary sir, who gave us the opportunity to be on the dais for among such a prestigious people, and all the respected faculty members and all the students who are prepared for this Epitome. And we appreciate the warm welcome which is given over here since morning, right from airport pickup till here. Everything is so well arranged and so neatly done that it gives a very good impression that yeah, GSV is ready to make a good collaboration with the industry people. And all the presentations till now done since morning are extremely good. I would say all the experts who has given very good. So my core is always rail and metro over here, but the topic which I am going to give the presentation is little offside, which is related to airport side, because it is automated people mover. What we understand is metro is everywhere, but automated people mover till now is not there in India. It is going to come very fast into Delhi. Yesterday only the bids are being submitted for the first automated people mover in India. We will see in detail what is the kind of project it is. So I am represents here the company called AECOM. We are a US-based company headquartered into Dallas, which houses almost 55,000 staff across the world, and we have a strong revenue of $16 billion across every year. And our typical business lines are three. One is energy, water, environment. Second is buildings and places, and third is transportation. And fourth one we do is the program management. And within the transportation sector, we have aviation, highways and roads, ports and marines, railways, and transit. In India, we have very strong presence in metros. Almost every second metro or almost every metro we are having presence either as a detailed design consultant or as a GC or PMC, project management consultant or general consultant. So which includes everywhere you can see, the map shows everywhere we are present. And what we see is the now mobility which is changing at airports, because airport worldwide is having very strong market, which says in Northern America we have almost, we have a pointer here, sorry, top one, yeah, okay, which one, the top one?
Forward, this is backward, this is the pointer.
This is the pointer, but I pressed it, yeah.
Please elaborate how much.
Yeah, sure, thank you. So the kind of passengers each airport is handling, we can see in US, Atlanta is handling the number one, 108 million passengers every year. Texas is handling 88 million, Denver is handling 82 million, Chicago is handling 80 million. If you go to Dubai, the most popular one in Middle East, is having 92 million passengers. London having 84 millions, Turkey again 80 millions. Now we come to Asian countries, where Japan is having 86, Delhi is having 78, and Shanghai is having 77 million passengers every year. So the volume is tremendously high, and especially everywhere except rank 9, Delhi, every airport has automated people mover. What is the airport people mover? Why we need this kind of terms over here? The meaning is very simple. We need to connect between terminals. For example, if you have been to Terminal 1 and you want to go to Terminal 2 or Terminal 3 or any part of the within the terminal or outside the terminal, there is no interconnected operation available. You don't have a metro. You only have either have to book your own cab, Uber, Ola, or everything, or you have to rely on the bus, the inter-terminal bus. You have to wait. There is a dependency. Sometimes my flight is already landed. Another catching flight is very fast. I have a just transit time of 1 hour or 1.5 hours, but the bus is coming another say 20 minutes after or 30 minutes after. I cannot wait. I have to rush to a Uber only. Uber is not ready to go from Terminal 1 to Terminal 3. They say the distance is very short, give me double money, blah blah blah, and number of things. They are cancelling again and again. We are in trouble. We got into panic. how to go within terminals. For such a short distance, there is no transport available. So now the solution comes as an internal metro sort of thing. I'm not saying it is a metro, we'll see the difference between metro and APM. So there should be an automated people mover where people can go from one terminal to other terminal or between concourse to terminal, that kind of facility. So in India, the volume is again very high. Delhi comes around 78 million, then Mumbai comes second, 54 million. So all these airports are having very pretty good number of footfalls. Everywhere people are coming. So the main challenges as we seeing, we have to connect the people from one terminal to other terminal and this kind of thing. So the distance which comes is the large terminal distances. Then people are into congestion spaces. One terminal is having very small density or a very small footprint of the area parking available for the people, especially if you go to morning when I was coming from Delhi in the terminal 2, there was total chaos morning 4 o'clock. So much taxis are coming, so much buses are coming. One is parking into an individual lane and almost 10 to 15 minutes has lost for a driver to get to bring me to the gate itself. So there is a congestion everywhere. People don't have proper driving senses and everything also. And the transfer time between the terminals, as we discussed, is quite less sometimes. And we have all the buses which is running is either these days, though we are shifting to the battery-based buses, but most of the time it is either fossil fuel, petrol or diesel. Diesel buses are running between over here. So what we need is, we need to transfer the people which are very quickly, very safely, and automatically if we can bring them from one terminal to other terminal, it would be great. So what is the solution available to us is APM. So automated people mover is what? Is a fully driverless high frequency transit system operating on a dedicated guideway to move passenger quickly over a short distance. Where it can be used? It can be used into the airport terminals, theme parks. Disney theme park have their own APM. Then there are business district in China, at Shanghai also, Beijing also, they have APMs which is running. And we have, and the typical characteristics of an APM is around 40 to 80 kmph, and the people passenger per hour we can do is around 5,000 to 10,000, and we can have a headway from 90 seconds to 3 minutes, and then sustainability type of concept, we can go fully electric, or we can have zero emission kind of solutions. So how an APM system works, we have definitely a dedicated guideway infrastructure which is kind of bridge kind of elevated things. It can be underground also, it can be at grade also. And we have vehicles which is lightweight aluminum bodies. It can be rubber mounted, it can be tire mounted, or it can be a battery operated vehicle. And then we have propulsion system which is either 750 volt DC or over 25,000 electrical volt, or battery operated or conductive power based. And then we need to connect it to the stations through synchronized PSG doors, platform screen doors for absolute safety. So the difference between metro and APM, though it looks like completely metro only, but DNA is same, I'm saying DNA is same, but the difference comes is that metro is for a large area, it is a complete city, we have a network of around 50 kilometer, 100 kilometer, 300, 400 kilometer, especially like Delhi, we have a big network over there, while APM moves into a very micro or in a confined route, which includes your say airport, we have between the terminals or between some special zones. So the purpose is short distance, scale is definitely very lower, and real world examples are everywhere, like Los Angeles we have, Dubai we have, Singapore, Disney monorails, and other many places we have. So these are the key characteristics which differentiate between each other, and the impact which we see here, the impact is quite, here the impact is quite compact. We have a footprint which is very lower in dimensions, and either it is elevated at grade or having smaller stations, and the capital cost and operational costs are definitely low, and it is high efficiency system. Metro needs proper planning in terms of You should have an extensive network which includes tunnels, heavy rail tracks, massive stations, massive means large size stations, and then capital cost and operational expenses are always high, and the energy requirement is definitely quite high. So these are the parameters which differentiate between one APM to metro rail. So how to design an APM system? So we need to have, first step is to have passenger demand analysis. Second is route and station planning. Third goes is vehicle and capacity design. Then we have to choose our guideway and infrastructure design. Then power and signaling designs, and then simulation and optimization need to be done to achieve the full system. So this is the first step, how to design a guideway. We need to know, the structural engineer has to know what kind of guideway he need to give. Definitely, since the load is less, we need not to have a proper viaduct kind of thing. We can have a lighter system which need to be designed with this typical foundations, either a pile or an open foundation, then pile cap and columns, pier caps, and dedicated guideway. These kind of system civil structural engineer has to design. This has to be designed all for dynamic loads, lateral wind loads, earthquake loads, and with all safety clearances which need to be taken from the airport need to be given over here. Then always each engineering, as we've seen since morning, each project needs multiple people with different disciplines. We need people from civil engineering background, we need people from mechanical, we need people from electrical, we need people from electronics, and then people from aviation and supply chain also are extremely important to make a combined system integrated. So before you start the design, there are some key parameters which we need to achieve, which are definitely headway and speed. Target should be 90 to 120 seconds headway, and speed, average speed comes around 50 to 70 km per hour. The capacity comes around 4,000 to 10,000 ppHD. Sorry, and then platform shall be around 55 feet to 200 feet, depending upon kind of scale we are going to operate. Then platform skin rules are mandatory for if we are going for fully automated GA4 operations. Then depot must be available over there for all inspection bays, automatic washing plants, and wheel lathes and everything. It can be small, it can be large. So what are the elements which will govern the station design are definitely vertical circulation elements that will depend upon the people, number of passengers who are going to travel over there in each hour, and then then comes is the platform widths, and then integration of the depths with the heights. These are the parameters which we need to consider while designing a system. And what are the challenges we feel? What challenges comes is the complex terminal layouts, because multiple terminals are there and they all are varying according to the distance and creating a logical disconnect. Then the passenger transfer is an issue. We need to connect the passengers because people should not miss their flights without missing any connection. Then there are operational disturbances because construction is going on and airports are operating, so you cannot have unlimited choice to do construction as per your choices. So what are the solutions? What we normally see is we do everything into the BIM. We design the guideways according to the alignments and without any clashes, so that whatever clashes you are getting into the design must be previously sorted out, then only it should go to the execution part. Then all the stations, airport and stations must be fully integrated. All your concourse should always show the flight data, definitely you always have, but you should have the data for the APM access also. Whenever you are deboarding from a flight or coming out of the gate, you should know at how much frequency my interconnectivity train is going to come. So entire data must be fully integrated, or you are starting from APM station also, then also you should have information that which flight is going to start from which terminal at which location. So there should be no confusion with the passengers that I am going to miss any of my flight. Then execution should be in the phased manner. Sorry. So these are the passengers flows which we need to understand how the passengers move from right from entry to the concourse to the APM connection. All the connection shall be understand through a proper analysis. There are systems available, there are methods available how to do a numerical analysis, and then software modeling need to be done to understand the passenger flow and everything. The another important aspect is the baggage handling. You have boarded the train, but how about your baggage? How it will reach? So that is another important task, that each APM should also have the automated baggage transfer facility. So according to your ticket, this should be integrated with your flight schedule. The moment you board the train, whatever hand baggage you are carrying is all right, but your passenger, your large baggage and everything must be reached over there well in time, so you don't miss the baggage at all in the during the transit facility. So what kind of solutions till now adopted across the terminals? So if you go to the Los Angeles, then here it is all elevated platform with an central platform having almost 61-meter length, and the station is just nearby next to it. For the Orlando, it is again island platform. Island platform means you have to come into the center while coming up, and left and right side will be the trains. And then next one is the Changi Airport. Changi, here the planning has been done since the beginning of the airport itself. So the train directly comes into the concourse area, into the Singapore. In the Dubai Terminal 3, it is underground station having dual side platform of 75-meter length, which is in cut and cover box. It is fully air conditioned, because Dubai, we all know that it is fully ambient temperature is very high always. So air conditioning has been designed according to this one, and especially we know Dubai is always premium, so premium class lounges are also being planned at the APM stations also. Then Hong Kong, the Terminal 1 is having twin island platforms having 150-meter length combined, and then Seoul Incheon Airport is quite below. It is quite deep underground, 15-meter, with a PHPD data as 8,000 people per hour. The depots are having again different sizes and compact, depending upon the layout of the land available plus your operation requirement. It can be stack layout, or it can be fan shaped layout. In Los Angeles, it is around 26-acre depot having a capacity of 9 4-car trains with a 20% spare, and 6 storage rakes and 3 inspection bays. And it is LEED certified, platinum certified ranking from IGBC or US Green Building Council. Similarly, the Changi, which is in Singapore, they have very small land available, so their depot is very compact, just 1.5 acre with multi-level workshops. The layout is again 4 tracks, 2 in service and 2 for stabling, and automatic train washing is there in the pit lane to save the space. We have all depot facilities required for this also, which have wheel maintenance, all our power requirements, washing, storage, everything has to be there as per the depot requirements for the metros. And these are examples from the Hong Kong as well as from Dubai. Then OCC requirement is also there. OCC means Operation Control Center also has to be there, which need to be combined with the depot functions as well as this one. Then the mobility solutions, what kind of rolling stock we can have? We can have battery operated rolling stock, we can have cable propelled APM, we can have monorail, we can have light rail, we can have rubber tire APMs, and we can have typically steel wheel metros. So each one having its own pros and cons that we will see in the next slides. So if we have typical metro, which runs like on an elevated guideway on a steel wheel, we all know this kind of metro. So this would be fully automated, going from automation level 2 to automation level 4. Speed is always great, 80 to 100 kmph. Capacity is also quite good, 10,000 to 30,000. Power requirement can be either 25,000 AVA OHE or 750 volt DC. Then civil cost requirement definitely goes high because the load is high. You have 17 ton axle over there. So this is there. So there are pros and cons to this one. So pros, you have operable between the city metro grids as well as capability. You can always integrate whatever metro is coming to the nearest point. You can extend the same metro line over there, which is serving to the airport also. And cons, you have large viaduct and stations requirement, and your civil cost also is very high. So this, where it is best used, it is used for the airport to city regional connector, where your airports are outside of the city like Bangalore or Hyderabad, and your city is far away. So there can be a dedicated line which is connecting the airport as well as within the terminals also. Now you have light rails also. Light rail is mostly running at grades, especially that is the biggest advantage over here. Automation requirement is little less. It is A1 to A2 only is possible, and then speed is 60 to 80 kmph. Capacity, it serves since it is compact in the size, so 4,000 to 15,000 PHPD, and then floor is always low, just a step, you don't have to climb up. Then power requirement is 750 volt DC, and there are pros and cons for this one, which is over here. Then we have conventional rubber tire APMs. Here it is, we can see the difference. Instead of steel wheels, we have small unit which is running on the rubber tire. So speed here is also very good, 70 to 80 kmph, and then automation is level 4. Capacity comes around little less because it is single vestibule only, so one coach. So it comes around 2,000 to 10,000 PHPD. Power requirement is 750 volt DC, and it can go up to very steep gradient up to 6 to 8%. So here the pros and cons comes is the proven technology. It has a compact guideways and excellent acceleration for the short interterminal distances with the lowest staffing cost because it is fully automated. Fully automated means no driver required. It has to drive at a dedicated pathway all around the length. What are the cons? It is vendor locked ecosystem. So we cannot make any changes over here. Whatever vendor has given, this has to be followed, and it requires a dedicated guideway. It cannot go like bus left lane to right lane or like this. The path is defined over here. It has to follow the same path. Then comes is battery operated autonomous APMs. So here the new thing is it is again wheel mounted. Capacity is again small, very few people, maybe 6 people, 8 people comes over here, and this kind of system is also quite into trend for fully sustainable, fully battery operated. You can have a charging dock at designated locations, and it will be keep moving on dedicated guideway. So no continuous electrification is required, and fast deployment can be done, and flexible routing can be done because there is no dedicated guideway is required. It can go depending upon your radius and drop off points. So, but cons is there, the battery replacement need to be done quite frequently. Every 6 to 8 years you have to replace the battery, so your operational expenditures goes quite high. Now we have cable propelled APMs also. Cable propelled means there is a dedicated guideway on which cable push and pull kind of cables are there. So a dedicated coach which will be moving to the dedicated path on a guideway would be keep running over here. So it cannot change the path. It has to follow the same path. The wheel has to rotate at its designated speed. So it is there, but there are some limitations over there. So it have a small capacity from 1,500 people to 4,000 people. It can traverse, and reliability is high, and it has very low onboard equipment. So your maintenance cost goes very low. And cons is if it is single point failure, if anything goes wrong into the system, entire system will get stopped, because if my one cable is broken or anything happens to the cable operated, it has to stop at the same point. We cannot move the other vehicles the same pace. Now we all know that monorail is also there. It is there in the Mumbai, and there are issues with respect to evacuation, especially. Though your viaduct becomes quite small, there is a single guideway beam on which the entire monorail runs. The gradients it can cater is very fast, and capacity is also decent, 3,000 to 12,000. It has a narrow footprint, and it minimizes the land usage, and aesthetically also it looks good. But cons we all know is that it is complex evacuation procedure. Last time whenever it got stuck on the way, people has to be taken out through fire people. The fire brigade people came and they put the ladder and it came out. So based on these parameters, when we see there are different parameters, there are different kind of APMs options available to us. Then when we see on the capacity, which one performs on which level, at automation level which one works better, expandability level which section works better, and then airport suitability which one works better, we have to see on these parameters. Then we see into the financial expenditures, which one goes higher or which one goes better. So definitely steel full scale metro goes very pricey, but cable propelled is very cheap. LRT is also nearby, it is much better, but battery operated comes quite economical, and rubber tire APM also performs very good over here. So based on different parameter for civil structure, what is the who ranks where, and energy consumption requirement also, who works where. Then maintenance requirement, staff cost requirement, and renewable cost, everything we have to grade based on this. For the large airport hubs, which one is better? So if your footfall is quite high, more than 60 million passengers per annum, then you can go for the either rubber tired driverless APMs, or if you have at the medium location you are 20 to 60 million passengers, then inter LRT or light hybrid metro works very well. And if it is small in nature, then we can have battery operated autonomous vehicles. These are the signaling works. I have limited understanding, and previous speaker already spoken about this one. So these are the automation levels. We will go for the traction power also. For the 750 volt DC, if we go, so these are the requirements for the 750 volt DC. We need to have traction power substation, then we have a infrastructure cost, we have O&M energy cost, and what are the pros and cons for the 750 volt DC, that also is mentioned over here. Then we have 25,000 AC overhead catenary system. We can have 1 to 3 megawatt power. The substation requirement is around 20 to 40 kilometer, but it seems to be, yeah, thank you. So it needs a dedicated guideway and large tunnel diameter, means since it is OHE, so the drop arm, catenary, everything takes a little more space. So our infrastructure requirement also goes little high over there. Then we have cable propelled APM. So for that, these are the motor. This station is there, which is drive station. And then if we have a single point of failure, it goes on the way. It loses the path, and then the pros are it has low O&M cost in simple vehicles, which is 40 to 60% cheaper. But cons are we have a fixed speed, because the way cable will move, all the vehicles will move. If the cable stops, the entire system stops, and we cannot increase the capacity at a very frequent basis. Then we have onboard battery system also, which is supercapacitor, and another one is inductive power, which is medium voltage DC. They are coils kind of thing which is running on the guideway. The vehicle will take the power from them, but it is quite costly for the moment. It is around 35 to 50 volt per kilometer, approximately 3 times the standard rails. So if we do the comparative analysis, then you have 750 volt DC, 25,000 OHE cable and battery. For the speed, who performs how on the acceleration parameter, maturity parameter, visual impacts and tunnel profile. What are the parameters on which we have to take the decisions? These are the financial parameters for 750 volt. During the infrastructure, what is the cost? For the substation, what is the cost? And for the battery replacement, what is the cost available over there? So battery will come only in this case, but infrastructure cost wise 25 kVA is again high, your substation cost is high, and rolling stock is also required over here. Battery, you need frequent replacement of the batteries, and your rolling stock is also quite specific to this one, but your infrastructure cost is very, very low. So to implement everything, we need to first do the civil design, then power planning, then rolling stock, and then final check. Across the world, what kind of traction power system has been adopted? Los Angeles has adopted 750 volt DC. Toronto has adopted cable kind of system. Birmingham also have cable kind of system. Dubai have 750 volt DC power. Singapore also 750 volt DC power. Hong Kong also have 750 volt DC power. So based on your capex, means capital expenditure, operational expenditure, reliability, expandability and maturity, what are the each system functions that has been mentioned over here. So what are the main criteria where we need to take into while designing the APM or any of the system is seamless connectivity, the passenger centric experience, operational efficiency, sustainability and future ready infrastructure. So these are the parameters which we need to take into the account, and the performance of each terminal is like Dubai, how it has performed. Here availability is 99.4% time, in Incheon it is 98.9% availability, and Changi it has, sorry the parameter is not there, but performance is again 99 to 99%, and Hong Kong we have around 99% availability of the performance. This is the same slide actually. So what are the parameters, how we are going to design? So we have to use one guidelines which is Airport Cooperative Research Program given by the ACRP. These are the main guiding parameters, comprehensive guides for designing any automated people mover within the airport environment, and they are ASC conference papers and other documents over here which would be required over here. So that's all from my side. So what we need is this one. Thank you very much. Little unconventional from the typical metro, but yeah, little new thing which is going to come up in airports, which you will see in another project starting this year, maybe 2026. And once it will be implemented in Delhi, all other airports, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai are going to implement such kind of things. Plus other industrial big parks are also going to come up. So we need to have dedicated transport system within their premises. So these are the things. Any questions? Yeah.
Greetings, sir. I'm having a small question. How are you planning to recover your investment from this model?
They are chargeable. When we spoke the same thing to Delhi International Airport, whether sir you are going to charge it for passengers or it would be free of cost. So they said it would be chargeable. Maximum fare would be around 60 rupees within for a small 8-kilometer section which they are planning from Terminal 1 to Terminal 3. But compared to if you take a cab or a bus ticket, then again it will be never less than 3x to 4x compared to that. So 60 rupees still I would say is a reasonable amount which they are going to charge. So it would be chargeable to the public.
And sir, how will you tackle the depreciation losses against the operational profits?
Yeah, it would be definitely long-term parameters. better will be your network, because there are developments coming all around the stations, which includes Bharti Airtel is going to make very big special economic zone in the Delhi airport. So definitely branding, non-fare revenues, all these items will be the additional source of incomes. All the stations, they are going to have wherever possible where landing is not happening in the airport side, they are going to do the property developments over there. So these are the model of revenues for the APMs also.
Okay, sir. Great, sir. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, any other question? Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Choudhary, to kindly come forward and present the mementos to our distinguished guests. I would now like to respectfully invite Professor Arnab Maiti to kindly come forward and receive the memento. May I also request
Hello, thank you, Professor. And just on to one correction, I just by mistake I told that green zone not up to I mentioned I guess 120 feet. It will be 120 meter. I am very sorry for that. I realized after that. I thought that let me make my correction. But thank you very much.
May I also request Shri Dimitri Praikin to please come forward and accept the memento as a token of our sincere appreciation. Finally, I would like to invite Shri Shekhar Mehta to kindly come forward and accept the memento as a token of our gratitude. We once again express our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed guests for honoring us with their presence and sharing their valuable insights today. Your guidance and encouragement truly inspires us.
Now again, it's time for the medal distribution for Ajasya. I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Arnab Maiti, Mr. Dimitri Prakin, Shri Shekhar Mehta, Srimati Hiral Rajput, please to come on the dais for the medal distribution.
Hold off with a digit. They call that shit pimpin'. Could tell it's me and the LV up on my Timberland. I stuck my key in it.
Starting off with chess. In the male group, the third place we have Sambhav Verma.
When you on 10 again, nigga, time to win again. That's a hope bet. Hang it in my coat check. Better keep your hoe in check before you get your hope check. Don't step or toe up on my doorstep. Nigga, this a close set. Better act right, cause you know I should've go left. 20,000 bamboo pack, 100 roll. Riding around 100 spokes. Remember I was young and broke. Hoes in all our clothes like some honeycombs. Mothballs and mama drove. Crackheads by the corner stove. Baking soda by the stove. Mattress on the floor. Mice in the roaches. My room ain't have a dope, but I had some dope.
In the second place, we have Srimukh Tripathi.
And in the first place, we have Uttam Kumar. For the female category, in third place, we have Tanishka Pagdipalli. The second place goes to Spriha Srivastava. And the first place is bagged by Drushadva Srinivas. Moving on to the 500-meter run men's category, the third position goes to Vikas Kumar Hindustani. The second position goes to Supam Mondal. And finally, the winner is Prayagraj Singh. For the 1500-meter run women's category, the third place goes to Ananya Kasaudan. The second place goes to Tanishka Pagdipalli. And the winner is Shrishti Agrihari. For the 800-meter run men's category, securing the third place, we have Devesh Prayagraj Singh. In the second place, we have Supam Mondal. And the first position is secured by Siddhartha. For the 800-meter run women's category, securing the third place, we have Inika Snehi. The second place is for Prerna Priya. And finally, the winner is Shrishti Agrahari. Moving on, we have the Carom doubles men's category securing the third place, Vikramaditya Sanecha and Suraj Jha. The second place is secured by Suyash and Kartik Pratap Singh. And the winners are Baiju Kumar and Nikhil Sankar. Move on to the next category, Carom doubles women's category. The third place goes to Prerna and Tanishka. The second place goes to Paridi and Adreja. And the winner is Inika and Hrishita. Moving on to the next, Carom singles men's category. The third place is backed by Baiju Kumar. The second place goes to Neeraj Choudhary. And the winner is Rishikesh. For Carom Singles Women's category, the third place is backed by Paridhi Nimbar. The second place goes to Inika Snehi. And the first place is conquered by Trishita Sasaude. For Carom Mixed Doubles, securing the third place, we have Piyush Raj and Adrija Rawat. The second place goes to Pranav Choudhary and Inika Snehi. And the winners are Riddhi Bhambani and Kshitij Dubey. Now we come to the end of the medal distribution ceremony for today, and congratulations to all champions and participants of Aujasya 2026 for your incredible journey of skill and sportsmanship. A special shout out goes to our winners for their hard work and to every player who brought such a great energy to the games. Now, it's time to recharge for the next chapter of our event. With a lineup featuring breathtaking dance and musical performances, it promises to be an evening of pure enchantment that you won't want to miss. And it's time to get a break. Please join us for refreshments which are being served just outside the Sabagriha. We kindly request you to return back to your seats by 6 p.m. for the cultural night.
hello, mic check, hello. हेलो ब्लैक वाળો છે हेलो એક મિનિટ અપાઈ જા એક બે અપ ડાઉન છે કવિતા બે છે ને બરાબર આ બે છે આનું ગેન કેટલું છે हेलो પકડીને આને હટાઈ લે हेलो माइक चेक हेलो 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 बंद कर दी करो हेलो 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 ज्ञान हम कम ही रखेंगे हेलो 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 कયું चाहिए हेलो પેલું છે ને કયા નંબરનું છે કલર કયો છે કેબલનો બ્લુ વાળો हेलो 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 माइक चेक हेलो 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 माइक चेक हेलो 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 हेलो
આલીદન બધા ઉપર જ અમને
એ દો માઇક
लिपस्टिक लगाई अरे मेरा हेलो 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 इसमें रेंज थोड़ा कम है हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो हेलो
इधर
हेलो
लेके
हेलो चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 हेलो
अरे भैया जो कल माइक थे वो अच्छे थे ना हाँ
हेलो 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 आवाज को लाना हेलो 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 कॉल हेलो हेलो आवाज खोलवा जोड़े जोड़े बेस भी વધારવાના સાફનેસ भी साफ करवानी हेलो 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 बस ऊपर हेलो हेलो पहला वाળું 5 છે ને એને થોડુંક ડાઉન કરજે हेलो एल लाइन में हेलो 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 चलो ओके डन हेलो 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 हेलो
ये हम लोग है क्या हैं हमारा माइक से ये अपना कितना है या तो एक रुक के स्टार्ट करो या तो स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट करो वाला स्टार्ट
हेलो चेक 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 सही है चेक 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 चेक
ये वाला माइक चेक कर लो।
check 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 check
थोड़ा थोड़ा गेन
check.
चाहिए,
थोड़ा और गेन चाहिए
थोड़ा
इसमें.
गेन चाहिए.
ब्लैक और ना ब्लैक आता और
check check check
चेक 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 थोड़ा गेन बढ़ाओ.
check 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 check
हेलो, हेलो,
check
हेलो.
check.
हेलो.
मेरा सही है.
मेरे हिसाब से सही है। मैं जितना रखता हूँ
check 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 check
आवड़ चेक कर ले जो। हाँ ये वाला। चालू है। चालू है ना उधर माइक। हाँ चालू है। एलईडी हो रही।
हेलो हेलो चेक 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 बहुत कम बहुत कम. ठीक है कम ही सही है कम ही. हेलो चेक चेक ठीक. हेलो
check
हेलो
check
चेक
check
चेक
check
चेक.
हेलो 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 माइक चेक. हेलो 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 तो એનું રાઉન્ડ हेलो माइक चेक. हेलो 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 माइक चेक. हेलो हेलो
थोड़ा ना गेम बता रहा है। फुल से विशल वगाड़ी हुए तो बोल मैं कर ना 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 एमने को तो वो तो पानी का नाश्ता चेक है
check
दूसरा चेक कर लो ये
hello hello hello
check
check check सही.
हेलो
hello
हेलो
hello
हेलो
check check
हेलो
check
हेलो हेलो ठीक है.
हेलो 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 हेलो
चेक 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 चेक
इसकी
चेक.
बैटरी लो तो नहीं है बीच में खत्म नहीं हो जाएगी ना? दिखा रहा है
अंदाजा दे रहा है कि कहाँ तक माइक रखे खत्म है अच्छा वाला तो माइक जो आगे पीछे करना है वो उस हिसाब से करना है
check check
हेलो
check
हेलो
check 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 check
हेलो हेलो
बैटरी है उसमें बैटरी है याद राउंड में ये वाली चेक कर लो
हेलो हेलो हेलो
दिल भर की
दिल भर की.
पता पता नेट की कमा होगी और ये आएगा तो तुम दोनों को अपने माइक ठीक है यहाँ पे सैनिटरी का इसको इसका एक का मिर्ची रहेगा बाकी उसको दो गाना है वायर के कर लो भाई कोई दिक्कत नहीं है रह जाओ गाना है गा लो एक माइक खाली पड़ा हुआ है ठीक है ना गा लो
हेलो 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 check 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 check
आपको सब
check check check
मेरे को ही देना.
check, check. Check, 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 check.
Check, check, check.
Check, check. Hello, hello, check. तुम लोगों के माइक से गेन थोड़ी कम है
Hello, hello.
हेलो हेलो वॉइस कमी करो हेलो 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 हेलो
मिक्सर वाला माइक होगा ना
Check, 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 check.
कैसे करोगे वो डैमिंग वाला? शुरुआत में मैं डालूंगा एक्चुअली। हाँ, बोल के कुछ कितने लोग देखने आएंगे क्या?
बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है लेकिन सुना ही नहीं, you know?
Check.
वो सुनना है। मैंने गेन कम करवाया जानबूझ के ताकि तुम लोगों को बहुत नीचे कर लेगा। पक्का ऊपर
Check.
फॉल हो जाएगा, फॉल हो जाएगा।
अभी गाना करने वाले हैं इसलिए। कोई ना भी नहीं होगा। यहाँ से यहाँ तक जाना या तो यहाँ से यहाँ तक आना उसको रहने देते
चिंका चिक्का
हेलो चेक 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 थोड़ा check. Okay, so guys, as you all are here, और अभी VC sir and all बाकी सारे guests नहीं हैं, तो we are thinking to perform something for you all. हमने prepare नहीं किया है ये, पर क्योंकि आप सब आ चुके हैं तो ऐसे ही बस setup करने के लिए.
check,
check,
check, check, check.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a good break and are ready for a fun evening. After a whole day of intense technical sessions and amazing ideas, it's finally time to relax and celebrate. And what better way to start a cultural evening than with some amazing rhythm of music? Get ready to vibe with Malhar. They're here to take us on a musical journey, bringing back those classic Bollywood rhythms, heart-touching melodies, and foot-tapping beats that we all know and love. Whether you want to sing along to your favorite Bollywood anthem or just let the rhythm take over, they have prepared a stunning medley just for you. So let's make some noise for Malhar, the music club.
Check,
check, check.
Check, check.
एक सूरज निकला था, कुछ पारा पिघला था, एक आंधी आई थी जब दिल से आह निकली थी, दिल से मुश्किल है ना पिया 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 ना पिया जिया 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 ना जिया पतझड़ के पेड़ों से उतरे थे, पेड़ों की शाखों से उतरे थे, फिर उतले मौसम गुजरे, वो पत्ते वो बेचारे, फिर उगने की चाहत में वो सहराओं से गुजरे, वो पत्ते दिल 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 थे, वो दिल थे दिल 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 थे, दिल है तो फिर दर्द होगा, दर्द है तो दिल भी होगा, मौसम गुजरते रहते हैं, दिल है तो फिर दर्द होगा, दर्द है तो दिल भी होगा, मौसम गुजरते रहते हैं, दिल से दिल से दिल से दिल से Thank you.
Check.
दुनिया में लोगों को धोखा कभी हो जाता है, आंखों ही आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है। दुनिया में लोगों को धोखा कभी हो जाता है, आंखों ही आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है। दोनों ज़बान आँखों का है ये बयान, दोनों के दरमियान कोई भी हो ना यहाँ। पर्दा पर्दा हाँ, पर्दा पर्दा हाँ, आँखों से कैसा पर्दा, पर्दा पर्दा हाँ, पर्दा पर्दा हाँ, आँखों से कैसा पर्दा।
Monica, my darling, Monica, my darling.
दिल भर की फितरत में धोखा भी है और चाहत भी, जा जाए तो जाए सोचो क्यों जब मैंने उल्फत की। दिल भर की फितरत में धोखा भी है और चाहत भी, जा जाए तो जाए सोचो क्यों जब मैंने उल्फत की। जाए भी तो कहाँ दुश्मन है सारा जहाँ, जिस पे भी हो गुमान कहना तू उसको यहाँ। पर्दा पर्दा हाँ, पर्दा पर्दा हाँ, आँखों से कैसा पर्दा, पर्दा पर्दा हाँ, पर्दा पर्दा हाँ, आँखों से कैसा पर्दा।
Monica, oh my darling, Monica, oh my darling.
वो आ गया, देखो देखो वो आ गया। हलचल सी हर पल है, बेताब अपनी जवानी है, बेकल मैं बेकल तू, बेदर्द दिल की कहानी है। हलचल सी हर पल है, बेताब अपनी जवानी है, बेकल मैं
Monica, oh my darling, Monica, oh my darling.
Okay, okay, okay. So this one is just a jam, another jam with you all. Minimal instruments रहेंगे और let's go. So please join me.
सबको गाना है हमारे साथ, ओके?
ना मैं समझा ना मैं जाना जो भी तुमने मुझसे कहा है सेन्योरिटा।
ओके ओके।
न जाने क्यों मुझे सुन के अच्छा लगा है सेन्योरिटा।
अब स्पेनिश वाले के साथ ट्राई करें।
Pero no te encontré. Era joven, tan de repente. Y te he sentido toda mi vida con tu querer.
ना मैं समझा ना मैं जाना जो भी तुमने मुझसे कहा है सेन्योरिटा, मगर फिर भी न जाने क्यों मुझे सुन के अच्छा लगा है सेन्योरिटा।
No volví en la mirada. Para que cerca de mí.
मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेन्योरिटा, चाहत के दो पल भी मिल पाए दुनिया में ये भी कम है क्या, दो पल को तो आओ खो जाए, भूले हम होता गम है क्या सेन्योरिटा, सुनो सुनो सेन्योरिटा कहते हैं हम क्या।
Jamás podré interpretar el sentido de la palabra que me dedicas, pero el calor de tu mirar me hace sentir como una mamá bella, señorita.
निगाहों से कहीं अरमानों की दास्तां है सेन्योरिटा, ये चाहत की मोहब्बत की सारी दुनिया में एक ही जुबान है सेन्योरिटा। फेरो आओ पास तुम मेरे, मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेन्योरिटा, कम ऑन मिल पाए दुनिया में ये भी कम है क्या, दो पल को तो आओ खो जाए, भूले हम होना गम है क्या सेन्योरिटा, सुनो सुनो सेन्योरिटा कहते हैं हम क्या।
Thank you guys, thank you.
Hello. That was amazing. Thank you, Malhar, for that wonderful performance that really brought our fest to life. Now, it's time to shift gears to the magic of dance from the soulful power of music. Get ready to see a perfect mix of grace and high energy. Let's welcome the heartbeat of our cultural events, Nritya, our dance club. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
जिसको डांस नहीं करना वो जाके अपनी अरे अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है बाद में ना कहना कुछ भी पहले ही दे दूं वार्निंग पार्टी चलेगी टिल 6 in the morning जी भर के नाच ले वे भी नाच नाच के तोड़ दे सैंडल आंटी पुलिस बुला लेगी तो यार तेरा कर लेगा हैंडल माइकल जैक्सन वाले 2-3 एक्शन करके दिखाए पार्टी करेंगे किसी के पास नहीं करेंगे सारे रोक के दिखाए जिसकी बम में है दम
Ladies and gentlemen, you are not ready for this. Get ready. I'm not ready for this. Get ready. Heavy is the head, it's a blessing and a curse.
Wow, what a graceful performance. Thank you, Nitya, for wrapping up the evening on such a beautiful note. I wish to extend our sincere gratitude to the distinguished speakers for their insightful contributions